Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
At the age of 15, Luffy dies. Due to an astronomical chance, a higher dimensional being and an individual from another universe, he gets a new life, infused with memories of a vastly different version of himself. Follow a self-aware Luffy as he navigates his messed-up world, armed with new knowledge, and tries his hardest to make everyone around him as joyful as possible. Adios.
Chapter 5 Kuja, Part 1. I was so close, Luffy said with a surprising amount of calm considering the situation he found himself in. He was in one of 3 small boats that was carrying the entire crew of the cargo ship. We're gonna die. Look at those massive teeth. All around him, people were panicking and screaming for their lives as they watched the many terrifying sea kings destroying and devouring their cargo ship. Stop screaming and making noise, idiots. The captain of the now sinking cargo ship yelled, and only then did everyone shut their mouths, realizing they were just attracting the attention of the sea kings. But it was way too late for such a warning, as the sea kings had already noticed them, and it was just a matter of minutes before they would be targeted. Many of the really massive sea kings didn't care, as they just looked away and enjoyed their sunbathing, but the ones that were smaller, well, relative to the massive ones at least, but were still about 2 times as big as their now sinking ship, eyed them as they continued destroying the ship. Meanwhile, Luffy was just sighing in frustration. According to the captain, they were almost at East Blue. Just 10 more days of sailing in their 3-month-long journey and they would have apparently made it. He was that close to home. It had been a very boring 3-month journey, as the ship had to cross over the calm belt from the South Blue end, then cross the Grand Line perpendicularly, and then cross the calm belt which bordered the East Blue. They were currently in the second calm belt after having successfully sailed through the first calm belt and also the Grand Line, and during the entire journey, Luffy had been utterly bored as there was nothing much to do. He couldn't train in any meaningful way as he would break the ship, so he had spent his time just activating and deactivating Gear 2, blowing just a bit of air and channeling it around his bones, practicing airwalk, meditating to train observation, and lastly, his favorite activity to do on the ship, mastering new voices by modifying his larynx. He had become kinda obsessed with it and would spend day and night perfecting new voices. He had even bought a recorder on Might Island so that he could record himself doing all sorts of impressions of people, ranging from artists in Leo's world to Ace and even his grandpa. He would then play it back to himself to hear if he sounded like whoever's impression he was doing, and if not, perfect it. Other than that, there wasn't anything else to do. He couldn't get off on any island as they were on the calm belt for the majority of their journey. He had already experienced being on it when he was with Reiju, but they were basically on a small moving city and he had Reiju to spend time with, so hadn't felt bored then. But on the cargo ship, it was utterly boring as all he could do was stare at the unnaturally calm sea. He had thought that at least while passing through the Grand Line, they would stop at some islands where he could have some fun, but they hadn't stopped at even a single island. Apparently, there were many small and secret sea currents that helped ships to traverse certain parts of paradise faster, which they were using. Luffy had whined to the captain about this and he had laughed, saying that if they didn't have these fast and secret sea currents, there wouldn't be any cargo ships going into any of the other blues, as they would be too scared of the unpredictable weather, would take too much time, and also be afraid of pirates. It made sense to Luffy and he had begrudgingly accepted it. So that's why the ship had just gone through the Grand Line perpendicularly without even stopping at any island and had reached the other calm belt, where boring days had continued. Although Luffy hated the boredom, he was also kinda glad that nothing had happened during the journey that would have delayed him, but unfortunately for him, things went wrong just days before he could reach his home. The ships did have a sea stone lining at the bottom which made them invisible to the sea kings below the surface, but in their case, sea kings had suddenly emerged out of the sea right in their path, and upon spotting the ship, they had immediately attacked. One bit off a good chunk of the bottom of the hull before Luffy could do anything, and thus the crew had abandoned ship and escaped onto the lifeboats. Of course, it was just a matter of minutes before the sea kings would attack them too, but the captain was hoping that the sea kings would only be interested in the big ship and ignore them. Everyone, the captain hissed, getting the attention of all the people in the 3 boats. The only way we'll survive this is by splitting up. All three of our boats will go in different directions and it's just a game of luck to see who the Sea Kings follow." Everyone paled, gulping in fear and apprehension, realizing that they would be using each other as bait. The captain sighed sadly as he continued, "We all knew the dangers of traversing these seas. I'm sorry, but some of us will not survive this." He trailed off but then chuckled darkly. "Who knows? There are multiple Sea Kings here, so they might also split up and come after all of us. So, I guess this is it." Some sobbed, some became angry, and some accepted their deaths, and that's when Luffy spoke up in a reassuring tone, "Calm down, I'll take care of this. You all start rowing in the same direction." "What do you mean you'll take care of this?" the captain who was on an adjacent boat asked confused. Luffy grinned showing his fist, "I'll just fight him off. Then, we can all go." "Are you crazy?" half of them yelled in disbelief and instantly covered their mouths remembering that they shouldn't scream. Luffy continued unbothered. "Oleg is the only decent navigator here who can get us out of the calm belt, right? Anyone not with him will just get lost and die in the calm belt even if the Sea Kings don't attack them." "Well, you're not wrong," the captain said, unsure of how to respond but shook his head when he realized just what Luffy was proposing. "Still, you want to fight?" He gestured to the ferocious Sea Kings ripping and chewing parts of their ship. "Them?" "Yep." Luffy grinned knowing it would be a great fight as he grabbed the oars and started rowing towards the Sea Kings. The people in his boat all started screaming and dissuading him, but when he didn't stop, they jumped off and swam to the other boats leaving him all alone. "Come back, you'll kill yourself. Luffy, don't." Most of them had become good friends with him and were trying to dissuade him but Luffy just continued rowing towards the Sea Kings. "Shut up, all of you," the captain yelled at his crew before looking at Luffy with teary eyes. "This young man is sacrificing his life to buy us some time so that we could all escape." The rest of them went wide-eyed as they wrongly realized that that was exactly what Luffy was trying to do and became teary-eyed too. And soon, all of them started sobbing and praising him. "Oh Luffy, brave young man. I knew he was a great man. He always made us laugh. Luffy. Do you have any last words? I'll make sure to relay it to the people back at your home." Some of them started saying that they should go to him and get him back but the captain silenced their protests by saying, "Do you want to make light of his sacrifice? He's doing this for us and you want to throw it all in his face?" Luffy, on the other hand, was internally chuckling hearing them come to all sorts of conclusions, but he was more interested in fighting the monstrosities in front of him to care about correcting them, so ignored them. As he got closer, the Sea Kings stared at him and he waved at them with a smile. "Yo, I'm Luffy. Nice to meet ya." As Luffy expected, not even a second later, one of them started moving towards him with its jaw open intent on devouring him. Luffy cracked his knuckles with a grin as it came closer and started winding his arm up. She, this is gonna bowl," he yelled as he launched his fist at the approaching Sea King's jaw, making its head snap upwards. "Groa!" The Sea King roared in pain as it got shoved back and before it could even reorient itself, Luffy airwalked right in front of its face. Just as the Sea King's head came down, it saw the grinning face of Luffy and a very long stretched arm behind him. Bullet! Luffy's fist landed right on its forehead making it let out another roar of pain. Luffy sensed something coming from behind him, so quickly kicked off the air just as another Sea King's jaw snapped at where he was a second earlier. He looked at the Sea King's snout that was right below him and got a mischievous idea. He grinned as he wrapped one arm around its snout essentially locking its mouth shut. The Sea King was surprised and shook its head sideways trying to shake him off which only made Luffy swing wildly in the air. Several Sea Kings, all similar in size, had come near them while Luffy was swinging around wildly, so he took that opportunity to use the momentum of the swinging against them as he whipped a number of Sea Kings one by just stretching his limbs and letting the Sea King do all the work. The Sea King he had wrapped his arm around stopped when it realized what was happening and growled dangerously at him. Luffy didn't care as he then landed on another Sea King's head and yanked the one he had wrapped his arm around towards himself, which resulted in the two Sea Kings crashing into one another. "Parkour, parkour!" Luffy cried out in glee as he jumped from one Sea King to the next whipping and stomping them any chance he got while all the Sea Kings scrambled to get a bite out of him. He kept making them crash into one another, thereby starting fights amongst them, as he laughed and dodged any attacks from them while delivering blow after blow. He mainly targeted their forehead or the area right between their eyes where it would hurt them the most and also leave them dazed for a short while. Their hides were extremely thick, so anywhere else on their body would need much harder punches and kicks to hurt them in any way. After a few minutes of fighting, he had successfully gotten the attention of all the Sea Kings that had initially attacked their cargo ship, and when he glanced towards the side, he saw that the two boats were moving away at a fast pace with not even a single Sea King following them. His plan had worked. All he had to do now was to keep them occupied for a bit longer until the boats were sufficiently far away, and then he could just jump high up and airwalk back to the boats. Fortunately, the massive Sea Kings just stayed in place without interfering as the smaller ones were all fighting Luffy. Unfortunately though, one of the Sea Kings Luffy was fighting suddenly turned its attention towards the two escaping boats. Knowing that they would die if he let it go, he landed on one of the dazed Sea King's head before biting into his thumb. Gear 3rd. All of the Sea King's eyes bulged out when a sudden giant arm manifested out of nowhere and watched in bewilderment as Luffy's giant hand grabbed the head of the Sea King that was about to head towards the boats. Groa? The Sea King whined in shock and confusion as it felt a hand grabbing its head and then felt itself being lifted out of the sea. Luffy groaned as he put all his strength into lifting the Sea King, and then swung it in an arc above his head before whipping it onto another Sea King. Gum Gum Sea King Hammer, he yelled while grinning as he used the poor Sea King as a battering ram against its brethren. The Sea King he was standing on was still in a daze, so Luffy kept going. It was very straining as his Gear 3 arm was already heavy and he was adding the weight of the Sea King on top of it, but he still wanted to do it because it seemed fun. Sea King after Sea King got slammed into by one of their own as Luffy continued the onslaught. The Sea Kings didn't know what was happening until it was too late, and the first one he had aimed at had comically gaped right before it got rammed into. The others, of course, tried to escape, but since they were all gathered in one spot because of trying to get a bite out of Luffy earlier, they were all in Luffy's attack range. After the fourth one got rammed into though, they finally wizened up and started diving back into the sea. The one Luffy was standing on also regained its senses and dived into the sea, so he lost his foothold too. That's it I guess, he sighed, letting go of the Sea King in his giant hand, which plopped down into the sea foaming at the mouth and slowly drowned. Luffy kept jumping in the air knowing that his Gear 3 was gonna end soon and he needed a solid platform to land on because he would shrink and wouldn't be able to airwalk in that form. He looked towards the two boats which were very far by now and realized he wouldn't be able to get to them in time. He looked around for the small boat he had been on and after not finding it, concluded that it had been destroyed by the fight. Thankfully, all his belongings were on him in a small sling bag that went across his chest. As he kept looking around for a solid platform, a Sea King suddenly popped up right from below him at an incredible speed and tried to gobble him up. It was incredibly fast and had probably charged up from way below the surface. If Luffy didn't have observation, he would have definitely been swallowed up, but fortunately, he sensed the attack from below and managed to dodge it, just barely though, as his giant hand was a hindrance. Luffy was just about to punch the Sea King when another Sea King suddenly popped out the same way, which he again barely managed to dodge. But then another Sea King's tail suddenly emerged from the sea and whipped him hard. Luffy sensed the attack too late and found himself soaring through the air, and at the same time, started deflating coming out of his Gear 3. The force of the tail whip plus the expulsion of air from his mouth made him soar through the sky in chaotic circles while his eyes tried to desperately search for a solid platform to land on. That's when he caught sight of the massive Sea Kings that hadn't moved since they had surfaced. There were 3 of them and they were all just bathing in the sun without caring much for anything else. They were pretty close too, and seeing how they were the only things he could stand on, he launched one hand at the largest one and pulled himself onto its head. It was just in time too, because as soon as he landed on its head, he plopped down panting hard in his shrunken form. Thankfully, the massive Sea King didn't even register that he had landed on its head, while all the smaller Sea Kings that had taken a beating from him slowly re-emerged from the sea and stared at him from below. But they didn't do anything else. Guess they're scared of the big one and don't want to disturb it? Sea Kings were never really explored much in the story, but they all seemed to have their own personalities, so the one he was on currently probably didn't like it when someone disturbed its sunbathing, and the smaller ones were probably too scared to disturb it. He shrugged, just happy that he was safe for now, and looked for the boats, They were pretty far away, almost looking like dots on the horizon, but he could still see it, so he wasn't worried about getting lost. And all the smaller sea kings just stared at him from below, not at all interested in anything else but him. That sure was fun. He fell on his back grinning. He just had to rest for a few minutes now to return to his original state, and then he could just airwalk his way back to the boats. But then he suddenly realized that since the sea kings seemed to be interested in him, wouldn't they just follow him? Just as a few minutes passed by and his body became normal again, he was sitting and wondering how to escape without the sea kings spotting him when all the sea kings that were eyeing him suddenly snorted in unison and turned their backs on him. Some dived back into the sea while others swam nude to sunbathe. What just happened? He wondered, looking around for anything that could have maybe spooked them, but didn't find anything. He looked at the massive sea king he was perched upon and saw that one of its eyes was open and trained on him. He was sitting on its elongated snout, so its eyes could perfectly see him, and it was looking right at him, not like a predator or in any hostile way, but just a normal stare. "Did you tell the smaller ones to go away?" he asked, and waited for a response but didn't get any. He crossed his arms and legs, and wanting to really talk to the Sea King, he started thinking about the voice of all things. When Leo died, there wasn't much in the story about the power, but his story counterpart had heard Zunesha talking and also transmitted a message to Momo telepathically during the Onigashima raid. But it had looked like even Beppo and the Heart Pirates had heard him, so it was unclear if it was an application of voice of all things where he could just transmit messages to anyone, or if it was some other application of Conquerors. So he had no clue. Logically, it was a power that he should have currently too, as it didn't seem like he had to train in any sort of way to unlock it. Momo was a child and he had still done it, so physical strength didn't matter. Mental strength probably played a role, as it gave headaches to Story Luffy whenever he heard the voice, but he wasn't sure about that either. Story Luffy's first instance of hearing Sea Kings was in Fishman Island, unless fillers were to be considered. Then it would be him understanding Grandpa Ryu during the Warship Island arc. Luffy was spiraling into all sorts of theories, so shook his thoughts of the story away and concentrated on his current self. He looked at the massive Sea King watching him and felt like maybe it was trying to tell him something. Did the others stop and go away because the big one told them to? If so, why? Was it because it could sense something in me? That I possessed the voice? Or was it because it was amused that someone small like me had beaten them all? Or did it not like that so many Sea Kings were ganging up on me? The boats were still visible in the distance, so he thought he could afford a few more minutes and see if he could somehow hear it talking. "Hello," he said, standing up and waving at the Sea King with a smile, who still had an eye on him. "Can you try talking to me? I want to see if I can hear you." The Sea King focused its eyes on him more clearly now, but nothing else happened. If you were talking, I can't hear you." The Sea King didn't make any movement, and Luffy tilted his head, thinking hard. "Voice of all things?" he said, hoping to get some sort of reaction from it, but it just stayed silent and unmoving. "Can you transmit something to me telepathically? Can you understand what I'm saying?" No reaction. But then he said something that got a very massive reaction out of it. "Joy Boy?" Just as the word left his mouth, the Sea King jerked violently and both its eyes widened with shock, looking intensely at Luffy. It started almost swaying and its body started trembling as if unable to control its excitement. "Okay, that certainly seems to have gotten a reaction out of you," Luffy chuckled, seeing the almost childlike enthusiasm in its eyes. "So that means something to you, right? Can you now try talking to me? Is it telepathic? Voice-based? Or have you been doing it but I'm not able to hear you?" It just stared at him while Luffy stared back, wondering if it was saying something. The silence stretched on for a few seconds when the Sea King's body suddenly stopped trembling with excitement and went still. Then, to Luffy's confusion, its eyes narrowed at him as if it was angry, and it started growling. And a growl from this massive Sea King was very loud. "I shouldn't have said Joy Boy?" he questioned himself with apprehension before the Sea King shook its snout violently, making Luffy fall off. He airwalked in front of it, hoping to understand what had made it angry, and tried to start a dialogue. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did wrong. I shouldn't have said that name. I don't know much about the name either and what it exactly represents." He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence when its massive tail suddenly and quickly emerged from the sea and whipped him. Thwack! His observation didn't even have a chance to sense the attack coming before he got sent flying far away by the sheer force. The earlier tail whip from the smaller Sea King was a love tap compared to this one as he flew far and fast. He tried to use airwalk to stop the momentum, but the speed was much too great for it to work. "I'm blasting off, man, is this what Team Rocket feels like every time?" He trailed off with a sigh, not even getting amused by his own attempt to lighten the mood. The attack was unexpected and painful, and he realized that there was no way he could defeat such a massive Sea King the way he was now. He was thankful that they hadn't interfered while he was fighting the smaller ones. As he flew, he wondered just what had gone wrong. It was probably trying to tell him something, but when he wasn't able to hear it, it got angry. Did it think I was fooling it? Wouldn't it get confused rather than angry if I knew the name, Joy Boy, but didn't hear it? Had someone else tried that before? Was there a precedent? He didn't have enough information to come to any conclusion, so shelved the topic for now. And that's when he realized a major problem and his face paled. He had been whipped so far by the Sea King that he couldn't see it anymore, which meant he didn't know where the boats were anymore. No, he paled as he desperately tried harder to stop his momentum by kicking the air. After a few tries, he slowed down considerably and finally managed to stop. While airwalking in place, he started turning in every direction, hoping that he was still close enough to spot the Sea Kings, but alas, he couldn't see them. He started airwalking towards where he had flown in from and also jumped higher to get a better vantage point. A couple of minutes later, he could just make out tiny points on the horizon that looked like Sea Kings and let out a massive sigh of relief. He tried to look for the boats but didn't spot them anywhere, so decided to go near the Sea Kings and then try to spot the boats from there. He would, of course, be high above the surface of the sea, out of range of any attacks from the Sea Kings. He also sucked in huge amounts of air before blowing it out to propel himself through the air in conjunction with airwalk. That way, he could fly in the air for a much longer time without straining his legs too much. He was glad that this was the calm belt where there were virtually no winds. Anywhere else, he wouldn't be able to pull this stunt for long as the wind resistance would be too high. As he got closer though, he could finally make out the appearances of the Sea Kings and realized in horror that this was a different group. Panic slowly started to set in when he started looking around, turning in every direction, jumping as high as possible to spot any signs of the earlier group of Sea Kings or the boats, but he was out of luck. He gulped in apprehension as he made his way towards the group of Sea Kings he had found and landed on the biggest one, which didn't even notice him. He sat down cross-legged and sighed deeply as he looked into the vast blueness that stretched on endlessly. He was lost. He was completely lost in the calm belt. The fuck do I do now? It had been a week since Luffy got lost in the calm belt. He had fortunately found a few broken pieces of a ship on the Sea Kings he had found at the beginning and had grabbed it to use as a raft. It was just a small square-shaped piece of wood on which he could barely lie down on, but it worked as a flotation device. And thus, he had drifted in the calm blue sea. He wasn't aimlessly going in a random direction either, as he was using the eternal poses he had to NATO an island in the Grand Line. So if he followed the pose, he would eventually exit the calm belt and enter the Grand Line, but with his lack of a boat, he would capsize instantly. So, he was going in the opposite direction to where the pose pointed. That way, he would cross the calm belt and exit to the east blue. But then again, the islands could be lined up such that he was going parallelly to the calm belt or lined up such that he was taking a very long diagonal path across the belt. So he wasn't sure how long it would take for him to exit it, or if he was even going to exit it. The deviations on the pose were too small too, so he could just be going around in circles too and he would never know. He just hoped his luck would help him here and rode opposite to where the pose was pointing to. He did jump high up from time to time and see if he could spot anything, but apart from 3 more Sea King groups sunbathing, he had found nothing over the entire week. Whenever he found a Sea King group, he airwalked to the largest one and tried to talk to it. He, of course, didn't mention Joy Boy, but he tried to just communicate with them, hoping that he could befriend one and then they could give him a ride out of the calm belt. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hear anything and was unable to communicate with them. He still kept trying to concentrate though and even meditated, hoping that he could eventually hear them. He was more of an instinctual learner and his powers usually unlocked in stressful and necessary situations, so he was sure if he was desperate enough, he would eventually unlock it. He had found food only 3 times during the week, and it was when he found the different Sea King groups. Some had wounds on them with exposed flesh, so just before he left the group, He quickly ripped a small chunk of flesh from the wounds and walked away as fast as possible. He needn't have bothered though, as the Sea Kings hadn't even noticed him. Being all alone on such a calm sea, not knowing if he would ever get out, was terrifying, to be honest. At nights especially. Unnatural silence surrounded him, as he couldn't hear any waves as there weren't any, couldn't hear any wind as there wasn't any. The only saving grace at those times were the stars and the moon. The tiny amount of light they splashed on this part of the sea was the only thing that kept him from going insane. Things finally changed on the 8th day though. Early morning, just as the sun rose, Luffy's observation flared up and he saw a reptilian sea king emerging from the sea just meters away from him. It had greenish-brown scales and looked like a reptile, more like a dinosaur really, with huge jagged teeth and fierce-looking eyes. Thankfully, it was the only one that had surfaced and wasn't enormous either. Oy vey, Luffy sighed when it spotted him and instantly came right for him. His makeshift raft probably looked like debris floating on the sea from below the surface, so he wasn't spotted that way. But he would of course be spotted when it emerged from the sea and then spotted him sitting on it. "Hey, can you please talk to me?" he asked as he jumped from his raft and hovered in the air. But it didn't stop and came right at him with its maw open. Seeing that it wasn't responsive, he didn't waste any time as he launched a gum-gum bullet right into its maw, making its head snap the other way. The Sea King groaned in pain and was stunned that it got hit, and more importantly that it hurt. It glared at Luffy after creating some distance between them, now more cautious of the prey, and started circling him. He again tried concentrating and tried to hear it speaking but wasn't able to. "Why do you want to eat me?" he whined when it lunged at him again, and he dodged. "I'm the size of an ant to you, so what would eating me even achieve?" The Sea King huffed, creating a gust of wind, seemingly understanding him, and that's when Luffy felt a sudden pang of pain shoot through his head. He heard what sounded like gibberish noises, but in between, he thought he could make out a word. Punched. Luffy was surprised when he heard a word and his face split into a massive grin as he thought that he had finally unlocked his power. In the story, he would always get confused and kept screaming, "Who's there?" whenever he heard a voice, but currently, he was calmer and knew exactly what was happening. He thought that he could finally start a dialogue with it, so asked excitedly, "Punched? You're mad I punched you?" He was hoping the Sea King would talk more, but it suddenly lunged at him with its maw open, which Luffy of course dodged. Wait, I can hear why." He tried to talk as he kept dodging its attacks, but it didn't care as it kept attacking. He decided he would beat it first and then talk to it, so started retaliating. But the Sea King immediately dived back into the sea when it looked like Luffy was getting serious, leaving a jumping Luffy in the air. Luffy sensed the creature with vigilance, not knowing from where it would pop out, but it just kept swimming underwater randomly. When he finally realized where exactly it was going, he cursed himself. It was going for his lifeline. His only saving grace, the broken piece of wood that had kept him afloat and alive. Before he could stretch his arm to grab it, it was swallowed up by the Sea King. He kept kicking the air every 2 seconds, making sure to keep himself calm and balanced so that he could keep the airwalk up for as long as possible. But seeing his raft get destroyed, he panicked, knowing he needed something else to float on. He eyed the scales, the teeth, the eyeballs of the Sea King that had resurfaced in front of him and wondered if they floated. He didn't think they would, but he had to try at least. He was running on a timer too, as he was losing stamina every second he spent in the air. So he quickly flung both his arms back and launched a gum-gum bazooka right in between its eyes faster than it could even blink. The Sea King roared in pain as it got shoved backwards by his forceful attack. Luffy didn't let up as he kept maneuvering in the air and launched a gum-gum stamp right on its head, followed by a gum-gum spear which tore off a few pieces of its scales, which promptly fell into the sea. He watched hopefully if the scales floated, but unfortunately, they sunk. The Sea King was initially overwhelmed and shocked that such a small human was hurting it, but soon its battle instinct awoke too, and finally saw the human in front of it as an equal instead of just prey. It saw his stretching limbs going for its mouth, and when it found a chance, bit into one. Luffy suddenly found one of his legs in the mouth of the Sea King and his face paled. The Sea King then spun its head, taking Luffy on a wide arc before slamming him into the surface of the water. Seeing the quickly approaching sea surface, Luffy quickly flung both his arms behind him, and just as he was about to crash into the surface, used a gum-gum bazooka right on it. The force of the attack pushed him back up, and he immediately launched a fist at the surprised Sea King. The punch connected and it roared, opening its mouth slightly, which was all he needed to yank his foot out. Thankfully, there were no puncture wounds on his leg and looked like it was just stuck between its teeth. He then jumped higher to get out of its range and calmed himself. He stared at the Sea King, who looked angry that its plan hadn't worked, and knew he had to run away from it. He had almost died then. All it had to do was just dive into the water after catching one of his limbs again and he would be done for. He could use Gear Third and finish it in one punch, but he would then shrink and also lose most of his strength afterwards, so he wouldn't be able to use airwalk for a few minutes at least. Which would mean certain death in his situation. Thus, he started airwalking away in a random direction, hoping to find something else. He groaned when he saw that the Sea King was following him closely. "Looks like you want to fight, huh? Just let MTAND on, and you'll get a fight." He kept airwalking for a few minutes and was already feeling the strain in his legs. He was also sucking in huge amounts of air before blowing it out with force to propel him more in a single jump, thus reducing the burden on his legs somewhat. It would be great if I had a wingsuit right about now. Do they even have wingsuits in this world? He thought as he flew in the air. He could just jump high and then glide everywhere, only using airwalk from time to time, and thus save a lot of energy while also being in the air for much longer. But then he remembered that he was in the calm belt where there were no winds, so a wingsuit wouldn't be that useful, but still, anywhere else, it would be tremendously helpful, and not to mention, he would look super cool gliding in the air. He promised himself that he would definitely get himself a wingsuit when he made it out of this predicament alive. He kept airwalking, thinking about random things to keep his mind off of the pain he felt in his legs. It was already over its limit and he could feel his leg muscles tearing and screaming for rest. Airwalk was meant to be used just for short bursts of time, not continuously for an hour like he was currently doing. Using just airwalk, he would have reached his limit long ago, but as he also kept sucking and blowing air to propel himself, it alleviated some stress and thus, he was able to go on for so long. But he was reaching his limit. His legs were bleeding by now as small tears had opened up and were already feeling like they were failing. But Luffy kept on jumping. He was forcing his body to obey his mind as he couldn't let himself die here. And thankfully, his persistence paid off as he soon spotted a small dot on the horizon. Yes. He cheered and immediately started going in that direction with increased vigor. It could be another group of Sea Kings sunbathing, a boat or a ship, but he didn't care as long as it was something that let him stand and rest for a few hours. A few minutes later, he finally could make out that it was a ship, causing him to cheer more, and a few more minutes after that, his enthusiasm dipped as he saw that it was two ships being pulled by sea serpents. God fucking damn it. Luffy cursed, realizing who the ships belonged to. Why God, why? I don't want to meet Hancock. Of all the people in the world, why her? He definitely did not want to run into her, but he sighed in acceptance, knowing he had no other choice currently. As he got closer to the ships, the more he felt anxious to meet Hancock. His legs, which were already pushed way past their limits and were barely holding on because of his strong resolve, faltered when his mind faltered. One jump in the sky failed and he found himself falling. He tried to kick with the other leg and it worked, but the next kick failed again. Fucking work, legs, don't fail me when I'm this close, he cursed as he kept kicking and trying to stabilize himself in the air. He fell a good few meters but managed to stabilize himself and continued jumping, but because of this little mishap, he was closer to the surface of the sea now, in range of the Sea King that was still following him. He sensed the tail coming at him way too late as he only had the time to turn his head in its direction before he was slammed with a tremendous amount of force. The Sea King had whipped him with its tail again. Stop with the tail whipping already. He found himself flying at an incredible speed, his vision blurry because of it, but thankfully he had his observation and it looked like luck was on his side as he was sent flying towards the Kuja ship. He felt his body crash into the deck as he heard the clear cracking and splintering of wood, and also heard loud surprised yelps from women. Before he could sigh in relief that he had landed somewhere solid, he felt something hit him hard right in his stomach, halting his momentum, in fact reversing it, and he found himself being flung away again the same way he had flown in. He only saw a very long leg dislodging from his stomach just before he got flung back and realized that someone on the ship had just kicked him back. He definitely wasn't expecting that but didn't have time to think about it as he sensed that he was getting closer to the reptilian Sea King. He already had the momentum, so thought he could use it to attack the Sea King, so adjusted his body to punch it, but his speed was too great for him to get a good stance and the Sea King again tail whipped him back towards the ship. Are you kidding me right now? He tried to desperately stop his momentum with airwalk but just wasn't successful because of the speed. He laid eyes on the ship that he was fast approaching and internally gasped when he saw a tall black-haired woman standing on deck, and he was heading straight at her. The woman casually lifted her hand just before Luffy crashed into her and caught him by his neck. Luffy felt his neck being tightened in a death grip, but since his body was rubber, his head and body comically stretched, continuing its inertial movement, which resulted in his body crashing into her body and his head bashing against her head before they snapped back. Cold and dark eyes, long eyelashes that accentuated her face, black silky locks of hair that flowed down to her chin which framed her face beautifully, her high forehead which was currently turning a bit red courtesy of the headbutt, gold snake-shaped earrings that gently moved as her face moved from side to side as her annoyed eyes studied him. It was the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock, and he had just unintentionally smashed his head against hers. The only thought running through Luffy's mind then was, Fook. Luffy liked Hancock from the story. She's bitchy at the beginning with how she kicks cute puppies and kittens, treats her own people like garbage and turns them into stone. But she does get better once her heart melts because of him. She was amazing, strong, and seeing her in real life made him realize that her title as the world's most beautiful woman was deserving of her. But he wanted to avoid the whole falling in love thing. He definitely did not want her to fall in love with him. It was just giving her false hope, as he had no intention of ever seriously considering a relationship, let alone marriage. He wanted to go on adventures, always be on the seas, and only after he became the Pirate King would he even consider the idea of a romantic relationship. She was an amazing woman and she deserved better than someone who couldn't reciprocate the kind of intense feelings she got for him in the story. And so, he had decided that he would do everything in his power to avoid meeting her if possible, but if they did end up meeting, he would befriend her because she's very cool and he would love to have her as a friend, but make sure not to say things that would make her fall in love with him romantically. Sorry, was the first thing he said to her when she started rubbing her forehead with her free hand. How dare why? She began, but a loud feral growl came from behind Luffy, interrupting her, and he turned his head around 180 degrees on reflex, before realizing what he had done and cursed himself. He didn't miss the slight twitch of her hand still holding onto his neck. Did she just flinch because of the unnatural head twist? Or is she mad I ignored her and turned? I hope it's the first one. He shook his paranoid thoughts away as he saw the reptilian Sea King in the distance still glaring at him, but not coming anywhere near them. The sea serpents that were pulling the ships growled softly and the reptilian Sea King just huffed and dived back in. Okay, guess that's that, Luffy thought as he turned his head back and looked at Hancock, who was looking at him with anger and annoyance. Now gotta deal with this. Hi. Thanks for saving me. Hancock scowled in disgust as if just hearing his voice made her skin crawl, and dropped him. Luffy felt his feet touching the deck and thought his legs gave out and he fell to his knees. How dare you intrude upon the Kuja ship? Two other women growled, coming forward brandishing their swords and naganatas at him. Did I look like I had a choice? Luffy deadpanned, giving them unimpressed gazes, only now noticing the dozens of other women that were on deck. Even recognizing a few faces from the story. The Sea King just punted me here. How unsightly, Hancock cut in, silencing everyone. Not only do you intrude upon our ship, but you also have the gall to attack me? I'm sorry. Luffy bowed his head to her. That was just a mistake, as you probably know. And I'm completely lost in the comm belt, so I came towards your ship when I spoke. Silence, Hancock declared loudly, making him sigh internally. Get rid of this man right now, she simply said to the others as she turned and walked back towards a cabin door, not even giving him a second glance. Yes, Snake Princess. The others practically sang, and Luffy willed his legs to move as he tried to stand up. At this point in the story, and before he changes her with his words and actions, Hancock was quite cruel and doesn't even mind killing her own people. He knew there was no talking to her, and in the state he was in, the others would just kill him immediately. He stretched his arm and grabbed the top of the mast before pulling himself up. He stood on top of the sails, his legs protesting for rest as he studied the entire deck of the ship. His hand stretched? Did you see that? Did his hand really stretch? The women freaked out over his devil fruit powers while he studied the layout and weapons of everyone. There were at least 30 women on deck, all warriors, the best of the best from their entire tribe, and they were all gonna try to kill him in a few seconds. There was no possible way he could actually get out of this without a fight unless he revealed to Hancock that he knew about her brandmark and history, and he wasn't gonna stoop that low. Even if he did, she would most probably personally kill him the moment he mentioned it. And Hancock was leagues stronger than himself, so he wouldn't be able to resist. Hancock had also stopped when she saw that he was a fruit user and realized that the earlier headbutt was unintentional as she stared at him with her dark calculating eyes. "Get back down here so that we can kill you," one of the warriors shouted just as another threw a spear at him. Luffy caught the spear when he saw multiple women also pulling their hands back intent on launching spears at him. The rain of spears and also arrows started and he deflected them all with the spear he had caught while trying to maintain a steady foothold as his legs were shaking. His stomach was also rumbling, so he needed food more than anything now as fighting them all on an empty stomach was suicidal. "I can just leave if you let me rest a couple of hours," he yelled at Hancock, who was still staring at him. "You're a Marine?" Hancock glowered as she saw him using Iron Body to tank some of the projectiles being launched at him, and also saw him airwalking earlier. "Hell no, I'm not a Marine," he yelled back on reflex. "You're clearly using Marine techniques. You're a liar too, I see, like all men. Just because first use a Marine technique doesn't mean that I'm a Marine. I just saw Marines using it and learned it by myself. I'm a pirate." "Quite, man. It does not matter whether you are a Marine or not. You still intruded upon our ship where no man is allowed to step one foot on, so you have to die." "I had no choice. I was lost in the comm belt for days," he whined. "Can't you make an exception? It's not like we're on Amazon Lily, right? We're on the sea on a she." "Stop talking," Hancock coldly ordered before flicking her hair back and looking at her warriors. They didn't need her to say anything to get the message, "Kill him," as they nodded their heads saying, "Yes, Snake Princess." Luffy sighed tiredly. He knew she wouldn't budge, so just focused on his legs, knowing he would have to fight his way out of this. One of his legs was useless as it was bleeding profusely with vessels burst internally, while the other was just a few jumps away from becoming useless too. He looked around himself and other than the other Kuja ship, there was nothing in sight. He thought of just running somewhere inside the ship and hiding for some time, but they had hockey, so that wouldn't work either. Fortunately or unfortunately, his solution came in the form of surprised yelps of shock from the women on the other ship. Many were standing on the deck while pointing at him with bewilderment and curious eyes. He didn't have time to think as to why they were acting like that as a person jumped from that ship and landed on the mast right across from him. A huge head, green glossy hair, a snake-like tongue sticking out of her mouth, and beautiful mesmerizing green eyes. It was Boa Sandersonia. "A man?" she questioned, tilting her head. "How did you get here?" "Sonia," Hancock called out, getting her attention, and only then did Sandersonia seem to notice that she was also on deck. "Aw sister, get rid of the man," she said dismissively before turning on her heel and retired into her room, having had enough with Luffy. "Yes, sister," Sandersonia nodded politely before looking back at Luffy, who just sighed deeply before getting into a fighting stance. "You want to fight?" she asked, amused. She had already noticed his legs and knew that he was in no condition to fight. "Not really, but you are trying to kill me, so I have no choice." "Why did you even come here then? Thought you could kidnap one of us?" she asked with a glare, but it turned into confusion when she heard what he said next. "A Sea King punted me here." "Huh? Were you asleep or something? Everyone here saw that. The Sea King and Hancock even played a round of tennis using me as the ball." Sandersonia actually laughed at that. "You're kidding, right?" "No, Sandersonia-sama. The man speaks the truth," one of the warriors informed. "He was whipped here by a Sea King. Also, his arms stretch unnaturally long." "Damn, I wish I had seen that. I was below deck," she said amusedly, clicking her tongue. "And you stretch?" "Yep," Luffy said, demonstrating it by stretching his lips, causing the women to get more bewildered. "Oh, I see." He saw that she was at least hearing him out, so tried to bargain with her. "Can we not do this? I was lost in the comm belt for more than a week now and I finally found you. Just let me rest for a couple of hours, maybe give me a broken piece of wood to use as a boat and some food and directions, and I'll leave." "No can do. Sister has spoken. Sandersonia shook her head sadly. She could at least sympathize with his situation and thought he was really pitiful to have garnered her sister's ire. Guess I have no choice then. I can't die here, he sighed as he removed the sling bag hanging on his chest and threw it in the crow's nest to keep it safe before getting into his fighting stance. It's cute that you think you have a chance. Sandersonia lunged at him, intent on punching him into the sea and ending the fight quickly. But Luffy moved his upper body just enough so that he dodged her before delivering an uppercut to her chin. She was too surprised by the fact that he had dodged to even notice his hand coming at her, and thus, she was caught off guard and got shoved off of the top of the sails. The others were stunned at seeing one of the strongest warriors being punched, but Luffy knew that that hadn't done much to her. She was just caught off guard and had just lost her balance, that's all. As he expected, she jumped back within a couple of seconds while smiling. So you have hockey too? That's rare for such a young person like you. She lunged at him again, being more careful this time. Luffy sidestepped and punched, aiming at her face again, but she dodged that quite easily and aimed a kick at his legs. Luffy spun around her, dodging the kick while aiming an elbow jab into her stomach, which she swatted away before bringing head, intent on slamming him down. But Luffy sensed that and kicked off the ground to accelerate and headbutt her in the stomach, making her go off balance again. She jumped back, surprised by the short spat. Pretty impressive observation too. We're almost evenly matched, Sandersonia praised. Nah, I'm better, Luffy smirked. I'm not using my legs much, so even with that handicap, I can still keep up with you. I just wasn't serious yet. Let me show you how I am when I'm serious, she smiled, disappearing from Luffy's sight before he suddenly felt a very hard punch right in his gut. He got flung down towards the deck where he crashed unceremoniously, and before he could even think, he saw Sonia flying straight at him with her leg outstretched. He turned and barely managed to dodge her kick before lifting his left hand defensively as he sensed Sonia's punch. He then sensed a kick aimed at his legs, which he tried to intercept, but his legs were too slow and he felt the hockey-coated kick connect on his leg. He grit his teeth in frustration, feeling the pain course through him. So this is what hockey-infused attacks feel like. So, what do you have to say now? She said in a mocking tone. Who said I was serious? Luffy smirked at her before activating Gear 2. His body started steaming and Sandersonia's eyes widened as he disappeared from her sight, but soon saw Luffy's eyes just centimeters away from her own before her forehead exploded with pain as he had just head-butted her. Luffy didn't let up on the attack as he grabbed her shoulders before throwing his head back and slammed his head against hers again, disorienting her. He didn't let go of her shoulders as he stretched his legs behind him and delivered a jet stamp straight into her gut. He then wound his legs around her waist before falling back. He twisted his upper body multiple times before his hands touched the deck, and while doing a handstand, he lifted her off the deck using his legs and then let his body unwind, thus creating a lot of momentum before slamming her into the deck head first. The deck broke and created a hole to the below deck through which Sandersonia and Luffy fell. This had all happened in the span of 3 seconds, and Sandersonia was too disoriented from the headbutt to notice anything else. She was still in a daze because of the continuous attacks to her head, and since they were below deck, Luffy ran away intent on finding food. He needed every ounce of energy to get out of his current predicament, so he limped around following his nose to sniff out any morsel of food. Almost all the women on the ship had gathered on deck to get a glance at him earlier, so the inside was pretty empty. His nose soon led him to the kitchen, which was filled with all sorts of food, and he happily devoured sack after sack of food in the pantry, not even seeing what he was eating. He only spotted that there were cooks at the counter cutting up some vegetables after he was done with his 4th sack, and noticed that they were all staring at him with their mouths agape. Hi? I'm just gonna eat some stuff, Kaya, a man? One finally screamed while some of the others brought out their weapons. He was hoping the cooks wouldn't be combat warriors at least, but it looked like a majority of them were warriors. But compared to Sandersonia, these were weaklings, so he continued stuffing his face in hoping to consume as much as possible before everyone else showed up because of the scream. The cooks didn't attack as they were too shocked watching Luffy stretch his mouth unnaturally wide and just shove everything at once before gulping it down. By the time the others arrived, Luffy had bulged up considerably and was now looking like a blown-up balloon. That was delicious. You guys are good, Luffy praised them, patting his bulged-up stomach. The ones who came in hearing the commotion also stood still staring in shock. It was only when Sandersonia came that things changed. "What the heck? How did you become so fat?" "Just ate," Luffy answered before getting on his feet and compressing all the food into energy. His body took just 5 seconds to transform from its bulged-up state back to its normal state, and he again got into a fighting stance seeing how he was pretty much surrounded. "Okay, your body is weird," Sandersonia said with a weird look. "Are all men like this?" another asked. "Of course not," another shouted. "I've seen men before. They definitely could not do whatever he just did." "Then how is this possible?" Before Luffy could say anything, Sonia immediately pounced on him. Luffy, now with more energy, was faster and immediately activated Gear 2. He started dodging and attacking as fast and hard as he could while trying to use armament too. It only worked sometimes, like 1 in 20 punches. He would successfully use a hockey-coated fist, but it was still way too weak. He still hadn't quite grasped the concept and wondered if he could learn anything from the current fight. He tried to feel how it felt whenever Sonia attacked him with hockey-coated attacks and started learning. The two continued to fight, making a complete mess of the kitchen as tables and benches were thrown everywhere. Sonia was in her human form and she couldn't perform any attacks that would damage the ship, so she wasn't using her full strength. And that gave Luffy a fighting chance against her. Even if her hockey-coated attacks hurt a lot, he saw it as a training exercise and tried to desperately coat himself in hockey too so that her attacks wouldn't hurt him too much. Again, it only worked once every few times. The other women also started attacking with arrows and spears soon, so Luffy had to dodge all those while also fighting Sonia. Some came at him with fists too, and he used that against them by dodging at the last second and making them attack each other. They were veteran warriors though, so that plan didn't work much. He was losing, so decided to change the battlefield. He grabbed one woman who was attacking him and threw her at the others near the door, before quickly using Soru to run out of the kitchen. He got 2 arrows embedded in his back for this little stunt, but he was out in the corridor now where attacks could come from only 2 sides, and it would also hinder Sonia a lot as her huge body would be a downside in such a small space. The fight became easier in the corridor as the spears and arrows could only come from 2 ends, and the small space also meant they couldn't gang up on him. He put up a strong fight for 20 minutes, taking out a warrior one by one, but Sonia was formidable even when her huge body hindered her. She finally grew tired of fighting in such an enclosed space, so made a run at Luffy and kicked him upwards with all the strength she could muster. Luffy broke through the ceiling and found himself outside again and landed on the deck panting hard. He was bleeding from pretty much everywhere, but he was used to fighting in this state. He had trained himself by purposefully putting himself in similar states after all, so he stood back up with unbroken resolve. Sonia also jumped out of the hole and stretched her body. Now this is more like it. Fighting in stuffy places is too constricting. Luffy just stared at her and all the women behind her pulling their bows and spears back, getting ready to attack. This was gonna be an all-out attack by them, and Luffy was in his battered state. He felt his lips twitching upwards at seeing such a hopeless situation though. "Why are you smiling?" Sonia asked, bewildered and thinking he had something up his sleeve. "I've been feeling rather hopeless these past few days, getting lost, having my raft eaten, having a sea king chase me when I couldn't fight back. It was frustrating to say the least. I'm more of a punch my problems kind of guy, so when I couldn't punch the sea king, I was really pissed, but now I find myself in another hopeless situation. But this time?" Luffy raised his fist with a smirk. "I can punch my problems." "You're weird. Most people would be begging for their lives or trying to run away. I'll come out of this stronger than before. Haven't really fought a strong opponent for a while, so this is good exercise." "You're really treating this like an exercise? You do realize you're going to die here, right? You're just extending the inevitable?" "Nah, I can't die until I become the Pirate King." "You, Pirate King? Do you even have a crew?" "Not yet, but I will soon." "Well, sorry to burst your bubble, but you're dying today." Luffy let out a deep breath and relaxed all his muscles as he got ready for the toughest fight of his life yet. "No, thank you." And then the assault began. Arrows and spears were launched continuously at him, which he barely dodged because of his damaged legs. Many warriors leapt at him with their swords and naganatas, and Luffy was deflecting weapons, making them attack each other, tanking hits, running around the deck and making sure he wasn't getting overwhelmed. He kept using his rubber powers to whip and twang his hand to attack many women at once while his legs bled out more and more. Sandersonia mainly kept trying to finish the fight by punching him into the sea, but Luffy was extremely cautious of that, and even if she did manage to punch him hard enough that he got flung off the ship, he would stretch his hands grabbing the railing or bow or anything he could get his hands on, before snapping back and using that momentum against them. He was abusing the hell out of Gear 2 too, as he kept pumping his blood harder and kept using all of his jet attacks while adding twisting limbs infrequently. He had never abused and pushed his body more than he was currently doing, but he was having the time of his life as he was on full autopilot as he dodged, tanked, retaliated and didn't fall down. Everyone could see him abusing his own body, pushing it way over its limit, and many of them felt a sliver of respect flare up inside them. They were warriors after all, and seeing him fighting with all he had against so many opponents with all odds stacked against him made them respect him. They were also ashamed of themselves as they were teaming up against a lone person, who was already heavily injured from the start. The ferocity of their attacks lessened considerably after they realized that weren't fighting with honor. Sandersonia was the most affected as she completely stopped fighting him after seeing his undying resolve. She didn't think he really deserved this. From what she heard, he had actually set foot on their ship by a complete coincidence, swatted by a sea king of all things. He was lost in the calm belt and she knew how precarious that was, but he had still survived and found them. He wasn't behaving disgustingly either like most men they met, who would gawk and stare at them with lust, so that was another plus point about him in her book. On top of all that, the way he fought even with the state his body was in was admirable. She just stood there as she watched the others slow down their attacks too. Things actually came to a standstill after a spear got embedded in one of his legs and he fell to his knee. But much to everyone's surprise and admiration, he kept his fists up despite losing one of his legs and kept his eyes wide open looking for the next attack. The fire in his eyes never left, and even though he was panting hard, it was calm and controlled breathing which wouldn't hinder him. Seeing that no one was attacking, Luffy took that moment to pull the spear out of his knee and threw it down. Blood was literally pooling all around him, but he didn't care as he stared at all of them challengingly. Sandersonia-sama, maybe we should stop? One of the veteran warriors suggested, feeling immense respect for Luffy. I wish to fight him in a one-on-one duel honorably and kill him. Sonia was about to agree with her when an angry voice rang out on the ship, silencing everyone. What is the meaning of this? Hancock said in a cold voice, eyeing the still standing Luffy and then the others. Snake Princess. The others all bowed down in shame for forgetting that she had specifically ordered his execution. A sweat broke out on Sonia's brow as she had totally forgotten that Hancock was even here and she had specifically ordered her to take him down. Sister. Why is that man still standing? I told you to take care of him. Sonia averted her gaze, slightly trying to think of any way to get out of this situation when she caught a glimpse of all the gawking women on the other ship, and a light bulb went off in her head. Sister, this man is strong. Why don't we use him? She said, pointing to the other ship. He should be enough. Hancock eyed Luffy coldly and then at the women on the other ship before shrugging. Very well. It will cut down the time taken to do this disgusting task, so yes. Yes, sister. Sonia bowed before Hancock turned on her heel and went back into her room again. Luffy was utterly confused by the interaction. Use me? He wondered, seeing the other ship full of gawking women and then back at Sonia. As soon as Hancock retired to her room again, Sonia turned back towards him with a smile. Guess you're not dying anytime soon. What are you talking about? I'll explain, but let's get you treated first. Yeah, you look like you're dying. Luffy thought for a moment before shrugging and relaxing his battle stance. It was only now that all the wounds on his body registered in his mind and he grimaced seeing the many wounds. He shrugged it off before trying to Sonia and asking, can I get some food? You just ate the entire kitchen down there, and you're still hungry? Yes. Luffy shamelessly responded. Sonia gawked at the audacity before smacking him in the head. Hey, what was that for? Luffy whined. You're an idiot, I see. Now let's first get you treated before you die. Sure, Sue. Luffy got cut off when she suddenly grabbed him and threw him onto the other ship. Luffy landed with a thud on his back, not being able to use his legs, and after a second, rolled over to get up but froze when he saw a bunch of women staring excitedly at him. An unconscious shiver ran down his spine watching all their eyes, and something told him that he was just caught in some trap. Thankfully, Sonia landed on deck and dispersed the crowd before taking him down to the doctor's office. The doctor was a tall and beautiful blonde who looked to be of the long-legged tribe, as her legs were very long. "A man?" the doctor asked in surprise, but immediately went into doctor mode after spotting all his wounds and started treating him. "My God, what the hell happened to you?" "Believe it or not, he got swatted by a sea king onto the other ship apparently," Sonia answered. "You're kidding me, right?" "Nope. That stupid sea king first devoured my raft and then kept following me for hours," Luffy answered, studying the doctor curiously. She seemed to be a bit different somehow with how she didn't gawk at him like he was a strange creature. "Following you?" the doctor asked as she cleaned all his wounds and grimaced at the truly bad state he was in. "Following you how?" "I was jumping in air to escape it." "You a marine?" Sonia interjected. Luffy became irritated again. "Do they have a monopoly over airwalk or something? I just saw them using it and taught it to myself." "Well, I guess that's true. And it's called moonwalk, I think." "I call it airwalk." "Oh, okay. Then, what are you, and what were you even doing on a raft in the middle of the calm belt?" "I'm a pirate." "Well, not yet technically, as I promised to set out at 17, which is still a few months from now, and I was just going back to East Blue on a cargo ship." Long story short, sea kings emerged, destroyed the ship. I got separated from the crew, drifted alone, and days later, I finally spotted your ships, made a beeline to here, but the sea king tail whipped me right towards this ship. Then Hancock kicked me right back, and then the sea king again whipped me back. I never imagined I would become a ball in an impromptu tennis match between Hancock and a sea king. She, it's funny in hindsight though. Sonia and the doing their ass off when Luffy got to the tennis match part. "Sassa's asa, you have a sense of humor at least," the doctor laughed. She. What happened next?" "Well, the fight started, I guess. And when it was going well, Sonia said some cryptic words of wanting to use me to Hancock, and she agreed to let me live, and here we are." "Oh, you want to use this guy for that?" the doctor said, nodding her head in understanding. "Yeah, and what the hell do you mean it was going well? You were about to die?" "Nah, I still had a few tricks up my sleeve. I would have escaped." "Sure you would have. Why didn't you use it then? Last resort kind of thing. And what the hell does use me mean?" "You'll know soon enough. Is he gonna recover anytime soon, Leah?" "Nope. Guy has burst the blood vessels in his legs that should have killed him, but I guess he's a devil fruit user given how he stretches." "Rubber fruit," he answered while wondering just who Leah was that she knew about devil fruits. He glanced at Sonia casually when Leah said that, and there was definitely some reaction from her. He couldn't understand what, but knew there was more to this Leah person, as she knew about devil fruits and also looked like she was used to being around men. "Right, and he's abused his legs like hell," Leah continued, not having noticed anything. "I don't see this healing anytime soon, at least a couple of weeks. Just give me meat. I'll heal faster." Sonia completely ignored him. "Well, he doesn't really need legs for what he's needed, so I guess that's fine. Rest of his body is battered too. Give him a day at least." Sonia sighed. "Fine. Make him sleep, I don't want to see him walking around." "Sure," she said, and before Luffy realized it, she had stuck a needle in his arm, which immediately made him drowsy. "Fuck," was all he could curse before his world blacked out. Luffy felt someone touching and stretching his body first. He then slowly regained his consciousness and opened his eyes, but his vision was too hazy. His whole body ached and his head felt like it had been put through a grinder. "He's awake. He's awake." He heard muffled voices as his sense of hearing came back to him. His vision also slowly cleared after blinking a few times, and the first thing he saw was a pair of blue eyes extremely close to him before he felt soft lips on his own. He didn't understand what was happening, but he closed his eyes again and instinctively kissed back. He went to grab her neck but found that his hands were being held by someone else. He didn't care as he deepened the kiss, invading whoever's mouth was on him with his tongue. The other person yelped and didn't seem to be experienced much, so he slowed down just a bit and became gentler as he guided her tongue softly with his own. It was only when he started hearing sensual moans that his brain fully rebooted, realized that he was kissing someone, and instantly broke the kiss. His eyes cleared up completely too, and what he saw made him yelp in shock. 3 naked women were next to him, 2 on his right and 1 on his left. all looking at him with excitement, and they were the ones holding his arms as they stretched them in all sorts of ways. Another girl was laying on top of him, and she was the one he had kissed. And over the one on his chest, he could see two more girls near his crotch, and only then did he realize that he too was completely naked himself. His was also out, and the two girls were curiously stretching it as if confused by it. That was all his mind processed before he yanked his arms back and threw himself backwards, crashing into the headboard of the bed he was on. Some of the girls got dragged along with him and ended up falling on him with surprised yelps. He hastily crawled away from under them, falling off of the side of the bed while looking around everywhere trying to figure out where the hell he was, and only then did his memories come rushing back to him. Him landing on the Kuja ship, fighting Sonya and all the other warriors. Her cryptic words of her using him. And then the doctor injecting him with an anesthetic. His first realization was that his head and nape were empty, so ignoring everything else, he frantically started looking for his hat. Luckily he spotted it near the bed itself and stretched his arm to grab it. "Come back," one of the girls drawled, sultrily licking her lips. "The fuck is going on?" Luffy demanded, putting the hat back on his head. "What do you think?" Another blushed. "We want you to get us pregnant." "What?" Luffy was even more shocked and wanted to quickly run away from there. He used his observation and realized he was still on the Kuja ship. He also sensed Sonya nearby, so decided to go to her. He wanted answers, and she was the one who probably set this all up. He made a dash to the door, and the naked girls didn't move much other than calling him back. He ran out the door, making a beeline down the corridor, and thankfully didn't run into anyone. He reached a door behind which he sensed Sonya and burst into the room without warning, too pissed to care about manners. Sonya, who was sleeping, got startled by the sudden noise and sat up in bed confused. "Whu?" she yelped in surprise. "The fuck, Sonya? Why was I being raped the moment I got up?" "Impressive beast you got down there," Sonya said, eyeing his naked self with anger laced in her voice as he had dared to barge into her room so disrespectfully. "At least cover yourself up first." Luffy only then realized that he was still naked and sighed as he grabbed a cloth he found on a nearby sofa to cover himself up. He had turned his back to her while reaching for it, and when he turned back, he saw that the look of annoyance and anger on her face had reduced significantly and now looked blank. He didn't understand why in the moment and didn't think about it until much later. Sonya, who was about to punt him off the ship in anger, froze and flinched when she had seen the burn scar on his back when he turned. Any anger instantly melted away and was replaced with dread, and it was only because of years of practice that she had managed to school her expressions and kept her face neutral. Bad memories flashed before her eyes, but on top of that, she realized that not only did he have the brand, but it was also exposed and many people had seen it, and it was all because of her. And to her, who would rather die than have her brand exposed, she felt that she had done something extremely horrible to him. She didn't know what to say or do as her mind had become chaotic in such a short interval of time, so she just remained silent and neutral. "So?" Luffy asked when she just stared at him, not saying anything. "That was my favorite shirt," was all she managed to mutter out, latching onto a random topic. She decided to focus on the conversation and not think about anything else, hoping to forget the brand and also what she had done. "Who cares? Now answers, please. I didn't think that Kuja would do stuff like this." "Do what?" "There were 6 naked girls using me, and they wanted me to impregnate them." "Yeah, so?" Sonya really didn't see the problem. All men she had seen and all the mothers who had come back to the island after getting pregnant had told her that men liked such scenarios. Luffy calmed down, seeing the genuinely confused look on her face, and realized that this was her worldview. The 3 sisters were used as slaves, and God knows what was done to them by those disgusting celestial bastards. That caused them to develop a fear and hatred for men, so he didn't blame her for her lack of understanding. Also, with the glorified and perverted fantasy stories of the woman-only island they probably heard, and especially with Hancock around, pretty much every man they came across most probably looked at them with lust and perversion. So the thought of a man not liking something like this probably didn't even cross her mind, and thus, she saw no problem with it. "Did you not like it?" she asked, genuinely curious. She had overheard many mothers, and they all had said the same thing, that men liked seeing women naked when they woke up and also liked being kissed no matter what the situation was. "Of course I didn't like it," he snapped back irritably, but sighed and calmed himself down. The 6 girls had never even met a man, so more than being sexual, They were more curious about him and were experimenting with him. Which was also bad, but their ignorance was just too great for him to get mad at them. Luffy let out another deep sigh, letting his annoyance go as he sat down on a nearby chair with his parts covered. Sorry. Sonia didn't say anything and just studied Luffy as he ran his fingers through his hair. I understand you've met the worst of men and I really don't blame you for having your worldview. There really are some fucked up men out there. Sonia just stayed silent, staring at him with surprise. But you need to understand that people don't like waking up and randomly finding themselves being played with, he said in a serious tone, looking at her before sighing and getting back on topic. Why did they want me to get them pregnant though? You do know that Amazon Lily is an all-women island, right? Yeah, I see, Luffy nodded, understanding the situation. So, you take some women out to the world from time to time and they get pregnant. It was just glossed over in the story, as a woman would just leave the island for a while and come back with a baby to maintain the population. So this is how it happened in reality. Yeah, we have a few regular islands we cycle through the years, and we're on our way to one such island when you literally fell out of the sky. And you're pretty strong too, so wouldn't mind adding your genes to our pool. Yeah, I get it, but no way in hell am I getting anyone pregnant. Why not? It's not like we're asking you to raise the kids. I promised myself to never have kids until a certain event, and I intend to keep my promise. Besides, if I did have a kid, I want to raise it. Really? I've heard that all men are ecstatic to hear that they don't have to raise kids. How do you select the men? Usually just go to a bar or something, find some strong men and the girls seduce them. Yeah, well, there's your problem. You go to bars and all where men usually gather to hook up, so that's all you'll see. That's all there is to see. You look for one-night stands, so that's all you'll get. Forget it. No matter what, you guys don't really want a relationship either, so I guess it works out, but I'm out. The only reason you're alive is because we wanted to use you for this, Sonia snarled. Just get those girls pregnant and we'll let you go. You don't have a choice. Well, Luffy jumped up, tying another cloth around his torso, and got into a fighting stance. Guess you're back to trying to kill me, and I can finally show you what my last resort is and escape. Sonia glared at him for a while as he vigilantly watched her before she sighed, falling back on the bed. Just get lost. Go to Leah. And then what? You're disturbing my sleep. Get lost. Luffy sighed as he relaxed himself. The entire conversation had been so strange. She was talking and answering his questions while her mood flip-flopped around from angry and calm. One moment she would be angry and ordering him, then the next she would be back to neutral. He just didn't understand what was happening. And he was right. Sonia's mood was indeed flip-flopping like crazy. She focused on the conversation and was surprised by his soft and understanding tone while talking about how he didn't blame her for her worldview. She would want to rebuke or say something in return, but the brand mark would suddenly pop up. She would realize what she had done to him and her mind would go blank. Then she would shake those thoughts away and try to concentrate on the conversation, but it would pop up again. When he challenged her to a fight and told her that he would rather escape than bed someone, she grew irritated, finally snapped and dismissed him. Good night. See you tomorrow, she heard him say softly before the door clicked shut. She immediately regretted it though, as the room descended into silence and she couldn't escape thinking about what she had done anymore. In her mind, someone seeing her brand was akin to death, so now that she had subjected it to someone else, she was feeling incredibly guilty. She couldn't take the silence and called Hancock immediately. Luffy went back to the room he had woken up in to get his clothes back and also talked to the 6 girls. He slowly peeked inside and found that most of them had put their clothes back on and were discussing the earlier event with each other while pouting slightly. He also spotted his clothes on the floor. He took a deep breath before walking in and their faces brightened up. Just here to get my clothes, Luffy hastily said before they could jump to any conclusions. Whatever you wanted to do with me is not gonna happen. Why not? One of them whined. Sander Sonia-sama promised that you would give us kids. Look, there was a misunderstanding. I don't really want to have kids and I hadn't told Sonia that before. So she didn't know either and made a mistake, he said as he walked up, took his clothes and started putting them back on. Then are we heading back to an island? Yeah, probably. Sonia will tell you tomorrow, okay? Yeah, guess so, good night. He quickly waved them goodbye before walking out. Seeing the women made him remember the kiss and he still felt the slight taste of her lips. Kissing is really great, huh? He he thought to himself as he walked to the doctor's office where Leah probably was. He knocked on the door, and after getting a "come in," he entered and saw that Leah seemed to have been sleeping at her desk itself. "Ah, the rubber man," she smiled, "that was quick." "Nothing happened," Luffy said as he sat down on the patient's bed. "Really? Yeah, I refused. Anyway, how long has it been?" "Around 28 hours now." "That long? You were hurt pretty bad, you know. Never seen self-inflicted wounds that severe. And I heard about how the fight went from the others. It's pretty impressive you were able to walk, let alone put up a good fight with your legs that badly damaged." "Self-inflicted? Yeah. Most of the damage was because of you yourself pushing your legs and body over their limits. So yes, they're classified as self-inflicted." Yeah, I guess it could be seen that way. As a doctor, I want to strangle you to death for breaking yourself so much, but as a warrior, I respect you." She, good thing you're both then." Leah nodded with a smile. "So what's your situation? You refused to sleep with them? You do realize Sandersonia-sama kept you alive for that one reason alone, right?" "Yeah, talked to her already. She's gonna decide tomorrow, I guess. So until then, I'm your temporary guest." "Hey, guess you're right." Leah seemed interesting. She looked like she had experience talking with men and not like the others who looked at him like he was some strange creature. So, he tested her. "You're from the long leg tribe or just have a SXY pair of long legs?" Leah smirked at him. "Long leg tribe from my father's side." "Looks like you've lived outside Amazon, Lily?" Leah's eyes widened with realization. "Damn. Got that information from just me not reacting to your pathetic flirty line, huh? You're good." "And yes, I did live outside Amazon, Lily, for quite a while. My mom took me and left the island when I was around 10. People do that. Most don't. No, mom had some problems, I guess. So she left and took me with her. She didn't look like she wanted to go into detail about it, so he didn't press it. So you came back?" "Yeah, just a couple of months ago actually. My mom died a couple of years ago, and after wandering for a while, I finally decided to come back. I lived in the New World, don't know if you know what that means. Second part of the Grand Line where islands are crazy strange. What was yours like?" "Believe me and call me a liar if I tell them about it, so let's not. I know there's an island made of cake and other sweets, an island where sentient toys walk around, an island on the back of a giant elephant that moves around, so I know things get really strange. Tell me about yours." Leah seemed surprised for a moment before a merry giggle escaped her lips. "You're refreshing. And an island on an elephant? Never heard of that." "Oh yeah, it's humongous. The mink tribe lives there." "Ooh, the mink, huh? Never met a mink before. Well anyway, my island was called Tukak Island. And the strange thing about this island is that, well, all the cities float." "Floating cities?" Luffy gawked. "Not really, but kinda," Leah chuckled. "You see, people build infrastructure on top of these really tall trees that grow on the island. But the trees secrete a special fluid that leaks out of their barks, which has the unique property of making the trees invisible. So from afar, it looks like an island with city buildings hovering in the sky." "That sounds awesome," Luffy exclaimed with stars shining in his eyes. "Yep," Leah continued excitedly. "Wooden pathways ran all over the city connecting all the buildings, and longer pathways connected one city to the next one. There were multiple cities and they formed a sort of circle around the island. At its center was the capital, the biggest and best city called Mars. I lived there with my mom and dad, and it was amazing." "Whoa, that sounds amazing. That's definitely going on the list of places I'm gonna visit." "Sasasasa, yes. It's a damn good place. Since it's so high up, lightning storms were a regular thing, so you could see a constant array of lightning falling down on lightning rods, and the people were amazing too. I used to play so much with everyone." Leah talked about her home and how much she loved it for pretty much the whole night. She talked about other strange customs, weird games she played with the other children, unique infrastructure, and so many more new things. Luffy listened with stars shining in his eyes, asking questions, and kept the conversation going. He loved hearing about new islands like this, as it proved that what the story showed was a small percentage of what this world truly had to offer, and that his adventure wouldn't be boring the entire time, as he had so much more to explore still. Before either knew it, the sun had peeked out from the horizon and they watched the sunrise together through the porthole in the room. "Sunrises and sunsets are pretty much the same anywhere you are, huh? Beautiful and majestic." Leah said wistfully, looking at the rising sun, probably reliving some memory. Yeah, they sure are. Anyway, can't believe we talked the whole night, haven't talked this much, ever, so thanks for listening. I enjoyed it a lot and heard so many new things too, so thank you. Sasasasa. Luffy's stomach growled just then, so he stood up. I'm ahead to the kitchen to get some food. I don't think it's a good idea to just wander around. The others really haven't been around men and they can get a bit, what's the right word? Hostile? Luffy offered. Yeah, but also curiosity and wariness and excitement and apprehension all mixed in one. Yeah, there isn't a word for such an emotion. I would understand that reaction from people living on Amazon Lily, but the women on this ship are the pirates who travel, right? Shouldn't they be used to men somewhat? That's the other ship the Empress is on. This ship mainly has women who are to get pregnant this time. Other than the navigator, cooks and all, this is the first time the women on this ship are away from the island. Ah, I see. That explains it. Then come with me. Yeah, sure. Leah also got up, stretching her body and cracking a few joints. The two left the room and headed toward the kitchen, where there were already quite a few women cooking or sitting around lazily at the benches. The moment they laid their eyes on Luffy, however, they became vigilant, wary, curious and excited all at the same time. Leah gave him an amused smile while he rolled his eyes at her before going towards one of the cooks, startling her. I'm hungry, was all he said, and the woman stared at him for a good while before slowly nodding. It will be ready in a while, so wait. Okay. Luffy then went to sit on one of the benches and Leah sat across from him while the others seemed to debate with themselves on whether to talk to him or not. They even whispered amongst themselves and started pushing each other towards him, saying, You go. No, you go. Luffy just clapped his hands, getting their attention. I'll answer any question, so go ahead. Seeing him talk first, the women got braver and one of them asked, We saw your arms and legs stretching, do all men stretch? No, it's a special power unique to me. How? Another asked. Don't ask th. You can say it's a curse. Leah and Luffy spoke at the same time and Leah was surprised by his answer. Luffy knew that the three sisters didn't really tell the whole populace of Amazon Lily about devil fruits and explained away their snake transformations as a curse. Even the previous day, when someone had asked how he stretched while fighting in the kitchen, Sonya had lunged at him suddenly to make sure he didn't say anything. And so Luffy understood that he shouldn't mention devil fruits to the others. Leah was of course an exception to this for some reason. She gave him a surprised and curious look, but the other women continued. Oh, a curse, huh? Just like the snake princess? Can I touch it? One of the women hesitantly asked. Sure. Luffy just launched his hand and grabbed a table at the other end of the room, thus giving everyone a long arm to play with. Whoa, all of them approached and played with his arm, pinching and stretching it in all sorts of ways. Does every part of your body stretch? Another asked, coming right up to him. When he nodded, she grabbed his head before pulling it and marveled when his neck stretched. Hey, is it true that men have balls between their legs? Of course it's not, idiot, I'm sure it's something the others told us to mess with us. Let's hear it from him then. So, do you? Luffy sighed internally. Yes, we do have balls, it's our family jewels. Leah sputtered out a laugh, barely holding her laughter in, while the others went, ooh. Just then, Luffy saw the 6 women who were naked around him the previous day enter the kitchen. They seemed surprised to see the impromptu, touch the man, session, but waved at him hesitantly, and when Luffy waved back with a smile, they smiled and came up to him. The other women, who knew it was the 6 women's turn with him the previous night, started firing questions off at them as soon as they sat at the bench Luffy and Leah were on. Hey, he's saying that men do have balls. Is it the truth? One of the 6 women who sat next to Leah was asked. Yes, it's real, all right. I thought it was a joke too, but it's really there. Ooh, hey, show us. One asked Luffy. No, Luffy flatly refused. Oh, come on. Just take it out and show us, it's not detachable. Really? Yes, I tried to twist it off, one of the 6 girls said, horrifying Luffy, but it didn't come off. Ooh, and the mushroom is real too. When we touched it, it became bigger just like Elder Mother Sim told us. But no one mentioned anything about it stretching. It could stretch for very long. Ooh, that can stretch too. How big was it? Really big, it was vague. Luffy closed his ears off, not wanting to hear a bunch of women talk about his in such detail. He understood that they were ignorant and just followed whatever an elder supposedly told them, but it was still embarrassing as hell. He rolled his eyes at Leah, who was amusedly smirking at him, but thankfully a plate of hot steaming fried rice was put in front of him, breaking off the conversation. "Eat up," the chef said, and he looked up at her gratefully. "Thanks." It took just 2 seconds for his plate to get emptied up to her. "More please." "Wow, I did hear how much you eat yesterday, but that was way too fast," Leah said in amazement, while a few others also started gossiping about his eating habits now. The cook looked stunned for a second but soon took the plate and came back with more food. Everyone watched in amazement as he devoured plate after plate without stopping until his stomach was bulging. "Wow, do all men bulk up like this?" one said, poking his stomach with curiosity. Even Leah was curiously poking his stomach. "Ha, that was really good. It was delicious." Luffy praised the chefs, giving them a thumbs up before standing up and digesting all the food, coming back to his normal state. "Whoa, that was amazing. Men digest food that fast? How does that even work? Men sure are strange creatures." Before they could come up with even more strange conclusions, fortunately for Luffy, Sandersonia walked in and stared in bewilderment at the scene. She had talked a lot with Hancock the previous night, telling her everything, and even Hancock was surprised by how well-natured Luffy was. After she told her everything, Hancock had asked whether Luffy was distraught in any way, and only then did Sonia realize that he was angry, sure, but didn't care much about his brand. That was when she doubted herself if she even saw it right or if she mistook some tattoo for the brand. She couldn't exactly go and ask him to show his back either, as it could be a brand, but ultimately, she was sure that it was the brand and felt guilty about it. So, she wanted to at least not kill him. And since he was unlike other men who lusted after them and vehemently refused to sleep with anyone, she had decided that she would use him in another way. "Morning, Sonia," Luffy greeted, bringing her out of her thoughts, while the rest were more polite in their greeting as they bowed while saying, "Good morning, Sandersonia-sama." "What's going on?" "We just saw him eat," Leah informed with a smile, and Sandersonia nodded sagely, understanding the commotion. "Well, anyway, come with me." "Sure." Luffy followed her out after saying goodbye to the others. "So, you gonna kill me or just let me leave?" "If you wanted to leave, why didn't you until now? I know you were observing me with observation, didn't know if you would let me. Besides, I do need to heal a bit. I would have preferred it if you did escape at night and saved me the trouble of having to talk to you again," Sonia said coldly, but it was just an act. "Harsh. Well, I'll leave now, no issues. Can I get a boat and directions at least?" "You missed your chance. Not letting you go now. Why not?" "I thought about how to use you last night. I'm not sleeping with anyone." Yeah, you made that pretty clear. What I want from you is to help these women get used to men." "What? Help them get used to men?" "Usually, someone has to keep an eye on all these women when they go on an island to find men and make sure they don't do something stupid. There's usually a group that takes care of all this, but last week, many came down with the flu, thus, this task fell to me. The mothers who have experienced this already have given them some lessons, but every time someone or the other messes up, and we have to clean up whatever mess they make." "Messes like what?" "We have told them to avoid certain kind of men. You know, extreme drunks, really old men, men who look like they haven't bathed in months, but someone or the other don't know any better and just pick such men. Even had a slaver once who kidnapped one of us. The others had to track them down and get her back, which was a huge headache." "I see." She then turned to face him and pointed at him. "And that's where you come in. Judging by how you didn't jump at the chance to bed multiple women and even went as far as to sacrifice yourself instead of doing." "I wasn't sacrificing myself. I would have escaped." "Sure, keep telling yourself that. Anyway, you seem like a decent man at least, so help the others get used to men and teach them not to go for the wrong kind of men. Do that and we'll leave you at that island itself." "Where's that island?" "Just the edge of the Grand Line. Should take us about 3 more days to get there." "That fast? We are using sea serpents to pull the ship after all, so yeah." "Oh right, but I need to go to East Blue, so bring me back and drop me off at the edge of East Blue." "Sure, that works too. We'll be going along that way anyways." "How long would it take for the whole thing?" 3 days to get there. We'll stay a week on the island and then, in about 3.5 weeks from now, we should be close enough to East Blue." He still had under 3 months left, so he could comfortably make it back in time. He just wanted to get home as soon as possible but seemed like the world had other plans for him. He sighed internally and nodded at Sonia. Okay, deal. Sonia gave a wide smile. Good. You'll also have to deal with keeping an eye on them while on the island and make sure no one gets in trouble either. You're just using me to deal with troublesome matters which you don't want to do, huh? You catch on quick. Sonia smirked, giving him a thumbs up. It was a win-win situation for her. She could give him a ride out, alleviate her guilt while also escaping from the troubling work, and nothing seemed suspicious. Is this really okay though? Luffy asked, a bit confused. Letting a man keep an eye on them and all? Well, we have to meet men on this little trip, so we're just meeting one earlier, I guess. And you don't seem to have any interest in betting them, so yeah. And if you turn out to be a slaver or something and kidnap one of us, we'll just hunt you down and kill you, so it's not a big deal. Luffy sighed, thinking that there was something more to this, but just shrugged and agreed to it. Fine, you did save my life, so I don't mind. Good. We don't really have a place for you to stay, so just stay in the doctor's office. Good luck. Sonia walked away, happy that she had gotten out of doing the menial work, and Luffy went back to the doctor's office where Leah had gone back to and told her the situation. Wow, she really just delegated all the troublesome work to you. Yeah, you're the doctor, so tell me, did the others even get a SX education? Didn't seem like it, judging by how they were talking back in the kitchen. They now think every man stretches. I don't even want to imagine them trying it on normal men and ripping it off. And it will be kinda my fault. I can't have that on my conscience, he shuddered. I'm not sure actually. I haven't been able to spend any time on the island since I came back 2 months ago, as I keep getting pulled into trips like now, but they probably got some pointers from the previous mothers and the other doctors back on the island, but yeah, judging by how they were talking, I don't think they understood much. Luffy shook his head in disbelief. Didn't think I would have to be giving the birds and the bees to a bunch of women in their 20s. Ooh, now, this I gotta watch. A 17-year-old trying to explain SX. They will probably get an even worse idea of what SX is. Sasasasa. I'm gonna get popcorn, wait. She ran out without even waiting for an answer. Luffy just sighed, wondering where he had gone wrong in life to end up here in such a ridiculous situation. One good thing out of this was that Hancock didn't really have much of an impression of him and just knew he existed. Wait a minute. Did Sonia tell Hancock that I refused to sleep with anyone? We're going to an island again, so she must know, right? He wondered and thought he should ask Sonia about what she had said to Hancock to convince her to let him live. She was on the other ship and he still didn't know why she was accompanying Sonia. He didn't think the Empress herself was needed for such a menial task, and he wondered why she was even here. Actually, even Sonia wasn't needed for such a task. If her claim of people falling ill and thus the task falling into it didn't explain Hancock's presence. And then there was Leah. Someone who lived outside Amazon Lily and had come back. She even said that she kept getting pulled into trips and wasn't getting a chance to spend any time on the island. So was Hancock purposefully making sure she doesn't get a chance to be on Amazon Lily, afraid that she might reveal that their snake transformations are the result of devil fruits? Did she want to kill Leah? Was that why she was here? But that didn't make sense. Why would she do it after accompanying her to some island? Couldn't she have just turned her to stone on Amazon Lily itself? And also, Leah seemed to address them a bit differently. She still showed the proper etiquette while talking to Sonia, but she was a bit more casual with her, as if she was a close friend. There was something more going on, and Leah was his friend now, so there was no way in hell he was going to let something happen to her, even if it meant fighting Hancock. He was brought out of his musings when Leah came back with popcorn and also brought a guest with her. Sonia also came in with an amused, grinning expression. You're going to give them the talk? I didn't ask for that, but now I have to see this. Yeah, just gather up everyone, please. A couple of hours later, after everyone was up and had had breakfast, the women were all gathered up in the kitchen itself, as it could hold everyone. Leah and Sonia were standing at the back with a bucket of popcorn in hand, thinking it would be a hilarious show. And it was. Except not for the reasons they thought it would be. They expected a blubbering mess out of Luffy when the women asked questions or when he had to explain stuff in detail. But all they got was a very straightforward and blunt explanation of the deed. He didn't blush even a tiny bit and made sure everyone understood what he was saying and answered any questions. Even questions like, why don't you have? Are they detachable and you've kept it somewhere? Which had Leah and Sonia giggling under their breath. Luffy answered with a blunt tone. To Luffy, the women looked like clueless girls who had no guidance whatsoever, so he just thought of them as such and didn't mind answering even the stupidest question. They had a biology book at least which explained with diagrams, so he used that to explain stuff to them. He made sure to drill the importance of consent into their heads, and the 6 women had even asked if what they did the previous night was wrong, to which he responded, yes. Yes, it was very wrong, and they apologized. Luffy just told them that they were ignorant and would get a pass this time, but to not do it again. He spent at least 3 hours answering questions and the women learned a lot. And he had to keep reminding them that men don't stretch and that it was only him that was unique due to a curse. After the whole session was done, he told them that they'll have another session to tell them what kind of people to avoid when they get on the island, and dispersed the SX Ed class. Wow, didn't expect you to do such a good job, Leah said, coming up to him along with Sonia after the girls dispersed. Yeah, you even answered stupid questions with sincerity and never once blushed, Sonia said, bewildered. How old did you say you were again? Almost 17 inches. Do you have much experience in this? Giving the SX Ed class? First time I've done something like this. It was an experience, I guess. Not a bad one either. Practical experience then? In a way, yeah. What does that mean? You either do or you don't. It's complicated. Luffy cut off any more questioning. I'm gonna get some air. He walked outside to the deck and found the other ship to be just next to them. The other ship was the one he had seen in the anime, a red and black ship with 2 green sea serpents pulling it and had no figurehead as such. The one he was on was pretty similar but just a bit smaller and in an inexplicable way, less majestic. It also had no figurehead either and was being pulled by 2 red sea serpents. Seeing the sea serpents, he got curious to see if he could hear them, so jumped off the deck and climbed onto one of the sea serpents' head. It eyed him curiously but didn't make any moves to swat him away or eat him. Is it okay if I sit on your head for a while? He asked after catching its eye. The sea serpent just nodded and turned its gaze back to the front, focusing on pulling the ship. These creatures were raised and spent time around the Amazons, so he was right in assuming that they understood human speech. He made himself home on its crown and saw the wide-open calm belt which had almost killed him. He also spotted the reptilian sea king that had chased him. It was still following him but kept a respectful distance from the ship, either scared of the sea serpents or Hancock. Guess you're not gonna give up on me, huh? He said, staring at it intently before dismissing it and looking back at the sea serpent he was perched on. Hey, you can understand my words, right? The sea serpent he was sitting on turned its eyes upwards and the other one eyed him sideways, both nodding their heads before turning their gazes back to the front. And you also have a Sea King language, right? Which you use to communicate with each other? Another nod. Can you try saying something to me? I want to see if I'm able to understand you. The two just stared ahead, not doing anything, and Luffy just stared awkwardly, not knowing if they were ignoring him or saying something to him. Did you guys say something? Nod. Luffy scratched his head, wondering how to listen to them. He had managed to hear one word from the reptilian Sea King, so he thought he would be able to hear them now at least. Wait, are these sea serpents even Sea Kings in the first place? He didn't recall anything specific from the story, but just shrugged, not caring about the classification. Zunesha wasn't a Sea King, but he had still heard it, so it wasn't exclusive to Sea Kings. It was the voice of all things, so he should be able to hear these creatures too. Are there any trigger factors? He thought about it more and suddenly remembered that he had also heard Rouge back at her grave. Was that somehow related to voice of all things too? Did I actually hear her because I somehow used this power? His mind kept making up all sorts of theories, but he finally shook all his thoughts away and started to meditate with his eyes closed, focusing on nothing but his surroundings with his observation. He felt the slow breathing of the sea serpents, his own steady breathing, the soft creaks of the ships, and tried to empty his mind. After a certain point, he stopped his observation too and just let himself go, not thinking about anything. After no idea how long, he slowly heard a very, very low sound. He latched onto it, but it felt like the more he concentrated on it, the less he could hear it, and finally lost it. So he again just let himself go and emptied his mind, letting his instincts take over. After some time, he again heard the low sound. It was very low gibberish sounds from which he couldn't even make out any words. He didn't concentrate on it and just let it come to him. After a long time of just hearing low nonsense sounds, They became low whispers and he could hear what felt like phonetic sounds. It was a very surreal experience, and again, he didn't focus on it and slowly let it flow. As he was experiencing this phenomenon, there was a very loud shout right in his ear of "Boo!" which had him jumping in fright. He opened his eyes in panic and found himself a few feet in the air while a grinning Sonia was near where he was sitting. He gave her an annoyed glare as he landed back while she burst out laughing. "Why did you do that? I felt like I was close to grasping something." "Something? Like what? Forget about it. So you also pull pranks, huh?" "Of course I do. Well, you just opened yourself up for a prank war. Get ready to get jumped and scared. I have observation, so there's no way you can get Luffy smirked, getting a challenging smirk in return. "Anyway, you've been up here for a very long time, so got curious as to what you were doing." Very long. It was only then that he realized that it had become evening already and his stomach was grumbling. Wow, how many hours exactly? Over 7 hours, damn, felt like minutes. Anyway, let's get me some food. Good God, you eat so much, control yourself. We don't have enough for the rest. Is that so? Luffy said before nodding. Okay, then. Wait, you really can? Sonia asked, bewildered. Yeah, give me a minute, he said, jumping back on deck and going to the doctor's office where his bag was. Leah wasn't there, so he just went through his bag, brought out his cuffs and wore it. He went back out and walked up to Sonia, whose eyes widened with shock after seeing the cuffs. Are those sea stone cuffs? Uh-huh, why the surprise? Never seen one? Well, it's not that, she said, staring at him intently. Why aren't you collapsing? There's no way you haven't eaten a devil fruit, so you should be collapsing right about now. She even touched the sea stone and felt her energy being sapped before she quickly snapped her hand back, and that's sea stone all right. Wore them for a couple of years continuously and got used to it. My energy has of course been sapped greatly, but I can still fight. Sonia looked wide-eyed at him. Why though? Training? Luffy shrugged. In situations like now too. My body requires me to eat a lot, so if I wear these, it'll suppress it a bit and I'll need a lot less to survive. I still need a lot though, but it's comparatively lesser, so problem solved, he said with a smile and a thumbs up. I see y'all later. I still do need to eat. Luffy walked away, not understanding why Sonia was acting weird. Did the sea stone cuffs trigger some bad memory in her? He thought about it a bit and concluded that it probably did. From what he had seen of her briefly, she seemed pretty strong, mentally speaking, so this contradictory behavior confused him. He shook his head, stopping his train of thought, and decided not to pry too much. He already knew stuff he shouldn't, and analyzing her just seemed wrong, so he let it go. He had a date with meat now after all, so forgot about everything else. Meanwhile, any doubts Sonia had of him being a slave were wiped away, as no sane person would force themselves into sea stone cuffs willingly. Luffy was carrying 2 drinks in his hands, one a green tea and the other a chocolate milkshake, as he walked towards Sonia's room. It was right after dinner and Leah had asked him to deliver the green tea to Sonia as he was heading in the general direction anyway. He reached her room and knocked on it with his leg. Come in. Luffy opened the door and found Sonia lying on her stomach with a blanket draped over her. Oh, it's you, she said, clearly disappointed. I get that you don't like me. No need to prove it every time, he said, walking up to her and handing her the green tea. Leah sent it. She took it and started sipping it without saying anything while still laying on her stomach. Luffy started to walk out, but then thought about all the questions he wanted to ask, so just sat on a nearby chair since the two were alone. Sonia raised an eyebrow at him, wondering what he was doing when Luffy began. Just wondering about some things. I've been meaning to ask, but why is Hancock even here? Should the Empress be even accompanying you guys on such a menial routine task? And what about you yourself? She didn't seem to mind him staying in the room and just responded. First off, I've noticed from the start that you're quite rude while addressing others, huh? Calling sister as just Hancock and shortening my name to Sonia. Don't care much for etiquette in names. Her name is Hancock, so I'll call her Hancock. Your name is a mouthful, so shortened it. That is quite rude. It's fine, it's fine. You're an idiot, huh? Sonia sighed. And to answer your question, yeah, sister, or I don't usually do this. As I said, many people that usually do this came down with a flu, so they couldn't go. Elder Nyan, she's an elder we know. She pretty much asked me to take this batch of women personally, and hence I'm here. When I was leaving, Sister was coming back from patrol and saw me. So just decided to tag along, I guess. I see, Luffy said, not buying the story. Even if he wasn't actively analyzing her, he still noticed a lot of things he wouldn't have before. The slight aversion of the eyes during certain parts of the sentences, the over-explanation, the usage of exclusion qualifiers. So many things pointed out to him that she was lying. What? I didn't say anything. Sonia glared at him for a while before opening her mouth again. You know, you're very suspicious. And now, shifting the target, Luffy tilted his head. Me? Why? Why did you tell the others that it's a curse instead of saying it's a devil fruit when they asked about your stretching? She asked suspiciously. Well, I kinda know about your whole Gorgon eye curse that turns anyone that sees it into a stone statue thing. Sonia immediately got alarmed as her body tensed up, but she still kept a cool exterior. Yeah, so? It's obviously not true, and I honestly don't care why you hide the fact that your powers are devil fruit related. Yesterday while fighting in the kitchen, someone asked me how I stretched and you quite suddenly lunged at me. That was enough for me to know that you don't want devil fruits to be known by everyone, and so, said it was a curse and didn't expose it. Sonia blinked in honest surprise at him. Why though? I was trying to kill you. I was your enemy. Luffy's first thought was to say that they were two different matters, but he suddenly remembered that that was exactly what he had said in the story too. That had made a good impression on Hancock, so chose not to say it in case Sonia somehow brought it up with her. Instead, he just shrugged, just a whim. Not only that, but you even told those 6 girls that there was a miscommunication between me and you, and that's why I promised them that they can bed you. Sonia continued in an accusing tone. Didn't want to deal with the conversation where I tell them they forced themselves on me. So just gave them an out. They were ignorant after all. What were you really doing all the way in the middle of the calm belt? I already told you, I get the Sea King attacked you and all that. But why were you in the calm belt in the first place? I told you that too. Got separated from the cargo ship crew and I spent a while drifting before I found your ships. What are you even suspicious about? Don't know, you just seem strange. Strange how? Well, Leah tells me you knew about some islands in the New World. Okay, so, you said your home is in East Blue. How do you even know about New World then? And you also don't seem surprised by the Grand Line. Usually, people from East Blue have an extreme reaction when they hear anything about Grand Line. I was in the Grand Line for a bit. You were? Why? Involuntarily, Luffy didn't mind that he was a slave, but he didn't want to tell Sonia as she would sympathize with him. And if she told Hancock, she would also sympathize with him and maybe pay more attention to him. It was a long leap in logic, sure, but he didn't want to take any chances. What do you mean involuntarily? Luffy sighed. Don't you know social cues people use when they don't want to tell you something? Of course I do, but I still want to know because you're suspicious. Why though? What do you think I'll do? I'm not sure, things just don't quite add up with you. She looked at him expectantly and Luffy sighed, knowing she wouldn't let it go. I was taken by slavers from East Blue and found myself 6 months later in the Grand Line in a death pit. Someone saved me and here I am trying to find my way back home. Happy? Sonia gasped as soon as she heard the word, slavers, and had brought a hand up to covated herself that she should have realized that it was related to his slavery when he said he was in the Grand Line involuntarily. That burn on your back, she said before she could think, it is a brand. Yep, Luffy confirmed, and it finally hit him why the previous night's conversation seemed so strange. His back was exposed, so she had seen the mark and thus was taken off guard. Oh my god, did she think that she did something horrible to me? Is she feeling guilty? Yeah. Probably. Everything makes so much more sense now. Why she answers my questions. Why she didn't just kill me. She's feeling guilty, so is being a bit lenient with me. Oh my god, did she tell Hancock? Which brand? She asked, bringing him out of his spiraling thoughts, and he let go of the past and concentrated on how to answer here. He had 2 choices. If he lied saying it wasn't a hoof brand, it would be like he was hiding it because he was ashamed. He definitely wasn't, and the only reason he was reluctant to tell her was because of the whole Hancock situation. She already knew the truth, so if he lied here, she would obviously think that he was ashamed of it and thus, hid it. And if she concluded that, it'd only support her own idea of being ashamed of the brand. Hancock especially thought that if anyone found out, they would think of her as less than human and shun her. And that was a load of bullshit. He still wanted to bring her and her sisters out of that line of thinking, so he chose to tell the truth. The brand of those celestial bastards, Luffy answered, not knowing how she would react. Sonia gawked at him with her mouth wide open, not expecting him to be so open, before slipping out of the covers and walking up to him. She grabbed his shirt without saying anything and pulled it over his head. She saw the brand on his back, and even though it looked a bit different, judging by the color and vague shape, she could tell that it was the brand, and she now had complete confirmation. "What happened?" she asked with a mix of pity and understanding. "Well, I was like the most uncooperative slave ever, you see. No matter what they did, I just took it and didn't comply with anything they asked. I'm gonna become the pirate king, the freest man on the sea, so hell if I'm gonna bow down to some bastards and follow their orders." When they were finally branding me, I kinda unleashed Conqueror's hockey, making a lot of them faint. The guy who was branding me also fainted and just ended up dragging the brand across my back, resulting in this, he said, pointing at the long burn mark on his back. I tried to escape then, but failed. Tried another time, but failed again. After that, I guess they thought I was too much of a hassle, so they lethally poisoned me and threw me out in the death pit at Mariajoy. I got astronomically lucky, survived somehow, and here we are. Sonia's eyes had glazed over and she remained silent for a few moments, staring at the burn mark on his back. Luffy wondered what was going through her head, as she hadn't even reacted to the fact that he had conquerors. After a few seconds, she finally asked, "What do you mean you were incooperative?" "Pretty much what it means. They told me to stand, I sat down. They told me to walk, I kept sitting. They pulled my nails out and told me to say, sorry, if I wanted the torture to stop, I just kept sitting. They held a gun to my head and told me to lick their boots. I pressed my forehead closer to the gun, daring them to shoot. No one is allowed to take my freedom away, so I just remained incooperative." He trailed off, wondering why she was stuck up on that part of his confession. Why is him being incooperative so shocking? He thought about it. A moment later he realized why, so added, "I only have one weakness, and that is my friends or family, and I was pretty much alone there, so they couldn't break me. I would have broken if they had someone precious to me there, but thankfully I was alone there, so I had nothing to lose except myself." Sonia's eyes widened with shock as she heard his words, and she felt a new kind of respect blooming for the Straw Hat Man. "I get that my body is desirable, but I don't want to sleep with you either," Luffy said, as she was still holding his shirt over his head with one hand while the other was touching the burn scar. Sonia took a moment to realize what he was talking about, as she was too lost in thought and got pissed at him for making a joke like that. "Idiot. Your body isn't desirable," she huffed, letting go and walking back to her bed. "Tell that to the ship full of women who look at me like I'm sort of candy they want to gobble up." Sonia sighed, her mind too preoccupied with the fact that she had in fact done a very bad thing to him. She had suspicions the previous night, but now that she had confirmation, she couldn't escape the fact that she herself had set up a situation where others saw his brand mark. And to top it all off, she had forced him to share the information with her too. If someone had done that to her, she would have broken down sobbing, and it would have hurt her a lot psychologically, so she thought that she had done an extremely bad and unforgivable thing to Luffy. And she also realized in horror that she had just now straight up lifted his shirt and stared at it and even touched it. She was way too lost in hearing his confession that she didn't even realize it until then. Feeling extremely guilty, she apologized, "I'm sorry for making you share that. I understand that it might be a shameful past." And there it was. The thing Luffy wanted to make sure she didn't think that about him, and indirectly, herself and her sisters. He had told her all that bluntly and without shame so that she wouldn't make that conclusion, but she ultimately ended up making it. She didn't even realize that he had no trouble telling her about all this and wasn't bothered the least bit by it. She was projecting herself onto his situation way too much to make an objective conclusion. So now, he had to make sure to drill it into her head that he wasn't ashamed and that he isn't less of a human just because he had a slave brand, and make her realize that she shouldn't be ashamed and think of herself as less than human either. A shameful past? Why would it be a shameful past? I was just a bit reluctant to talk about it as people usually pity me, but I'm over it. You're over it? She asked incredulously. Yeah, I survived, didn't I? Now, I just gotta get stronger so that I never find myself in such a situation ever again. And I'm exponentially stronger than I was back then, you know, he said, flexing his muscles. I'm gonna get even more stronger, and protect myself and my friends so that this doesn't happen again. And that's pretty much it. Don't you think of yourself as less than human because of the brand? She asked hesitantly. Oh please, it's just a burn mark. As if that would define me, Luffy scoffed before continuing. I'm defined by my ideals, my morals, my actions and my dreams. I get why you would say that though. Those bastards did try to drill it into my head that my only worth was as a slave to them and that I was less than human. And I always had only one response to that. I looked at them as if they were stupid and just said, no I'm not. In hindsight, I guess me saying that was what increased the torturing they did to me. But I'd still do the same if I found myself in the same situation again. Man, it was so funny when they came in all threatening and menacing like and told me I was worthless, told me I'm nothing but a pet to them and all, and when I just stared at them like they were stupid and simply said, no, I'm not, it threw them off their entire game. The first time I did it, they were taken aback, but just laughed it off. But I kept saying the same thing and started calling them stupid or asked them if they had bad hearing or something and they just became bewildered. It was hilarious watching their faces. Sonia's mouth had fallen open as she stared at him with bewildered, the same things being said and done to her as she cried and sobbed. She couldn't imagine someone saying something back to the torturers or ever think that it was a hilarious situation. Luffy continued excitedly. They were doing this to me in the middle of cages with other slaves to serve as an example as to what happens to disobedient slaves, you see, and when I said stuff like that, I guess it inspired the others too. So when the next person was being tortured and she was told that she was worthless, she was a pet, she was less than human and all, she just stared at me for a second, then looked back up at her torturer, and simply said, no, I'm not. 2. I burst out laughing seeing the gobsmacked look on the torturer's face, and so did she. We both howled with laughter seeing our tormentors like that, and pretty soon, all the slaves in the cages there started howling with laughter too, screaming, no, I'm not, and fuck you, and started making fun of them. Man, that was probably the best moment there. Seeing their hopeless, hollow expressions turning into one of desire and rebellion. Luffy trailed off wistfully. It was amazing. Sonia had a gobsmacked look on her face, not able to even imagine such a scenario. With disbelieving but shining and excited eyes, she asked, what happened next? I took that chance to attack the guy behind me, pushed a few more towards the cages. People inside the cages caught and choked them to death. Yeah, we started staging a prison break while laughing like a bunch of crazy loons. One guy stole the keys and unlocked himself before unlocking the rest. We only found the keys to the chains though, so the sea stone cuffs on me and a few others were still there. But it had been a long time since I was wearing it, so I was used to it. Sadly though, we were all starved for weeks, having eaten only morsels of food every now and then, so couldn't put up much of a fight. This was like a year ago, so I wasn't as strong as I am now either. Well, a lot of stuff happened, but by the end, sea stone nets, paralyzing arrows and some sort of sleeping gas snuffed out the rebellion before it could get bigger. But we killed a lot of those slavers though, and a few of us managed to escape the underground slave chamber. I couldn't though and got caught again. After that, I was put in an isolated cell, and a short time later, I was lethally poisoned and thrown into the death pits. They said they wanted me to die a slow, painful death for causing that much chaos among them. Never saw the others who escaped, so not sure what happened to them, but I'm hopeful they escaped. You're like Fisher Tiger, Sonia breathed in awe. Nah, Tiger was a hero. Me? I was just a clueless kid who didn't really know how the world worked. I didn't even know I was at Marriageoy or that the bubble helmet wearing people were the celestial dragons back then. I just did and said what I wanted like always, and that sorta inspired the others, I guess. What Tiger did was so much more amazing. Sonia just sat on her bed in stunned silence, not knowing where to start. She remembered the cages, the death fights, the inhumane torturers, and imagining someone laughing in such a situation she didn't even have a word to express the disbelief she was feeling. Ironically, the only word to describe the situation that was coming to her head was hilarious. If she had been there and seen such a situation, she would have defiantly laughed out loud too. And not only did he laugh and fight himself, but inspired the others to do the same and led a rebellion. And to top it all off, he even said that Tiger was an amazing hero, so her respect for him shot up even more. She just sat there staring at him in bewildered awe. So Sonia, bottom line, Luffy continued, I'm not defined by the marks on my body. I'm not defined by what others did to me. even if I was threatened by them saying they would torture someone precious to me. And I ended up obeying them and did some things I wasn't proud of. Even then I'm not defined by those actions that I was forced to do. The only thing that defines me is what I willingly do with my life. I'm defined by the choices I make. I'm defined by what path in life I choose to follow. Luffy got up from his chair and walked up to her while she stared blankly at him. He stood in front of her and stared up into her eyes, so thinking it's a shameful past? Thinking what they said to me or did to me or forced me to do defines who I am. To anyone who suggests that me or any slave is less than human just because of a fucking mark. He leaned forward, grabbed her collar and yanked her down to his eye level, and while strongly gazing into her eyes, he emphasized, I will always laugh in the face of whoever tells me that and say 4 simple words, no I'm fucking not. Got that? Sonia meekly nodded her head staring wide-eyed at Luffy hanging onto his every word as if she were in a daze. Good that you understand. Luffy grinned letting her go and only then did Sonia come slightly out of her daze and started to breathe again not even having realized she had stopped breathing at some point. He had said everything he wanted to say, so decided to leave and let her stew in her own thoughts. I'ma head out then, good night. Sonia just nodded still staring at him wide-eyed and Luffy left closing the door behind him. He thought he did a pretty good job of getting the point across without letting her know that he knew she also had a brand. He made it about himself and generalized it at the end too. She would hopefully apply it to herself too and hopefully come out of that stupid mentality. And hopefully, she would talk to Hancock and Marigold too and convince them to break that sort of mentality too. He didn't want to say all this directly to Hancock as she would fall in love with him, but indirectly through Sonia should be fine. Hopefully. He went back to Leah blissfully unaware that 2 other people apart from Sonia had just heard the entire conversation and had their worldviews shattered. He was just another man when Hancock first laid eyes on him. Most probably, a selfish, cruel and disgusting man just like every other man she had met in her life. She had dismissed him from her mind just after Sonia told her that they could use him and she thought that that would be the end of it. The next night, however, Sonia called her and she was made to acknowledge the man's existence again. He had been a slave apparently. To the worst kind of slavers no less. Just like her. She softened when she heard her sister crying that she had done something horrible and tried to comfort her. Her 2 sisters were the only ones she would let herself open up to after all and she didn't like seeing either of them in pain. She had asked about how the man behaved, whether he was distraught or in dread, but when Sonia denied that, she became doubtful whether Sonia had seen right or not. When she told her sister that she was probably mistaken and it was not a brand and that she had nothing to feel guilty for, she was adamant that it was the brand. Hancock sighed when she heard that. Sonia was always the most emotional out of the 3 of them and even this trip where she had to accompany her for Leah's sake was because she was too emotional. Ultimately, she told Sonia that they should give the man a ride out of the calm belt to alleviate her guilt and she had agreed. Hancock thought that that would be the end of it and she would never have to hear about the man again. And then the next night came. She was on a catch-up call with Sonia and Mari, and they were just chatting like usual when a sound of a door knock came from Sonia's snail. After the sounds of a blanket moving which was probably Sonia covering the snails followed by a, come in, and a disappointed, oh, it's you, Hancock heard his voice again. I get that you don't like me, no need to prove it every time. Hancock's lips twitched a little. At least the man knew his place. She and Mari were waiting for him to leave so that they can continue their conversations, but the man started asking questions about why Sonia and Hancock were even there for such a menial task, and Sonia started answering him. Hancock sighed face palming. She still feels guilty thinking she exposed him, and also feels guilty about Leah. She and Mari listened as Sonia looked like she had forgotten that they were on call and started conversing with the man. Looked like even he didn't buy her story of why she was there and Sonia got defensive and started shifting the focus off of herself by accusing him, calling him suspicious and probing why he was in the comm belt. Big sis? Mary's voice came over from her snail and she lifted it up so that it would be away from Sonia's snail. Who's the man? Just someone who intruded upon our ship. I'll let Sonia tell you in detail later as to why she's being so responsive to his questions. Mari hummed and the 2 listened as the conversation continued. They both stiffened up when the man said that he knew about the Gorgon Eye curse and also said that it was a lie. They relaxed a little when they heard him say that he hadn't told that to anyone else though. It wouldn't be a problem even if he did, as she could just call him a liar and everyone would obviously side with her, but still, it was intriguing that the man hadn't exposed them. After a lot of questioning, when he finally confessed that he had been a slave and had the hoof brand, Hancock was skeptical as he was way too casual about it. She couldn't imagine someone just confessing about the brand in such a relaxed and casual manner as he did. But when she heard rustling and stepping sounds from Sonia's end and heard her understanding and soft tone as she asked, "What happened?" she knew that it was real. And then the man started talking, saying stuff like how he was incooperative and thus was thrown out. She grew angry at that. Was he telling her that if she had been incooperative too, they would have thrown her out too? Was it her fault for complying when they threatened her to do something? Sonia seemed to have the same thoughts as her too as she asked what he meant by that. Hancock then heard him explain how he was literally incooperative as he was going to become the Pirate King and the Pirate King doesn't obey anyone he doesn't want to. This man wants to become the Pirate King? The freest man on the seas, huh? That does seem wonderful. So in his mind, since he was going to become the Pirate King, he wasn't going to bow down to anyone, huh? Should I have done the same? Hancock started wondering if it was her fault for complying with their orders and started feeling guilty. As if reading her mind, the man continued telling Sonia that he could only do it because he didn't have anyone precious around him at the time, but if he did, he would have done anything they ordered him to do if it meant protecting his precious person. And she did have someone to protect, her two sisters. They would always dangle the lives of the other two if one of them refused to do something, and so they could never refuse them. And the man had somehow unknowingly comforted her. Hancock felt herself falling deeper and deeper into the man's story as he continued, but she just couldn't understand how he was talking about it all in an almost cheery tone. How could anyone who underwent what they went through be so nonchalant while speaking about it, and make jokes too? "I'm sorry for making you share that. I understand that it might be a shameful past." A shameful past? Why would it be a shameful past? I was just a bit reluctant to talk about it as people usually pity me, but I'm over it. You're over it? Over it? You're over it? All three sisters asked incredulously at the same time. And then the man explained how he had survived, how he had gotten stronger for himself and for his friends so that none of them would ever have to find themselves in such a situation again. Hancock thought about it but couldn't really understand his perspective. Does him being stronger now mean that the things that happened to him in the past don't haunt him? Does it not make him shudder in fear that it might happen again? How can he be over it? Don't you think of yourself as less than human because of the brand? Sonia asked hesitantly. Hancock definitely did. She wondered what kind of answer he would give now, but that one question was like a switch in his brain. All cheeriness and the nonchalant tone he had had up until then vanished and became replaced by an almost stern tone which seemed like he was scolding Sonia. "Oh please, it's just a burn mark. I'm defined by my ideals, my morals, my actions and my dreams." I looked at them as if they were stupid and just said, "No, I'm not." Man, it was so funny, it threw them off their entire game. Started calling them stupid, she, it was hilarious watching their faces. The more Hancock heard him, the more her jaw dropped, and the same was the case for Mari too. They were doing this to me in the middle of cages with other slaves, when the next person was being tortured and she was told that she was worthless, she was a pet, she was less than human and all. She just stared at me for a second, then looked back up at her torturer, and simply said, "No, I'm not." 2. I burst out laughing seeing the gobsmacked look on the torturer's face, and so did she. Hancock's hands trembled as she imagined such a scenario. Pretty soon, all the slaves in the cages there started howling with laughter too, screaming, "No, I'm not," and "Fuck you." Best moment there. Seeing their hopeless, hollow expressions turning into one of desire and rebellion, it was amazing. Hancock could hear the wistful tone in his voice as he said the last part, and she could imagine how that would make one happy. Also, the man had just used the words, "the best moment," while describing his enslavement, and to her surprise, she didn't disagree with him. She wished she was there to watch that scene play out. What happened next? Stead voice asking the question that was on her mind too. And the man only had more amazing things to say. How the slaves had been inspired by him, how they had started a rebellion, how they killed a bunch of slavers, how a few of them had escaped but he himself wasn't able to. Fisher Tiger. Hancock breathed in awe just as Sonia said, "You're like Fisher Tiger." Nah, Tiger was a hero. What Tiger did was so much more amazing. she heard the man say, and her body swooned, unable to contain her excitement. He not only knew about Tiger but also saw him as a hero. Tiger was someone she was extremely indebted to, so hearing someone say that he was a hero made her ecstatic. She didn't think it was possible, but she thought that she might actually like this man. Unlike Tiger, he ultimately failed in causing a huge rebellion, but he had still started something just by his words and actions. So Sonia, bottom line? Hancock heard the man continue and leaned in more with excitement. Until now she had been ecstatic hearing how he had fought back against his tormentors, but what he said next changed her entire demeanor as she had her world shattered. I'm not defined by the marks on my body. I'm not defined by what others did to me. I'm not defined by those actions that I was forced to do. The only thing that defines me is what I willingly do with my life. I'm defined by the choices I make. I'm defined by what path in life I choose to follow. She slowly lost the smile she had and her eyes trembled. There were sounds of someone's steps before the man continued. So thinking it's a shameful past? To anyone who suggests that me or any slave is less than human just because of a fucking mark? I will always laugh in the face of whoever tells me that and say 4 simple words. No, I'm fucking not. Got that? Hancock's hands trembled and she let the snail fall to the bed as she leaned back on the headboard. His last words, which were filled with strong sentiment, resonated with her and she couldn't concentrate on anything else. Salome, who was sleeping until then, woke up with a start when she sensed the despondent mood of Hancock. She slithered to her and wrapped herself around her, wondering what had happened, and Hancock gratefully hugged her close. The man soon left after saying good night and the room descended into silence. The man's words kept resounding in her head and she just couldn't help but feel respect and admiration for him even if he was a man. His last words made Hancock take an objective look at herself. Her greatest fear was that someone would find out about her brand and shun her. And here comes this man, telling her that he would laugh at anyone who says that and simply deny it, that a slave brand does not define them, does not make them lesser. It was a new line of thinking she had never even thought of. The slavers had drilled into their young minds that the mark on their back turned them into lesser humans, and she had accepted that as fact, accepted that everyone who finds out about it will look down on her, but what the man said was true. She remembered the time she was being branded when the slaver kept laughing at her, telling her that she was now a lesser human, telling her that she was nothing but a pet, and her body trembled in fear. But she remembered the man's words and opened her mouth to say something she didn't know she had waited her entire life to say. No, I'm fucking not, she breathed wistfully, feeling a kind of pleasure she had never felt before course through her entire body. She closed her eyes, her body shuddered with pleasure and her lips curled up into a smile. That was liberating. Hancock heard sniffling noises from Mary's snail, and only then did she come out of her daze. Mari? She asked worriedly, are you okay? Yes, big sis. There were sound of sheets rustling, a surprised yelp, and Sonia finally acknowledged them again. Sister, Mari, I completely forgot you were there. Are you crying, Mari? So are you, Sonia, Hancock said, noticing the strain and emotion in her voice. Yes, did you hear all that? Yes, that was something else, huh? Sonia breathed, unable to believe how lost she was in his words. He's like Fisher Tiger, Marigold said in between sniffles. He really is, just inexperienced and failed in causing a massive rebellion, I suppose, but his ideals are really something admirable. Does he know of our pasts? Mari asked, those last words of his. I felt like he was telling you all those things rather than talking about himself. Yes, Hancock also agreed. He became sterner as if he was chiding you, and I also felt he was speaking about you. I thought so too. He was pissed when I asked if he thought of himself as lesser, but it didn't feel like he got angry for himself but rather for another's sake. Maybe someone he knows also has the brand and he was pissed that I was calling them lesser. Yes, that is a possibility. Who even is he? Mari asked, still not knowing anything about him. Oh, he got swatted by a sea king onto our ship in the middle of the calm belt. Sonia giggled as she began telling her everything that had happened, from Hancock and a sea king using him as a tennis ball to him giving a SX ed class. Wow, so all that happened, huh? Is that really true though? Mari asked, surprised. Some men don't like being woken up by kisses? Yeah, I was surprised too, Sonia exclaimed. I learned so much in his SX ed class too, you know. Hancock tuned them out when they began talking about such topics. She knew that her two sisters sometimes liked to talk about sexual topics and even secretly went to some of the pregnant women to hear of their experiences, but she herself never did. She was extremely uninterested in it and so didn't participate in such conversations. The man also seems to be uninterested, but he's very much knowledgeable from what Sonia says. Interesting, she thought, intrigued by the man. When there was finally a lull in the conversation, Hancock asked, "Sonia, what's the man's name?" Oh my god, I don't know, can't believe I never asked for his name. Ask him tomorrow. I wish to know his name. Yes, I will. There was a brief lull before Mari hesitantly asked, "Are we going to talk about it? Defining ourselves and not being ashamed of the brand and all?" Hancock and Sonia both sighed deep in thought, feeling very complex emotions which they couldn't put into words. What the man said, Hancock began, "It was a very different perspective I had never considered. I just imagined saying, 'No, I'm not,' to the man who branded me and imagined his face contorting in shock and," she smiled, "it is quite comical and powerful to think about. I see why he burst out laughing." Yeah, Sonia giggled. "I wish I had seen the scene of all the slaves laughing while they fought and killed their slavers. I never imagined we would one day talk about that place and laugh about it," Mari said in disbelief but had a small smile, "but yes, I would have liked to see that too." As for his views on the brand, Hancock continued, "It is quite idealistic. Other people are not like him. Even if he seems to be over it, that does not mean the meaning of the brand will disappear. If someone sees it and finds out that he was a slave to the celestial dragons, they will shun him and then make sure he gets enslaved again." Sonia and Mary's mood deflated when they realized it too, and they came off their ecstatic high. He didn't bow down to the slavers, and that inspired the others with him, but in the end, they still failed. The celestial dragons just hold too much power. The man would have to stand against the celestial dragons for his idealistic view to be seen as valid, and no one is that foolish. The man also did say that he didn't even know who the celestial dragons were at the time. Now that he does, I don't think that he would act the same way, she said, not knowing how utterly wrong she was. "Yeah, but still, I definitely will see myself," Sonia said. "I will no longer look down on myself." Yes, the way he didn't bow down to his slavers and inspired the others with him is worthy of respect. His way of thinking is definitely something we can apply a little of in our lives too. There were a few seconds of silence, the other two realizing that even though his story was inspiring, his resolve and everything would crumble in front of a celestial dragon. Mari sighed and broke the silence. Yeah, there's no way he would do something like that now that he knows who the celestial dragons are. Yeah, Sonia also agreed. Hancock sighed and changed the depressing topic. "Sonia, I don't think it registered for you, but the man said that he unleashed conquerors at one point." "Yes." Mari added, "I missed that too." "Oh yeah? How the hell did I miss that?" Sonia facepalmed. "I was way too preoccupied thinking about the nonchalant attitude he had while confessing about the brand. He's a conqueror, so he's definitely not a normal man. Ask more about him tomorrow, Sonia." Yes. There was silence as the three tried imagining his story playing out and thinking about what all he had said, their minds wanting to shout that the man was right in everything he said and that they shouldn't be afraid of the brand, but years of fear wouldn't dispel just like that. "Let's close the call," Hancock finally said when she felt like she wanted some alone time to think, and the other two agreed. They said their goodbyes and soon closed the call before the three sisters fell back on their beds, the man's words running through their minds the entire night. Their mindset wouldn't change overnight, but the seed was planted. "Oh," Luffy facepalmed hearing a question one of the women had asked. No, you got it all wrong." "Really?" the woman said, "but Elder Mother Sim told us that men like to wake up to a kiss, that's why we kissed you to wake you up. That's after spending some time or a night together. Please don't do it to random people you've never met before." "Oh, I see." Luffy sighed, thinking that he was gonna have a word with whoever this Sim person was for filling these girls' heads with so much half information. "Anyway, I'll be there keeping an eye on you on the island, so if you do choose someone unsavory, I'll be there to stop you, so don't worry." Luffy concluded giving the second SX Egg class to a bunch of women in their 20s and also told them how to approach men. It was the next day's morning and he had called a class again, which went on for 4 hours, where he had explained what kind of men to pick while they were on the island and answered all kinds of questions for which the answers should have been obvious. By the end, he was mentally tired but still made sure to answer everyone's questions. Leah came up to him after the session was done with an apologetic expression. "Sorry Luffy," Leah said, eyeing all the women. "I honestly had no idea they were this clueless." "Yeah, wait a damn minute." Luffy suddenly snapped at Leah. "Why the hell am I giving these lessons? You're here, aren't you?" Leah smirked mischievously at him. "Well, it's your fault to be honest. You're the one who said you'll give it with no prompt yesterday." Luffy blinked, thinking back, you're right. I got way too scared that they will try to stretch other men and so decided on the spot to teach them some stuff." Sasasasa, don't worry, you did a great job." Luffy sighed, letting it go as he saw Sonya, who had also heard the whole session, come up to them with a smile. "Hey Beast, another good session." "Beast?" Luffy asked, tilting his head. "Yep, it's because you fight like a beast. Not caring how hurt you are and just keep attacking." Yeah, from what I heard about the fight, you definitely do fight like a beast, so it fits you," Leah chimed in. Sure, call me whatever, what's your name?" Sonya suddenly asked, causing Luffy to stop and stare. "I never introduced myself to you, Luffy said, thinking back. "Well anyway, I'm Luffy. Nice to meet ya." "Luffy, if that's all, I got a date with the sea serpents, so see y'all later." "Wait, what are you even trying to do on there?" Sonya asked, stopping him. "Some sort of meditation?" Well, I kinda want to hear them talking, Both women blinked, not understanding him. "Hear who talking?" "The sea serpents, they can understand human speech because we raised them and we can sorta understand them too through gestures, but people can't hear them." "Maybe I can. Never gonna know until I try. Are you stupid? Humans can't understand sea kings." "Just let me try it, sure, knock yourself out, you're so weird." Luffy ignored the comments as if climbed up the sea serpents and again asked for permission before sitting down. He looked out into the sea and saw that the greenish-brown reptilian Sea King was still following them from a distance. "You two notice that Sea King? Does it want to fight me that badly?" The sea serpents both nodded. "Wait, you talked to it?" "Nod. Why isn't it attacking now? Is it scared of Hancock?" "Nod. More like we have an accord with the Sea Kings," Sonya said as she jumped up and landed next to him. "An accord?" She sat next to him and started explaining. "Sorta, yeah. These sea serpents talked on our behalf with the Sea Kings around here, letting them know that the Kuja will be using these waters and to not attack us. In return, we won't attack them." "Wow, how many did you guys have to kill before they accepted that?" "Just beat up a few. These are nesting grounds, so kids and pregnant ones are usually here, so they agreed readily. We don't touch the kids and pregnant ones and they won't touch us. Thus, we got full access to these waters." "How do all of them know? There are thousands or maybe even millions of Sea Kings here, right? These sea serpents couldn't have possibly talked to them all." Sonya stared dumbly at him. I don't know," she said, and then looked at the sea serpents. "How exactly did you guys tell all the Sea Kings to not attack?" The sea serpents just eyed her, causing Luffy to burst out laughing. "You just called me weird for trying to hear them, and here you are, not even 2 minutes later, asking them questions like they'll answer you. She. Smack. Sonya blushed, hitting him on the head, which only made him laugh harder, and even the Sea Kings' mouths widened a bit as if they were laughing at her. She. Well anyway, Luffy continued. Maybe the message to not attack you gets passed down from mouth to mouth? Or they have a council which decides stuff for all the Sea Kings in the world. Luffy was obviously joking when he said the last part, but then he suddenly remembered the promise Joy Boy had with the Sea Kings. It wasn't with any specific Sea King but the whole Sea King species. And after the Fishman Island arc, the Sea Kings even took the Noah to safety and for repairs. Wouldn't there have to be some sort of consensus among them for such things to be possible? The more he thought about it, the more the existence of something like a Sea King Council seemed likely. Or maybe it's just passed down from mouth to mouth until all the Sea Kings learn of it. He decided he would just ask one after he unlocked his voice. "Yeah, sure, there's a council," Sonya said with sarcasm, bringing Luffy out of his thoughts. "The massive ones never care, but 1 or 2 small ones still come to attack us. So I guess the massive ones tell the smaller ones to not attack?" She shrugged. "Anyway, we just beat up the ones who do attack us slightly before letting them go. So I guess they know to keep their distance. If Sister is there, a single Conqueror's blast is enough to scare them away." "I see, and now the reason I came here. I can't believe I glossed over this fact yesterday, but didn't you say you unleashed Conquerors once too?" I've never seen anyone other than sister who can use it. Yep, still can't use it on command though, but maybe if I'm pushed to my limits, it'll activate. Sown realization. So that's why you were so confident that day even when you were losing so badly. It was one option, sure. Even if I did unleash it, I know you or any of the other stronger fighters wouldn't have fainted. That's true. You want to know what my last resort was, don't you? Yes. Well, I'll show you when we're on land. I don't want to destroy the ship. Wow, something that powerful? Kinda, yeah. I would have just broken off a part of this ship and then used a few pieces of wood to make a makeshift boat and rowed away. So that was your plan? We could have caught you pretty easily, you know? I'm not saying it was foolproof. I would have just rowed away quicker than you, but I had no guarantee of how far you would have chased me, and even if I did manage to get away, I'm still stuck in this calm belt. So decided to use it only as the last resort. I see. Anyway, since you have conquerors, you're no ordinary man. I'm the one who's gonna become the pirate king. So you keep saying. Luffy shrugged and closed his eyes, intent on meditating and hoping to hear the voice of Sea Kings, but Sonya didn't leave. He opened an eye and looked at her questioningly. Anything else? Not really, Sonya said lazily, looking out into the sea. Why are you here then? I want to meditate. You do know this is our ship, right? How rude of you to tell me where I can and can't be. Luffy just rolled his eyes. Yeah. She seemed to want to sit next to him and talk to him, so he knew he wouldn't be getting any meditation done. This is so strange, you know. We have a man on board and everyone's okay with it. This is the first time this has ever happened. Aren't you the one who engineered this though? Yeah, and that makes it even more strange. I'm lucky like that. Would a lucky person get lost in the calm belt? My luck works in strange ways, Luffy said sagely. Guess so. I think the major reason I'm okay with you being here is that you're so different from the men I've met. Almost all men just go crazy over sister's beauty and just keep eyeing her mostly. If she's not there, they gawk at the rest of the warriors with lust too. What kind of men do you usually run into? Marines and pirates mostly. Sister is a warlord, after all, so we have to deal with vice admirals sometimes. Other than them, pirates who think they can kidnap one of us or hurt us. And be it the Marines or the pirates, all of them stare at us with infatuation. But you? Not even a bit. Don't even blush when talking about sex with so many women. Are you gay? Nah, I'm into girls alright. Then how come you don't want to sleep with anyone? You have a really hard time understanding this, huh? Luffy sighed. You're such a kid? Smack. I'm 28. Don't call me a kid. You are though. I feel like a grown-up around all of you. Smack. You're saying this, but I bet you'll jump at the chance to sleep with sister, Sonya huffed. Hancock, she's beautiful, sure, so are many on both ships. Doesn't mean I have to lust after them? Oh please, every person, man or woman, is infatuated with my sister. Even animals are infatuated with her. Oh yeah, I did want to test that. See if her marrow beam works on me or not. Think you can ask Hancock to fire a beam at me? Sonya gawked at him. You want to face her beam? Are you crazy? You'll get petrified? Yeah, let's test it then. It only works if the person is infatuated, right? I'm sure I won't turn into stone. No, you idiot. Do you have a death wish? Luffy just sighed, shaking his head. Do you not understand the concept of a test? Of course I do. But what do you take my sister for? Do you think she's patient enough to listen to your whims? I guess she has no reason to, huh? Well, my bad then? That's right. God, you're so weird, Sonya huffed, getting angry at him for even suggesting that. And again, no one can resist my sister's charms. And again, we won't know until we try. Somehow make her use her beam on me and we'll see who's right. You're insane. Yeah. Sonya folded her legs, staring at the batshit insane man, not understanding if he was actually being serious or not. How do you even know about that? About what? Her marrow beam. Have you seen it before? Heard about it from someone? From who? Leo, my brother. And how did he know? Luffy tilted his head, not knowing what to say. He just did. That's not an answer. That's the only answer you'll get. Suspicious. Well, get Hancock to kill me this time. That way, we'll know if her marrow beam works on me or not. I don't even know what to say. She. He then remembered something that he had forgotten to ask. Wait. What does Hancock think of me being here? Didn't she only agree to me not being executed because you told her that I'll bed the others? Sonia smirked mischievously. Oh, don't worry. Just told her that you were impotent. She expected him to get annoyed that she had said that, but he only got a glint in his eyes and gave her an approving nod with a smile while saying, "Ooh, good job." "What? Good job?" Luffy said, patting her back with an appreciative smile, and Sonia only became bewildered again. On the other ship, Hancock was squirming in her chair with a snail in front of her that was relaying everything Sonia and Luffy were saying. "He doesn't think he'll fall for my charms." She scoffed. "How ridiculous." Oh. Luffy was sitting on the sea serpent's head after another unsuccessful attempt of trying to hear them and was just relaxing when she spotted Sonia and Leah on deck talking with each other. Luffy didn't want to pry, but their relationship was strange. He had observed the two's interaction whenever he got the chance and understood that Sonia talked to her more than she did with others, and also found that the fact that she was spending time on this ship rather than staying on Hancock's ship was also because of Leah. He had asked Leah about it, and she told him that before her mom took her away from the island, Hancock, Sonia, Mari and she were close friends and used to play a lot. This was like when they were all around 8 to 9 years old, so they were childhood friends before the kidnapping of the three sisters. That had cleared up some of the mysteries about her, sure. But Luffy still saw signs of guilt and unease from Sonia sometimes when she was talking with Leah. Leah didn't seem to notice though, as she was totally oblivious. Or was it him that was unnaturally perceptive? Leo was interested in criminal psychology too and had done a thesis on interrogation tactics detectives used when confronting suspects and had watched a lot of interrogation videos. Body language, speech patterns, eye movements, hand movements, his original personality could already perceive such subtle hints, but he wasn't able to draw any conclusions from them and usually used his instincts to judge a situation. But now that he had psychology lessons and was smarter, he could analyze all that information and make accurate judgments. It was like earlier he could get weather data but couldn't make sense of it, but now he could make accurate weather prediction models based on it. He had tried to read Reiju, but she was impossible to read as she was more of a master at such things than him. Sonia was a bit hard to read too, but if he calmly analyzed her, he would be able to read her, and people like Leah were an open book to him. He didn't actively try to analyze people though, but he still couldn't help but see obvious signs of lying or unease quite easily. And seeing it from Sonia worried him. Why would Sonia of all people feel uneasy while talking to a friend? If she didn't like it, why even spend time with her? And then there was Hancock, whose presence here still made no sense as she rarely ever talked to anyone but Sonia. And Leah? She loved the three sisters and everything about them. She had apparently lost herself a bit after losing her mother and had come searching for act and find a home again. She seemed to be ecstatic that her childhood friends were now so amazingly successful and wanted to lend her strength to them. So, there was nothing about Leah that stood out to him that would make Sonia uncomfortable. Apart from her being knowledgeable about the outside world, that is. "Hey Luffy." Leah called out from deck, bringing him out of his thoughts, and he shelved the topic, jumping back on deck. "We'll be disembarking on a smaller boat in a few minutes, so get ready." "For what?" "We don't really want to announce that the Kuja are here, so taking these ships will be a dead giveaway," Leah explained. "So we'll get into smaller boats and row to the island. Should take hardly an hour since the island is very close to the calm belt." "I see." It was currently the 4th day since Luffy had landed on the Kuja ship, and he could already see the end of the calm belt and laid his eyes on the Grand Line again. The ships would apparently stay near the edge of calm belt while the women went to the island in smaller boats. Hancock and all the Kuja pirates would wait at the ship itself, and only the women who needed to get pregnant, Leah, Luffy and a couple more, were going to the island. Sonia also chose to stay on the ship itself, but when Leah pressed for her to come, she said that she would come on the last day. Again, he saw that something had her uncomfortable, and the way she said that she'll come on the last day, he knew something would be happening then. "See you in a week," Sonia said as Leah and Luffy got into the boats. "We'll decide then if we need to stay longer or not." "What?" Luffy asked, surprised, looking up at her. Sonia tilted her head. "Yeah. If things haven't gone well, we'll have to extend the stay, you know." "Oh hell no. We're leaving in a week as planned. I need to get home as soon as possible." "Ooh, good then." Sonia smiled mischievously. "Do a good job then." "Okay." Luffy nodded, resolutely intent on finishing the task as fast as possible. All the women descended into the smaller boats too, and they were soon rowing towards the island. The women on board were all excitedly talking about visiting an island that wasn't Amazon Lily and looked like they were looking forward to visiting the island more rather than meeting a man. "Okay girls. Just stick with me and Luffy when we get there. Please don't wander off." "Okay," came the chorused response. The island they were going to was a normal peaceful summer island at the edge of Grand Line called Calliope Island. It just had a few cities and was pretty much a normal island with nothing Grand Line crazy. The island soon came into view and the women started to get more excited as they pointed and marveled at the island. The first person they saw was a kind old fisherman who was heading back to the island too. The women gawked at the older man, and even though he was slightly taken aback, he waved at them with a smile, which only made them more excited. "Hey old man, what's the best hotel for all of us to stay in?" Luffy asked, getting his attention. "Oh, visitors huh? Look for an inn called Calliope Inn. Named after the island cause it's the best. Cheap, clean and safe. You won't have any problems even with so many women," he responded helpfully. "Thanks, old man, have a fun visit, and welcome to Calliope Island." "Thank you," chorused the women excitedly, which had the old man chuckling as they looked like a bunch of grade schoolers on a class trip. "This is gonna be a thing huh?" Luffy said tiredly to Leah, who was sitting next to him, and she giggled, nodding her head. They soon reached the dock and the women looked wide-eyed at the city, marveling at every new thing, but it was just a normal city with decent-sized shops and houses. They paid for docking their boats and walked into the city, with Luffy and Leah leading the way while the rest followed behind, oohing and awing at all the different shops. They had been told not to point and shout, "Look, a man," when they see a man, so instead they nudged each other, pointed with their chin while whispering, "Look, a man." That still attracted a lot of attention as the men either smiled, waving back at the attention, which made the Amazons gasp in shock, or just looked at them weirdly. They thankfully reached the Calliope Inn without any incident, got single bedrooms for everyone, and soon started to explore the city. Luffy and Leah led them on a tour of the city while explaining certain stuff they didn't understand, and after a bit of exploring, they went to a tavern near the port. The usual process the Amazons followed was to find a tavern near a port, as sailors would also be stopping by there and looking for a fling. They would also be strong and the Amazons preferred strength, so they were the perfect candidates for them. Whatever Luffy had to tell them, he had already told them, so they just went on their own to look for a partner. Luffy and Leah just stayed nearby to keep an eye on them and hoped they wouldn't cause any trouble, but not even 5 minutes in, a fight broke out near the bar counter between a couple and one of the Amazons. Luffy quickly ran there, intent on seeing what had caused the problem, and found that the Amazon had just approached a man who was already dancing with another woman. The woman, of course, had gotten pissed at her, asking how dare she approach her man. Okay, she's sorry," Luffy interrupted, coming in between the irate woman, her embarrassed boyfriend, and the Amazon called Jess. "Are you her friend?" the woman yelled. "How dare she approach my boyfriend so blatantly when I'm right next to him?" "What did I do wrong, Luffy?" Jess asked, completely clueless. "I guess it's my fault for not considering this scenario." Luffy sighed to himself before explaining to Jess, "You did see him dancing with her, right?" he said, pointing at the man and woman who were now more curious and confused. "Yeah, so? That means the two are together. He already has her as his partner." "But I only want him for tonight." Luffy felt like tearing his hair out but explained patiently, "It doesn't work like that. He's hers and she's his. They only sleep with one another, understand?" "I see, yeah, so only find single men, like look over there," he said, pointing at a pretty well-dressed man sitting alone at the counter. "Go talk to him." "Okay," Jess said, happily going to him. Luffy sighed, turning to look back at the couple who were giving him strange looks. "Okay, what the hell, dude?" the man asked. "Small island. Low population. Don't have much contact with men. So they're here to experience men for the first time. They're pretty clueless, so I apologize on their behalf." Them being from Amazon Lily was of course a secret, and Hancock was kinda strict when telling them that they should never mention anything about Amazon Lily to anyone. They had even changed out of their beast hide clothes and were wearing normal dresses. "Luffy!" Leah yelled from the other end, where 2 more fights had apparently broken out. She went to deal with one while calling Luffy to take care of the other. Luffy just sighed, waving the couple goodbye before running to break up the other fight. It had broken out for the same reason too, and after he took care of it, He went around to all the girls telling them not to approach couples. After an hour of running around, most of the women were talking with someone, having a sort of date, and Luffy and Leah finally got a chance to sit down and relax. They collapsed at the counter and ordered 2 strong tequila shots. There were only 15 women, but they were causing so many problems. "Wow, you really weren't kidding, huh?" a voice asked, and Luffy found the first couple whose fight he had broken up sitting next to him, and the woman had struck up the conversation. "We were watching you running around breaking up fights." "Yeah, my fault I guess." Had told them what kind of guys to approach. Hadn't mentioned that they shouldn't approach guys who already had partners. Not your fault, man. That should have been obvious, tly patting his back. "Well, apparently not, so what's the deal here?" the man asked. "They want one-night stands, is it? She did say that she wanted me for just one night?" "Pretty much, yeah. We'll be leaving in a week, so they don't want any relationships." "Ooh, then you should check out the tavern at the other end of the port. That's more famous for sailors coming in." That explains the lack of sailors here." Leah nodded sagely. "Okay, let's go there then." "Thanks guys," Luffy said as he and Leah got up. Wait, can we come? This is kinda fun," the woman asked with a grin, and the man also nodded. Luffy chuckled, "Sure, having locals will help." "Great," the woman chirped, "I'm Jan and this is Phil." Luffy and Leah. "Nice to meetcha." The 4 then gathered up the women and went to the other tavern where they had a much easier time as Jan and Phil also helped a lot. The 4 hit it off too and started playing bar games, which attracted others to their group, and soon, men themselves started approaching and talking with the Amazons. By the end of the night, all the women had found a partner for themselves they liked. Luffy had told them to go on a date at least before sleeping together, so they followed his instructions. At night, 2 men walked out after getting spooked when the Amazons told them that they wanted kids, and so, they had to go out again and pair them up too. After they were done, Luffy and Leah both collapsed on their beds, mentally collapsed from having to deal with such clueless women, but at least they had achieved their goal. The next morning, all the women were practically glowing, talking animatedly, talking about their first times. As Luffy had told them, they had straight up told their partners that it was their first time and to be gentle with them. And thankfully, looked like everyone had had a positive experience. It had been 7 days since the Amazons with Luffy and Leah had left for Calliope Island, and Sonia was currently walking through the city after just having landed on the island herself. They were going to be leaving the next morning, so she came to just check if everything had gone well or whether they should extend their stay. And also to deal with Leah, which she still didn't want to think about. She walked through the city and found it to be in a very festive mood, as it seemed some kind of festival was being celebrated. She found everyone going towards the center of the city where apparently some event was soon going to start. She didn't care as she wanted to find her people, so called Leah's transponder snail. "Hello," came Leah's loud shout over the snail. There were very loud background noises and Sonia could barely hear her. "It's Sonia. Where are you?" "I'm on the island," Sonia said, raising her voice. "Oh, you're here? Just come to the center of the city? I'm just next to the bonfire, so meet me there." Before Sonia could ask what bonfire, the call was cut off. She sighed and started walking towards where the crowds were gathering. She was a huge woman, so she stood out quite a bit, but it was the grand line, so people would just stare for a minute before moving on. When she felt congested, she jumped on a building so that she wouldn't have to get pushed around by the crowds, and jumped from building to building until she reached the center. She understood what bonfire Leah was talking about, as there was a huge one erected right in the middle of the street. But it was still unlit though, so whatever event was going on, it was yet to start. She made her way towards the unlit bonfire and spotted Leah instantly, as she and the other Amazons seemed to be the center of attention. Leah also spotted her and waved her over with a happy smile. "Sandersonia-sama, glad you could make it," Leah cheered. "Greetings, Sandersonia-sama," the other Amazons chorused. Sonia nodded in acknowledgement at all the women before addressing Leah and walked a bit further away from the crowd so that they could talk. "So what's happening here? Some kind of festival?" "Oh no," Leah said with a grin, "it's our farewell party." Sonia blinked a couple of times, not being able to understand her words. What? Our farewell party?" "Yeah, the people here got to know we're leaving tomorrow, so decided to throw this bonfire party." "Why?" Sonia just couldn't understand how that happened. Leah let out a merry giggle. "Trust me. I watched the whole thing play out and I still can't believe how this happened. Only way I can explain this is to say it's Luffy magic. Beast? He did all this? Yep. We were pretty much done matchmaking the first night itself. I honestly don't know how Luffy did it, but he made sure most of them got partners who would take them out on dates for the whole week. So, he and I didn't even have to take care of them after setting them up. So, they all got week-long dates instead of just one-night stands. Sonia nodded in understanding. Yeah, pretty much. Second night, we kinda kept an eye on everyone to make sure they were all safe, and that's pretty much it. The girls went around on group dates or single dates, while Luffy and I were free to enjoy ourselves. We met a couple the first night that helped us and became quick friends with them. They were in a band, and get this, Luffy can apparently play multiple musical instruments. Really, doesn't really seem the type to patiently learn stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. When I asked him, he just said his brother made him learn it. Anyway, the guy in the band invited Luffy to play in his band as they could use a guitarist, and boom. Luffy joined a band, and then Leah went on to narrate what all had happened in the 1 week, more importantly, what Luffy had done, and ended with, the mayor found out that we are leaving tomorrow, and thus, threw us this last-minute farewell party. Wow, so that all happened, huh? Yep, he's magnetic if nothing else. I thought I would be suffering this entire week, but it's been so fun. Their conversation was interrupted as the mayor chose that moment to start the party by getting the attention of everyone present. Hello, Calliope Island citizens. I'm not gonna bore you with a boring speech, so don't worry. We all know why we're here. We've been struggling with resource funds for our schools and water facilities for quite some time now, and I had hoped the charity gala I hosted yesterday would help us in some small way, and as you all know, we got an overwhelming response from all the attendees. Woo hhhhhh, the crowd cheered. Without further ado, the ones who made that possible, welcome our local band that blew the socks off of all the donors at the gala with their fun songs and jolly personalities, the Rock 5. 5 people came running from behind the bonfire waving and cheering as the crowd welcomed them with raucous cheers. It was the couple Luffy had met the first day, Jan and Phil, 2 dear minks who looked to be mother and daughter, Giselle and Scarlet, and a fishman named Wright. Jan took the mic from the mayor as she happily addressed the crowd and hyped them up more. Well, we gotta be honest, at the beginning of this week, if someone told us we would blow up like this, I would have laughed in their face, but life sure is strange, huh? Who would have guessed that just choosing to go to a dance bar one day would change our lives forever? One random encounter that started on a bad foot spiraled into something huge for us. We were a struggling band at the start of this week, but today, one of the donors at yesterday's gala just happened to be a famous talent agency that liked us so much that they offered to give us a tour. A fucking tour. We finally got our big break. Woo hhhhhhhh. The crowd cheered, and so did the Rock 5. And the one who made it possible for us, the man of the week, the one who gave us exposure, the talk of the city, Jan trailed off awkwardly looking around, who was supposed to come jumping out as soon as I said that. Giselle leaned into the mic and spoke into it. Well, knowing him, he's probably stuffinod somewhere around here. People all turned towards the food area, where multiple caterers had set up stalls with large amounts of food, and as expected there Luffy was, stuffing his face in with tons of meat without a care in the world. Luffy suddenly noticed that his surroundings had gone quiet, and when he looked around, he saw that everyone was looking at him with amusement. He just stared back, taking a bite and chewing the shank of meat in his hand, and only after swallowing it up completely did he mutter, "What?" That burst a dam as the entire crowd started laughing, and Luffy had no idea what was going on. He just tilted his head confused as his hand slowly made a grab for another shank of meat, which only had the crowd howling with more laughter. Giselle and Scarlet suddenly came flying in, tackling him to the ground and laughing with merriment. "Oh, it's you guys. The food's great here. Try some," Luffy cheered, shoving the meat near Scarlet's mouth. "No, you idiot. You didn't hear a word of what was said just now, did you?" Giselle said, already knowing the answer. "Huh? Somebody spoke?" Giselle and Scarlet both started laughing before latching onto his ears and started chewing on them happily. Jan, Phil and Wright also came up next and watched in amusement as Luffy sighed and gave up letting the mother-daughter pair do whatever they wanted with his ears. The two were mink, and so when they had first met him, they had greeted him in their usual fashion, going, "Garchu," as they bit his ear. Since he was rubber, the two instantly fell in love with chewing on him and would do it every chance they got. Man, they sure like to use you as a chew toy, huh? Wright said as he grabbed the mother and daughter and lifted them up while they protested not letting go of his ears, thus stretching his ears comically wide. Luffy just tickled the two just under their chin, causing them to start giggling, thus making them let go of his ears. A trick he had to learn when they didn't let go for a long time. Come on, you're the man of the night, Jan said as she and Phil grabbed him from either side and started escorting him towards the bonfire, which wasn't lit yet. Oh, what for again? Luffy asked, not being aware of the effect he had had on the city yet. Forget it, we've already tried explaining it to you a million times. And I still don't understand. I just had fun with everyone at the gala, and the next day I was suddenly being praised for just having fun. How does that make sense? You just didn't have fun, dummy gummy. Jan pinched his cheek lovingly, using the nickname she had come up with for him. You made everyone have fun. Well, of course I did. It's not a fun party if everyone is not enjoying themselves. And that's why we love you, Giselle and Scarlet said in unison, still being held in Wright's grip. You don't even understand what an amazing and impossible thing you did when you convinced the stiff and stuck-up donors at the gala to start dancing and singing like no one was watching, Wright said, shaking his head in disbelief. I was there, and even I can't believe how you did it. 1 minute, everything was boring, but the next, all the stuck-up rich people started acting like kids at a party. Let's just chalk it up to Luffy magic. That's what Leah keeps saying, Phil said with a chuckle, patting his back. Luffy did understand what was happening but pretended not to, as they had almost started calling him a hero. It all started with Jan and Phil saying they were in a band and him mentioning that he could play the guitar and the piano. They invited him to join them the next day, and he met Giselle, Scarlet and Wright the next afternoon. He had hit it off with all of them, as they were very driven people who wanted to spread their music to the world. They were big dreamers, and there was no one Luffy liked more than big dreamers. Thus, he listened to a few of their songs and noticed that they were really good and complemented each other really well. Apparently, the five had been playing together for 3 years and were trying to get a tour, but just weren't getting their big break. They had the talent, but luck also played a huge role in a music artist's life, and they were lacking luck. Luffy just praised them, telling them they would hit it big someday. After that, he just started playing a couple of songs from Leo's world, and the five loved it so much that they started asking whose song it was. Luffy just explained it away as an artist in his brother's country, which was closed off to the rest of the world. He told them to sing it if they liked it, and they were gobsmacked at first and refused profusely. But Luffy just wrote down all the lyrics and sheet music and handed it to them, telling them the artist and Leo would be happy if their music was played in the outside world. Luffy had given them the sheet music for 2 songs and only gave it to them because they were really good already. If they were mediocre or not driven, he wouldn't have bothered, but their own songs were actually really good and they were big dreamers too, so he didn't mind helping them a bit. And that was it. The next thing he knew, he was roped into playing as their temporary secondary guitarist and vocalist at the restaurant show they had that night. Wright was on the bass, Scarlet was the drummer, Jan was the pianist and lead singer, and Phil was the primary guitarist as well as the vocalist. They were a pretty unconventional but well-oiled band, and Luffy managed to integrate himself pretty well with them. Luffy had a blast playing "We Will Rock You" with the Rock 5, who had learned it in just a single afternoon. That song, as expected, had attracted a lot of attention, and a huge crowd soon formed around them. Seeing so many people paying attention to them, the Rock 5 decided it was their best shot to show off, and thus, began playing their best songs with renewed vigor and attracted a much larger crowd. Luffy had slipped out after the first song as he was getting in the way of their perfect band symphony, and just enjoyed the rest of the evening with Leah. At the end of the night, the Rock 5 had come barreling into him, screaming their heads off with joy, saying that they had just received an invitation from the city mayor to play at a charity gala the next day. Luffy congratulated them, but they thanked him because it was his song that had given them the initial attention. They were good enough to keep that crowd and also grow it much larger with their own songs, so Luffy really didn't think he had done anything. They were so thankful that they invited him to the charity gala too. He knew it would be a rich noble's party with gourmet bite-sized food and boring talks, so started to refuse, but Leah excitedly latched onto him, saying she wanted to dress up fancy and attend it. They argued. Leah obviously won, and thus, Luffy with Leah as his date, and a few other Amazon women with +1s had gone to the gala. As Luffy expected, it was pretty boring. The people were pretty nice though, and not like the snobby rich ones like in Goa. But the boring conversations and small portions of food were making him sleepy. The Rock Five, as their name suggested, were primarily a rock band, so didn't get to shine a lot either. The mayor gave a bunch of pleas on how they needed money for some infrastructures like schools and hospitals, and also needed money for some water plantations. Luffy honestly didn't listen and was more interested in thinking about when he would get to leave so that he could explore more of the city. Leah was his date though, so he behaved gentlemanly for the evening. But soon, even Leah started getting bored, and so did all the Amazon women. He went to check up on the Rock Five, and their moods were also down as they had built this venue up as their massive break. But not only were they not in their element, but people really didn't care for the music. Luffy just hummed, eyeing all the guests before deciding to transform the boring charity gala into a pirate party. He just said, "Give me a few minutes," and then start playing to the band before jumping into the array of guests. He just picked a few single men who were eyeing a few single women and encouraged them to ask the women out. Luffy was blunt and extremely convincing if nothing else, and if the guys hesitated too much, he just pulled them forcefully towards the girls and broke the ice with the classic, "Have you met Ted?" He then went to the older married couples and did what he did best: make people laugh. He piggybacked on how nervous single guys were before the older couples started telling him how they themselves were nervous when they first met their partners, which were all funny stories. Finally, after becoming the center of attention, he started a game where people started telling embarrassing stories from their younger days. It soon broke all the tension and high-class air rich people usually have, and they became just normal people with embarrassing and funny stories. Luffy then gestured to Jan and the rest of the band, who were staring wide-eyed with shock at how effortlessly he was turning the boring room into a joyous one, and got his message. The band soon started to play a slow love rock song. The donors eyed the band curiously as they had suddenly started playing a song that didn't fit the mood of a simple gala. But Luffy just grabbed Leah, who was also staring with shock at him, and began dancing with her. The Amazon couples also thought what Luffy and Leah were doing was fun, and so they began dancing with their partners too. Seeing many couples forming and how they had just reminisced about their younger days, the older couples also started dancing, reliving their old memories. Soon, the younger newly formed couples also joined in, and thus, a majority of the people at the gala had begun dancing. But Luffy was far from done. He gestured to the Rock Five to play an upbeat song after a few minutes, and when all the couples were confused, he got all their attention and started a silly dance, which had them laughing their asses off. The Amazon women, who had learned by then that whatever Luffy did was always a good thing, also followed his lead. And when they saw so many people performing silly moves, all the others started too, and pretty soon, everyone was dancing like it was a dance club, and the Rock Five started showing off their musical prowess. The mayor was the only one who was a bit peeved at Luffy, seeing how he had turned a serious gala into a dance party, but he didn't think anything much would come off of it in the first place, so just joined in on the party too. By the end of the night, Luffy was blackout drunk, and so were many people. He had woken up in the morning in a massive dog pile of Leah, the Rock Five, and a few Amazons, with Giselle nibbling his ear even in her sleep. When everyone woke up, the Rock Five had grabbed Luffy and kissed him repeatedly while crying tears of joy. Apparently, one of the donors belonged to a musical talent agency, and seeing how well they played, signed a deal with them on the spot. Saying the band were on cloud nine was putting it mildly. They would apparently leave on a tour within the month and do what they wanted to do. Put on concerts and sing for all sorts of people on different islands. Luffy was covered in lipstick marks all over his face when the mayor also came bursting into their room while comically crying, and proceeded to leave kisses on Luffy's face too, as many donors had had so much fun the previous night that they decided to donate a large amount of money to the charity. When everything was added up, the amount of money raised was 50 times more than what he had expected, so he was also on cloud nine. Luffy understood on a basic level that the rich people had enjoyed a lot and thus had donated, but he didn't really do it for them. He only did it because he was bored, wanted to help the Rock Five, and that was it. The mayor almost started calling him a hero, so he instantly acted like he didn't understand what was going on and didn't acknowledge his involvement in anything. But he was happy for the mayor nevertheless. When it slipped out that they would be leaving the next morning, the mayor instantly called for a city-wide celebration as their farewell. And thus, here he was at the last-minute bonfire party being pulled by Jan and Phil towards the bonfire as he was apparently the man of the hour. He had become pretty famous in the city too as he went around exploring the city with enthusiasm, and his magnetic and childlike personality of course attracted everyone he talked to, and he had become the talk of the city. So, everyone knew who he was and his massive appetite for food too. "Okay, here you are. Please do the honors," the mayor said, giving him the torch to light the bonfire. Luffy turned towards the crowd who were looking at him expectantly, hoping he would give a speech, but as always Luffy shattered everyone's expectations and did what he wanted. "I'm not much for words, so I only got 2. He aimed the torch near the erected woodpile. "Leet chase PAARRRTTYYYY. He yelled, throwing the torch at the same time, and the woodpile instantly erupted into a massive pillar of fire as the crowd cheered loudly. And thus started the biggest and the first yearly bonfire party on Calliope Island. Oh, a couple of hours later, Luffy found a quiet place on top of a tree as the party kept going with people bringing out their own instruments, dancing and having fun. He looked down at the joyous scene with a melancholic expression though. He had been having fun until just a few minutes ago, but seeing a group of friends laughing their asses off while making fun of each other and eating to their heart's content triggered a memory which brought his mood down instantly. He wanted his crew with him. It was really strange as he hadn't even met them, but he loved all of them and couldn't wait to meet them. He also started to think about all the friends he would make on his journey, and that only brought his mood down further as many of them were suffering at that exact moment. He remembered things like how Otama would be starving at that very moment and food didn't taste good anymore. He remembered how Nami would be all alone in that stupid room making maps for her tormentor. And laughter didn't feel good anymore. He remembered how Brook would be trying to entertain himself all alone on his ship, and partying didn't feel good anymore. He just wanted to go to everyone and protect, liberate them all, but knew he couldn't be at all places at once, couldn't do it alone, couldn't go alone on the journey, and he didn't want to either. He knew there was nothing he could do until he got to each of them one by one, but that didn't mean he didn't feel melancholic. He knew there was no point in moping around, but he would still get these intense melancholic feelings from time to time, and the only thing he did when he felt like that was train. Train and train so that he's ready to save whoever he wanted and do whatever he wanted when the time came. He jumped from tree to tree going further into the forest, and after arriving at a deep secluded area, activated Gear 2 and started to train. Pump more blood, move faster, hit harder, make his body more elastic, more malleable, twist the legs, twist the hands, the neck, torso and even the tongue. Activate Gear 3, channel the air from limb to limb, perform Soru while in Gear 3, and so on. He destroyed a good chunk of his immediate surroundings, but he had come in deep for a reason. He deflated doing out of Gear 3, blowing all the air out, and he fell down in his shrunken form panting hard. He still had this side effect, and his bones also ached a lot after the transformation ended. It took 10 whole minutes for him to return to his original state, and he got up and blew into his arm again, forcefully activating Gear 3, even though his body clearly wasn't in any shape to handle that. But he would be in a similar state during the war, so forced himself to get up and do it anyway, as he had to get used to fighting in such conditions. After the second time of coming out Aang, he could feel his body would burst if he did it again, so just lay down panting hard. A few minutes later, a head suddenly popped up in his field of vision, making him jump out of his skin before he realized it was just Sonia. "Hey, a beast, or should I change that to mini beast?" "Very funny," Luffy deadpanned, his voice very low-pitched, making her laugh as she sat down next to him. "I was hoping to find you doing something suspicious when I saw you slipping out of the party and heading somewhere alone. So I hid my presence and followed you. But here I find you just abusing your body, and a chibi you?" Luffy just sighed, nodding his head as she stared at his shrunken form and started poking him curiously. "What even is this?" "Just a side effect of my Gear 3, where I inflate my bones to gain giant limbs." "You were inflating your bones?" Sonia yelped, surprised. "Wow, how do you not, Pop?" She had to strengthen my bones first. So this was your last resort, huh? I can see how you could just destroy the ship with this." "Yeah." Luffy's body adjusted back to its normal state again, and he sat up. "Wanna fight? I could use an opponent?" "You still want to fight in this state? You really have a death wish? Come on, you can use your devil fruit too. I want to fight you when you're at full power." No, I'm in no mood to fight. Besides, I don't think you can even fight in your current state. Luffy looked down at himself and fell on his back knowing she was right. He had just used Gear 3 consecutively, so his body was really in no state to fight. Yeah, I guess you're right. So what made you sad, huh? Back at the party, I saw you eyeing those group of friends messing around when suddenly your mood dropped and you left. Why? Wow, I knew that you didn't trust me, but that much? Were you observing me the whole night? Actually. I just happened to be looking in your direction when that happened. Yeah, sure. Luffy just sighed. I just remembered some stuff, that's all. Before she could ask any follow-up questions, Luffy stood up, dusting all the dirt off of his clothes. I'ma head back. Coming? Go on, I'll catch up. Sure. Sonia watched Luffy go back towards the city with a slight limp. Once he was out of eyesight and far enough, she said, "Geez, happy? I told you he wouldn't talk about his past." Hancock slowly walked out of the clearing from where she was observing Luffy the whole time with a frown on her face. But I wish to learn what made him sad. The way he was abusing his body here, it is intriguing. I wonder what exactly it is that he is training for. Sonia just sighed, not knowing why her sister had taken so much interest in Luffy. Sure, his story was amazing, but Hancock seemed a bit too obsessed with him. It was actually Hancock who had noticed that he became sad in the first place and then asked Sonia to follow him while she discreetly followed from behind. If Sonia didn't know any better, she would have thought that Hancock had a crush on him. And she was right. Hancock had indeed developed a small crush on him. It wasn't love or anything close to it, but she was interested in him and wanted to know more about him. She would sometimes peek out of the porthole from inside her cabin, and her eyes would always follow him whenever he was on deck or sitting on the sea serpents. She would come out on deck to take a closer look and, accidentally, see him and start a conversation with him, but he would always quickly go below deck a minute or two after she came out. She was slightly peeved at that and had even asked Sonia if he was avoiding her, and it seemed to be the case. She had concluded that he was a shy man and was a bit disappointed that he also was infatuated with her. She had lost most of her interest in him, but she still couldn't help but stare at him sometimes. And tonight, she was staring at him partying, seen his sudden mood shift and thus, followed him. Yeah, well, I don't see why he would share that with me. Maybe I should ask him myself. No one is going to deny any of my requests anyway. Yeah, he should answer if you ask, Sonia nodded. Anyway, enough about him. I think it is about time we do what we came here for, Hancock said, looking at Sonia seriously. Sonia's mood suddenly deflated as she nodded, yeah. Hancock patted her head soothingly. Sonia, I know you like Leah, but she cannot live with us on Amazon Lily. We must banish her from the island and also make sure she never comes looking for us ever again. That can either be done by threatening her that if she ever came looking for us, we will kill her, or we actually kill her. You clearly want to kill her, Sonia said in an accusatory tone with her head down. It is for the best, Sonia, but, after what all Luffy said, it's only made me want to not push her away. We shouldn't let the stupid brand make us do this. Hancock sighed and grabbed her sister's head, making her face her. You're too emotional, Sonia. We have lied to the whole island and Leah knows it. She hasn't asked or done anything until now, but what will we do if she exposes us? If the others talk about devil fruits, we can call them liars or say that it is a myth in the outside world, and that would be the end of it. But Leah, she knows too much. We have kept her from being on the island, but we cannot keep pushing her into trips for long. I do not know why she hasn't outed us yet, but she will soon, and then, we will have to answer everyone as to why we lied. Sonia hung her head in defeat for a few minutes, thinking about what Hancock had said, and knew she was right. She understood what danger Leah posed to them, but she didn't want her dead. Hancock had been ready to petrify on the island itself, but Sonia had begged that she wanted to spend some time with her and thus, kept pushing her into trips. Hancock was losing patience though, and she knew she couldn't put it off anymore. She had been ready to say goodbye to her on this trip. But then Luffy dropped into her life. After hearing about his resolve, she didn't want the brand on her back to influence her decisions, especially something big like getting rid of a friend. Leah just wants to be a doctor. She tried again to convince her sister otherwise. After her mother died, she apparently faced a lot of hardships and just kept roaming around aimlessly. She doesn't like to talk much, but something horrible happened to her. She finally came looking for us so that she can have a family again. She came looking for me, looking for you, and now we're turning her away. Hancock understood that this was Luffy's influence and she had agonized over this decision herself after hearing him out, but at the end, she didn't want to take any chances. We cannot risk it, Sonia. If everyone was like Luffy, then this world would have been a much better place. But people are not like him. He is an exception among exceptions. Leah can certainly expose our lies, and when people start asking questions, they will eventually find out the truth and shun us. After that, one of two things will happen. Either we kill everyone who questions us, or we leave, and both options are horrible. Do you want to return to those hellish days? Sonia opened her mouth to protest but just couldn't rebuke her. Her body still trembled just imagining anyone other than Luffy seeing her brand, and just the possibility that Leah might lead to that terrified her. Hancock continued, "We have had this trip so that you can spend time with her and have some closure. We do not have to kill her. We'll drop her off here on this island or some other island. But we must tell her, no, threaten her that she should never come looking for Amazon Lily or interfere in our lives again. That will kill her. She's already lost everything she holds dear, and if I threaten her to stay away, it'll break her. I am ready to petrify her too. It won't even hurt her." Sonia had her head down with a distressed expression on her face. She stayed like that for a long time, and Hancock patient nothing. Luffy's words kept resounding in her head, but the years of mental anguish won in the end. She finally lifted her head and nodded slowly, "Oh." And that's when their conversation was interrupted by someone approaching them. Luffy walked in eating a shank of meat and stared at the sitting Sonia curiously. She was still in the same position he had left her in, which seemed extremely strange to him. "Forget something?" Sonia asked, keeping her voice as straight as possible. Hancock had again hidden behind a couple of trees, not wanting anyone to know she was there. Not really. You didn't come back even after so long, so came looking for you. What's up? Why are you still here?" "Oh, was just stargazing, that's all," she lied. "Ooh, you like the stars too?" "I love them," Luffy said excitedly as he sat down next to her. "I recently discovered my love for stargazing, you know. Have you seen meteor showers anytime? There was this one night when I was training when a buttload of shooting stars started falling from the sky. It was so amazing." "Hey, you like stuff like stars too, huh?" "Yeah, I've seen meteor showers and yes, they're beautiful," Sonia said, hoping to continue the conversation with him for as long as possible. He always made her relaxed, and right now, she needed that more than anything. "Yep. Leah also loves them. You know about her island, right? Their houses are built on top of these huge trees. So they're closer to the sky, and so, stargazing was this big social thing on their island apparently." "Oh, I see," Sonia said, her voice a bit strained as she wanted him to talk, but not talk about Leah. Luffy noticed the change in her voice and the melancholic, guilty expression she got when he mentioned Leah. He sighed internally as he finished eating the shank of meat, trying to read her face, hoping to find out what it was about Leah that made her uneasy. But he couldn't notice anything other than melancholy, and even that had disappeared as her face looked blank. Unnaturally blank. She was forcing herself to not show emotion, and that in itself told him that she was hiding something. Noticing the intense gaze, Sonia asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Luffy's instincts were screaming at him something was very wrong here. He didn't know what, but if she was guilty and sitting down here in the forest doing nothing, she was probably agonizing over something. And it probably had something to do with Leah. He was going to be respectful and leave them alone to hash out whatever issues they had with each other. But he couldn't help but worry, thinking of the worst case. Leah was someone who knew that they had lied to the island, and considering how they were keeping her off the island by making sure she was on trips ever since she came back, it was clear that they didn't want her there. Then why not just banish her? He wondered. Knowing he needed more information, he started probing. "It's still bothering me." "What? Why you and Hancock are here?" Sonia instantly became annoyed and defensive. She was hoping he would make her relaxed like always with his stupid stories, but he was just making her think more about Leah. "I know I'm treating you like a friend, but don't overstep. You don't have the authority to question where we go or don't go." Luffy gave an unimpressed stare as he continued, "It has something to do with Leah, doesn't it?" He watched her closely, and there was definitely a slight twitch in her eye that told him he was right. "Do you want to kill her?" He followed up instantly, not giving her a chance to think as he closely observed her. And that question made her eyes widen, her body slightly flinch, and her mouth began to say something before she stopped herself, schooled her expression to make her face neutral again, and said, What the hell are you talking about? So I was right. Luffy trailed off as he stood up, loosening his body and cracking his knuckles. He was glad he ate as much as he could before coming here to check up on her. The effects of the earlier training were still there, but at least he had enough energy. Sonia grew confused about what he was doing. What or why? Shut up, Luffy coldly cut her off, which only made her bewildered at the sudden shift in tone from him. The friendly atmosphere that they had built amongst each other evaporated, instantly being replaced with anger and annoyance from Luffy's end and confusion from Sonia's end. Did you just tell me to shut up, ho? Shut up, Luffy cut her off again. All that uncomfortable moments and unease I noticed from you whenever you talked with Leah. I didn't want to think I was right, but you're here to kill Leah? That's why you were feeling guilty whenever you talked with her, knowing that you'll be killing her soon? Sonia flinched just as the words left his mouth, and that was all Luffy needed to know. He was right. She didn't know how the hell he had figured it out, but she couldn't have this conversation with him, so quickly got up intent on running away. I don't know what the hell you're spouting, she spat as she started walking away. Why do you want to kill her? Luffy persisted, following behind her. When she didn't answer, he ran up in front of her and got in her way. Why? He demanded. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sonia snapped, trying to move past him, but she watched in shock as Luffy's whole demeanor changed. His blank face morphing into one of rage, and a second later, she felt Luffy's fist connecting with her face. The punch was so heavy that she got flung backwards and ended up crashing through a few rows of trees. She slowly got up, wondering just how Luffy had figured it all out and why he was attacking her now. What are you doing? She spat coldly, treating him like an enemy now. Beating some sense into you, Luffy said as he went to punch her again, but Sonia caught his fist. You have no business interfering with our matters. Leah is our subject and we'll deal with he. You know who I hate more than I hate those celestial bastards? Luffy cut her off while punching her with his other fist, which she caught again with her other hand. People who betray their own friends. Sonia became downright furious when he insinuated that she was worse than a celestial dragon. UDA. Luffy pulled his head back and smashed it against hers, not giving her a chance to talk. You've been treating her like a friend, enjoying your time with her. And this whole time, you were planning to kill her? Sonia felt her anger rising as he kept cutting her off. Her mind didn't register whatever accusations he was hurling at her, as she didn't want to listen to them cause he was right. She didn't want to face reality, so blocked him off and concentrated solely on what he was doing, which was attacking her out of nowhere. And so, she started retaliating. She yanked him upwards by his hands and smashed him into the ground a couple of times like a rag doll before stomping on his head. Do not interfere in our affairs, man. So what now? You're gonna kill me too? Luffy spat. Oh, you think killing you will be hard for me? She glowered as she stomped on him harder. Luffy let out a deep sigh. Leah respects you. She admires you and Hancock so much and is so loyal that she would give up her life for you if you asked. And you want to kill her? What the fuck is wrong with you? Sonia couldn't bear to hear anymore, so grabbed him by the neck and brought him in front of her as she choked the life out of him. Stop talking. Luffy didn't even struggle as he stared at her angry face that was hiding an anguished face behind it, and instantly went into gear too. He kicked right up under her chin, making her stagger, and loosened the grip on his neck. He slipped out and delivered a blow to her gut, making her bend in half, before grabbing her head and smashing his knee right up in her face. Gawk. Sonia felt pain bursting on her nose, so shoved him away first before checking her nose, and it was definitely bleeding. The attack had happened in an instant and she was way too lost in it to sense his attacks. You? She angrily spat as she lunged at him. Luffy sidestepped her lunge, but she changed her trajectory and smashed his head with her fists, pummeling him into the ground. His head got buried, and before he could pull his head out, Sonia grabbed both his legs and swung him in an arc over her head before slamming him into the ground. You finally showed your true colors, huh? What was your plan here? Get me alone and fight me? Did you think I was that easy? Luffy was confused for a second by her random accusation before he realized what was happening. You're so in denial that you're making stuff up now? He said, getting up and spitting out dirt. You're making no sense. You don't want to think about the accusations, so you're just trying to escape the situation by making up baseless stories and making me the villain. Sonia lunged at him, wanting to shut him up, and grabbed his leg again, intent on whipping him 1,000,000 times into the ground. Luffy felt himself being swung, but before he could get slammed into the ground, He twisted his body and grabbed Sonia's arm tightly. When his back hit the ground, he used all his strength to yank her towards himself and delivered a crushing headbutt. Sonia staggered back confused as she had not sensed his attack with her observation at all, but before she could process it, Luffy jumped on her head and slammed both his fists on her forehead again. He then jumped down to the ground while still grabbing her head, which had the effect of her bending backwards before he flipped her and smashed her into the ground. "Guess I got my fight after all, huh?" Luffy smirked as he airwalked and escaped into the sky when he sensed a leg sweep from her. "Get back down here," Sonia raged, getting up. "All men are the same after all. Are all the other kidnappers you're working with coming now? I thought you were different, but all men are." "Fucking shut up and face reality," Luffy coldly said before lunging at her. Sonia dodged his fist but was hit with his kick, again not having sensed it with her observation at all. She didn't know how the hell he was doing that, but she didn't have time to think as Luffy kept up his relentless attacks. She knew she was making up random stories to escape thinking about his accusations and knew how ridiculous she sounded. But she couldn't help it. If she didn't, then she would have to face his words, which her mind refused to do. To be completely honest, she was terrified seeing the always happy and smiling Luffy looking so pissed off and angry. And to top it all off, the rage was directed at her and she knew she deserved it. His eyes especially were so cold and angry that she wanted to run away and hide. "She looks up to you. She admires you," Luffy said after delivering a jet stamp in her gut before using an armament hockey-coated fist to punch the same spot as he angrily glared at her. "And you want to spit in the face of someone so loyal, betray her and kill her." "Stop talkin'," Sonia growled, also getting frustrated and angry, but Luffy punched her in the face again, not even giving her a chance to talk. "You don't even try to deny it, you fucking piece of shit." Sonia was downright thunderous now and she transformed into her full snake form, growing huge. "I think I've been she began saying, but Luffy, not even fazed by the transformation, yelled, "Gum gum jet Gatling," and delivered blow after blow into her midriff. He kept up the attack until she staggered back and crashed through a few rows of trees. "If sorry isn't the first word that comes out of your mouth, I don't want to hear it," Luffy yelled as he landed on her stomach and delivered a jet stamp. Sonia finally realized why he wasn't letting her speak, but didn't care as she continued attacking him. She was so very angry at him, at herself, her sister, her situation, her past that was making her do this. She didn't know what to do, so just channeled all that frustration into anger and took it out on the person in front of her. Luffy sensed the change and became more vigilant as he kept jumping from place to place to escape her attacks while also delivering blow after blow when he got the chance. Sonia only grew more frustrated as the fight went on, as she couldn't get enough hits on him. She had even started using her snake hair to take a bite out of him, but he kept dodging and attacking her. And most frustratingly, she couldn't sense some of the attacks directed at her and kept getting hit. Luffy was using a combination of Gear 2, Soru and Airwalk to maneuver about on the battlefield. He hadn't realized it, but he was using Kamasora to move around in the air in 3 dimensions. And as to how he was bypassing Sonia's observation, he didn't try to. He was fighting on instinct, and so, many of his attacks were purely instinctual without him having not even thought of it, and thus, Sonia couldn't sense some of his attacks. And to top it all off, he kept trying to coat his arms in armament and succeeded once every 20 punches, but they were still very weak to have any significance. Sonia, on the other hand, was having a mental meltdown. She didn't want to think about whatever Luffy was spouting, but a part of her kept screaming at her that she was a monster who could kill such a close friend like Leah. And another part of her was crying and saying that she had no other choice. And another part was saying that she deserved the beating Luffy was giving her and she should take it. And with a disarrayed mind like that, she performed poorly in battle, thus giving Luffy the upper hand. Gum Gum Jet Bazooka. Sonia fell on her back after feeling the devastating blow Luffy delivered and didn't get up. Luffy landed back on the ground, all bloody and panting, having pushed Gear 2 to its limit. Seeing that she didn't get up, he thought that she was finally reflecting, so walked towards her. But as soon as he came near her, her snake-like hair flew at him all at once. He grit his teeth as 2 hair snakes bit into him on either side of his shoulders while 2 more bit into his wrists. Sonia slowly got up and stared at him with cold eyes, holding him in place with her hair. "You sure have some GU, again." Luffy definitely didn't want to hear anything other than an apology, so he threw his head back and launched it at her. One of the snake hairs got in the way with its mouth open, intent on biting his head off, but Luffy opened his mouth wider, bit into the lower lip of the snake before clamping his teeth down and biting it off, and then plowed through the rest of the snake hair body and smashed his head against hers. Sonia was way too mortified to see him eating and tearing her hair to dodge his attack and felt more pain than ever before burst on her forehead. She collapsed on her back, clutching her bleeding forehead in pain, while her other snake hairs that were holding him loosened, allowing Luffy to slip out. Just as his head snapped back, coughing and spitting out hair, he jumped high in the air, not wasting any time. He threw his hands high above him and started winding both his hands together, and before Sonia could even open her eyes, had launched it at her. Sonia, who was just opening her eyes wondering what kind of hard head he had, paled when she saw his rotating fists coming right at her with frightening speed. Thankfully for her, someone pulled her out of the way and Luffy's fist landed on the ground, creating a loud boom and a massive crater. Luffy just sensed that she had moved but hadn't seen anyone else, so when he landed back on the ground, he was caught off guard when two dark and cold eyes met his own before he felt a blow to his stomach and got flung away. He coughed and wheezed as he slowly climbed out of the splinters of wood he found himself in, wondering who had kicked him, and felt his mind blank when he saw Boa Hancock herself standing in front of Sonia defensively while glaring at him. When the hell did she get here? He thought as he got back on his feet and walked back to the two sisters. Sonia also sat up but didn't stand back up and hung her head while for a moment before turning her attention back to Luffy. "How dare you attack my sister?" Hancock said coldly. No matter how much admiration she felt for him, he had just attacked her sister, so she was pissed off. She had waited knowing that Sonia was stronger, but when it looked like her head wasn't in the fight and she was going to get hurt badly, she finally intervened. Luffy just stared at her, not knowing what to do in this situation. He had avoided her the whole time, to the point that if she came out on the deck of her ship, he would immediately go below deck so that he wouldn't catch her eye. The last they had talked was when he had first landed on the ship, which wasn't even a conversation, so this would probably be their first proper conversation. He observed her angry face and she didn't seem to be asking Sonia what was going on, nor did she look like she was curious. It was like she already knew everything that had transpired here, so Luffy concluded that she was probably hiding somewhere nearby, listening from the very start. So, why is she even here in the first place? That too, secretly, she wants Leah dead too. Idiot, of course it's her. She wants Leah dead, but Sonia doesn't want to. That's why Sonia's feeling guilty. She doesn't want to kill Leah, but she can't go against her sister. Shit, I should have realized that sooner. Hancock was mostly shown to be innocently cute in the story, but that was after she fell in love with him. She was a stone-cold ruler before that though. In the story too, she had petrified Marguerite and the others just because they spoke up against her, and scenarios like that must have happened before too. She had lied to her subjects, but there had to be at least one or two who should have known about devil fruits and had information about the outside world. So had she killed them too? Like right now. Leah knew too much, so they wanted to get rid of her. And Sonia was no less of a cold character. She had toyed and played around with the stone statue of one of the petrified women while fighting him, and would have broken her too if Luffy hadn't unleashed conquerors. He could understand if they were cold and hostile to him, but they didn't mind killing their own subjects just for speaking up. Deep down they were kind, but their pasts and fears made them quite cold before Luffy changed them. And currently, he wasn't dealing with the cute version of Hancock, but with the stone-cold version of her. Luffy was wondering what to do when Sonia suddenly started hysterically laughing, looking at him. "Now you have nothing to say? All this time you kept talking and talking, and now that my beautiful sister is here, you're too infatuated with her to not say things to her face." Hancock just stared at Luffy and scoffed. "All men are the same. No one can deny my beauty after all." "Ha, what the hell do I do here? If I fight and talk back, she's gonna start falling in love. If I don't, Leah will die by their hands." He sighed internally as the answer was obvious. "You want to kill Leah?" Luffy finally said, throwing caution to the wind. The most important thing here was that he had to save Leah, so it didn't matter what happened next. He would worry about the consequences later. "So, what's it to you? She's my friend, and I won't let you hurt her?" Hancock flipped her hair back and looked down on him. "She is my subject. I'm free to do whatever I please with her." That sentence infuriated Luffy more than anything. She's a subject. Not a slave, He spat coldly, even more rage building up inside him. I kill her, I let her live, it's up to me. Whatever I do, I will always be forgiven. Do you know why? She asked, tilting her head a little before answering herself. Indeed. It is because I am beautiful, she said, haughtily flipping her hair, and then with a seductive smirk asked, don't you agree too? Luffy balled his fists up, her condescending words and the casual way she was talking about killing his friend pissing him off greatly. He understood that she was scared of being outed and shunned, but that did not give her permission to treat others like this. He was resisting the urge to tell her off and was wrestling with himself not to say the words he had said to her in the story, but in the end, he decided to be honest with how he felt. You're really pissing me off. Hancock dramatically swooned back, holding her head, unable to believe what she had just heard, but her eyes widened with shock when she saw Luffy appear in front of her, with his arms stretched behind him, right before she felt a fist connect with her cheek. She staggered back a couple of steps, unable to believe that someone had so casually punched her out of nowhere. But Luffy wasn't done as he airwalked over her head, grabbed it and then proceeded to flip her in the air before whipping her into the ground. Hancock found herself face up on the ground, staring at the man's angry face directed at her in shock. Sonya was in the same shocked state, staring at Luffy with her eyes wide open, unable to believe that he had just attacked her sister. They only got more shocked when Luffy followed that attack by stretching his leg high above him before bringing it down on her stomach. Hancock caught his foot before the attack connected and sat up slowly, physically unfazed by his attacks but was definitely mentally fazed by them. Did you just attack me? She asked incredulously, with anger and disbelief laced in her voice as she squeezed his foot in her hand. Yes, Luffy answered before whipping her with his other leg. Hancock only got angrier as she caught his other foot and threw him away into a row of trees where he crash landed. How dare you? She snarled. How is this even possible? How did you resist my charms and manage to attack me? Luffy didn't say anything as he got up and again lunged at her with Soru. She went to catch his arm just before it could connect, but already expecting it, he kicked off the air at the last moment to jump higher and brought his heel down on her head. Unfortunately, she managed to sidestep and dodge the attack before kicking him in the stomach. Oh fucking hell, Luffy cursed internally as he felt the pain of a hockey-coated kick and got flung backwards. He managed to keep himself upright as he flew back and planted his feet into the ground, creating a deep trail as he slid to a stop. Man, her legs sure are strong. I can't believe this, Hancock spat, more angry than ever before, the casual way he was attacking baffling her. Does he not feel anything when he sees me? She brought her hands in front of her and made a heart symbol. Die for that, you insufferable man. Marrow mellow. Luffy stared at her and her beam coming right at him, not even bothering to dodge. If it only worked on people who are infatuated with her, then there was no way it was going to work on him, especially in this circumstance. And as expected, nothing happened as the beam passed over him harmlessly. Both Hancock and Sonya were dumbfounded, and thinking the beam hadn't hit him, even though it clearly did. Hancock brought her hands forward and released her beam again. Marrow mellow. This time, Luffy ran right into the beam, going through it straight for Hancock, and lodged his fist into her gut, trying to coat as much armament as he could muster up. Hancock bent in half, more shocked by the fact that her beam hadn't worked, and came face to face with Luffy's angry eyes. You piss me off, he reiterated, only making her more bewildered and angry. She grit her teeth in anger and kneed him in the stomach, making him hover slightly in the air before delivering a roundhouse kick. God, I'm no match for her, he concluded as he found himself crashing through trees again. Her armament was on a whole other level when compared to Sonya, and even that small attack was coated with enough armament hockey to hurt him badly. He knew he was still weak when compared to the real monsters in the world, but having it shoved in his face like this was a humbling experience for him. He didn't give up though, as he gestured to the side and used it as a pivot to slingshot himself back at her with his hands raised and balled into fists while trying to coat it with enough hockey. Hancock had never been more shocked in her entire life when she saw the man coming at her again and again to attack her. She grabbed his fists just as he flew at her, but already expecting it, Luffy used that chance to reorient himself parallelly to her before kicking up right into her chin, making her head snap upwards. I can't believe this, Hancock again said, bringing her face down and staring at Luffy, whose hands she still had in a death grip. Sonya was just sitting to the side, watching the fight with a gobsmacked expression on her face. She just couldn't believe that her sister was being attacked the way she was. He would always hide whenever Hancock came out on deck, so she had even teased him saying that he was hiding because he was shy and infatuated with her. But now, she knew that wasn't the case. His words about her beam not working on him also turned out to be true. Meanwhile, Hancock's mind was in even more of a disarray. First, her attack hadn't worked, which was a reality she refused to accept, and then he told her that she pissed him off, which no one had ever told her. But that wasn't what was baffling her the most. The most baffling thing about this whole thing was that she couldn't understand why he was fighting her. His reason of wanting to save Leah just didn't make sense. She could understand if he was fighting her because he wanted her, or because he thought he could defeat and kidnap her, or because she had slighted him, or a myriad of other reasons, but him fighting her because he wanted her not to kill a subject of hers? It was just too absurd. "Why are you fighting me, man?" Hancock asked as she casually deflected his other hand, which came at her face. Luffy was, of course, trying to yank his hand out from her grip, but when he was unsuccessful, started attacking her with his other limbs. "Really?" Luffy snapped with disbelief. "Is your hearing bad or something? You want to kill my friend? So, of course, I'm gonna stop you." "Your friend? You mean Leah? You didn't even know her a couple of weeks ago. You're willing to die for someone you met such a short while ago?" "Shut up," Luffy snapped as he got increasingly frustrated at how easily Hancock was deflecting all his attacks. "I'm doing this for you too. Do you really want to kill her? She's one of your own, isn't she? What did she even do to get a death sentence?" "Silence," Hancock demanded, kicking him with a hockey-coated leg and burying him in the ground in front of her. Luffy felt his insides breaking and grit his teeth in frustration as he realized the huge chasm of strength between them. "Stay down, man," Hancock ordered. "You don't get to lecture me on how I rule over my subjects." "What did," Luffy said as he got up, clutching his stomach in pain, "she even do? Is it just because she's more knowledgeable of the outside world? You're scared she'll call out your Gorgon Eye Curse story as a made-up story? You're AFR." Luffy suddenly felt his world turn white as he was repeatedly slammed into the ground by an irate Hancock. "Shut your mouth," she growled in anger and didn't stop whipping him until a large crater was created in the ground and Luffy went limp in her hands. She panted slightly as she studied the man in her hand, who was barely conscious, and dropped him into the crater, letting out a huff and staring at him with displeased eyes. She felt respect for him and she wanted to be closer to him and learn more about him, but the circumstances were just too complicated. She understood what Luffy was trying to say. She understood that her sister also didn't want to get rid of Leah, but she couldn't take that chance. She had to protect herself and her sisters, and Leah was a possibility that could lead their lives to become hellish again. "Luffy, you don't understand. People are not like you." Her heart stung slightly for a reason she didn't understand as she saw him lying in the crater all bloody and battered. Killing him was the logical conclusion here, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. She stood there wondering why just the thought of killing him made her sad, and ultimately she decided to just leave him there. He was a man after all, so unlike Leah, if he did go and tell all the women that Hancock was lying, the women themselves would beat him up first. "Let's go, Sonia," she said, not wanting to think anymore about him, and started walking away. Sonia slowly stood up, looking at the crater with sad eyes and then at her sister before following behind her. They didn't talk as both were too distressed and didn't know what to say either. They hadn't even taken a few steps before they both jerked in shock when they felt a wave of conquerors spread over them. They turned around and almost let out a yelp when they saw Luffy standing there like a zombie. His whole body covered with blood and grime, but his rage-filled eyes were still focused on them. Sonia took in an unconscious gulp, and she couldn't understand why Luffy was doing this. And neither could Hancock. "I'm not done yet," Luffy wheezed, raising his fists and getting into stance, barely able to keep his eyes open. "Can't beat her. Need to get Leah out first." "Why are you doing this?" Hancock asked, her voice trembling, not able to believe his reasons. He wasn't defending himself. He wasn't getting anything out of this, and yet the amount of resolve needed to get up while being as injured as he was no small order. And he was doing this for someone he didn't know for more than 2 weeks of his life. "Leah is my friend, and so are you. I don't want to see friends killing one another for stupid reasons." "What do you know of our reasons?" Hancock snapped. "You don't." "Shut up," Luffy cut her off. "Doesn't matter if I know or not. You're the ones who are struggling. Just look at Sonia's face. She clearly doesn't want to. You're the one who wants to kill Leah and forcing her, so I'll put a stop to you." Hancock eyed Sonia, who flinched and averted her eyes before looking back at Luffy. "Yes, my sister doesn't want to. But it's a necessity. She understands that too," Hancock said and then glanced at Sonia, "don't you?" Sonia hastily nodded her head scared. "Why yes, sister." "Stop scaring your own sister, motherfucker," Luffy growled seeing Sonia's scared face and lunged at Hancock. He only then remembered how Sonia and Mari were scared of Hancock in the story when the two looked like they were losing in their fight against his story counterpart. They were very close from what he had seen in reality, so didn't think there was any fear amongst them. But looked like Hancock sometimes got so cold that even her sisters got scared of her. Gum gum jet Gatling. Hancock grit her teeth, getting angry and frustrated as she took his consecutive punches. Her heart hurting when she saw Sonia clearly being scared of her and also when Luffy called her names. Why is he like this? Why can't Sonia understand? I'm doing this to protect us, protect her. She could see her sister swaying his way and her eyes widened as she came to a conclusion. She grabbed one of his arms and yanked it towards herself, making him falter and fall on his face. Are you trying to create a rift between us? Is that your plan here? Oh, shut up. Luffy dismissed her, having had enough of baseless accusations that made no sense and also frustrated that she was taking his hits without much trouble. Stop trying to create some conspiracy here that makes no sense. I don't get your goals, Hancock snapped. Just what is it you are trying to achieve here? Are you telling me that you are sacrificing your life for someone you barely know? All I'm trying to do is to stop you from making a mistake. Why do you even want to kill her? She's been with you for months now, hasn't she? And she hasn't called you out on your bullshit story. Just fucking talk to her and shush. Just like the previous time, the moment he said something about T's story, she got angry, lost it and attacked him. She yanked his stretched arm towards herself again and Luffy didn't resist as he accelerated towards her direction too with Soru. He spun just as he reached her and used another Soru at the last moment for one more burst of speed before lodging a fist into her gut. Gah! Hancock actually felt that one and Luffy smiled, having finally hurt her in some small way. She didn't take that sitting down though, as she grabbed both his hands before kicking right up into his chin. His head stretched upwards and he used that opportunity to let his head snap back at her with force, but she intercepted it with a hockey-coated kick this time, and a hockey-coated blow to his head was definitely not good. Luffy almost lost his consciousness as he felt his world go white and went limp in Hancock's hands. Hancock calmed down and dropped him with an irritated huff. Why does it feel so bad when I attack him? She really didn't want to, but him mentioning anything about their made-up curse story agitated her and she wanted to shut him up. She saw that he was still holding onto his consciousness even after the repeated hockey-coated blows, and his hands started moving as he pushed himself back up again. Her eyes trembled as she saw him stand up again with blood leaking down his face, and she just couldn't understand him. She was still pretty close to him, so as soon as Luffy stood up, he used Soru to accelerate himself at point-blank range, bodily slamming into her and grabbing her shoulders. Hancock wasn't expecting that and was caught by surprise as the momentum of the Soru shoved her backwards off balance and she started falling on her back. During the less than a second short fall, Luffy tightened his grip on her shoulders and bashed his skull into hers 3 times in quick succession. Gawk! Hancock felt the pain bursting on her forehead at the first head bash and was disoriented for a moment, thus allowing him to successively attack. As her back touched the ground, Luffy threw his head back, stretching it high up before letting it snap back. Hancock opened her eyes, cursing at the man, and managed to spot the head coming at her just before the attack connected. She moved her head at the last moment, causing his head to smash into the ground right next to hers. She slowly exhaled and felt blood leaking from her forehead, not able to believe that someone was attacking her this relentlessly for a reason like his. But it looked like the fight was over as Luffy's body didn't move anymore and he collapsed on top of her. She got up, pushing him off of her, and was surprised to see that he was still conscious, just barely though, and was having a hard time just keeping his eyes open with all the blood that was running down his own head. She touched her own forehead and found that she was actually bleeding too, and it wasn't just his blood that had splattered onto her. She stared at him, her mind having a really hard time processing the existence of such a man, who would fight for someone he barely knew by putting his own life on the line. She couldn't believe that there was someone this pure-hearted. Seeing his strong resolve, She could picture the scene of him inspiring the other slaves more clearly now, and her heart beat faster, feeling more admiration for him. She brought her hands forward and wiped his forehead, making sure the blood wasn't getting into his eyes before she realized what she was doing and stopped herself. She didn't know why, but her heart hurt even more when she saw his battered state and realized she was the one who had done that to him. "Sister," a soft voice shook her out of her thoughts, and she turned to see the distressed, sad, and anguished face of her sister. Hancock regained her senses and slowly got up, making Luffy collapse onto the ground. She stared at him for quite a while, knowing she should kill him, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. So she turned and started walking away, only to be stopped by a hand grabbing her ankle. She looked behind her in bewilderment and found Luffy was getting back up. "Not done yet," Luffy said, his voice barely above a whisper as he pulled himself back up with shaky hands and legs. Hancock watched him pathetically collapse to his knees halfway up. Curse, still proceed to get up anyway and stand up straight with his legs trembling. "Leah will die if I lose consciousness. Leah will die if I lose consciousness" was the only thing keeping him conscious, and he forced himself up. But that was all he could do. There was a limit to how much he could push his body, and he had just hit it. Even though he was commanding his foot to move, it just stayed glued in place. The only thing he could do was raise his fists challengingly at Hancock and hope he got a few minutes of rest, so that his body would listen to him again. He would fall down if Hancock just casually pushed him, but seeing his determined expression and seeing him raise his fists made her admire him more while also confusing her more. "I don't understand," Hancock said, her voice quivering. "You're in no condition to stand, let alone fight. Why are you doing this all for someone you barely know? Just what are you getting out of this?" Luffy, barely able to keep his eyes open as he swayed standing up, looked at her like she was stupid. He wanted to call her stupid for asking the same question again and again, but he was having a hard time just breathing. He took in slow and deliberate breaths, wondering how he could get out of this predicament. He definitely could not defeat her, that much was obvious, but his end goal here was to save Leah, not Hancock's defeat. He thought of ways he could get out of the situation, but was having a very hard time keeping his thoughts straight. "I should run away and get Leah out, eat and then fight again. Should have done that from the beginning, dumbass. Need Zoro to buy some time for me. Where's my crew? Shit fucking memories. You don't have one yet, idiot. Okay. Rest and run when you get a chance. Get Leah to safety and then eat, the fight again." When Luffy didn't answer and seemed to be lost in his own mind, Hancock was still getting agitated. Such a kind-hearted man cannot exist. She just couldn't accept it, and when she tried to think of any ulterior motive he could have, a sudden thought struck her mind. Is he stupid? Yes, that must be it. There was no other explanation as to how he was choosing to oppose her and still get back up otherwise. Maybe he didn't understand what he was exactly doing and is just fighting based on instinct. Maybe he doesn't realize that he's dying for someone he barely knows? Maybe he doesn't understand that he's fighting a warlord? Maybe he doesn't realize that since they are the ones giving him a ride, if he fights them here, he wouldn't get a ride back. Maybe he's stupid and doesn't realize the gravity of what he's doing. No matter how ridiculous it seemed, that's the only thing Hancock could think of that could explain his behavior. Or maybe he's just that pure-hearted was another explanation, but there was no way that was true. So, she devised a test for him which would prove if he's just a hard-headed idiot fighting her or someone so pure-hearted that he would willingly give up his life to save another. "Man," she addressed him who could barely hear her, "I have heard from Sonia that you need to get back to your home as quickly as possible?" Luffy was confused by the random non-sequitur, but talking did give him some time to recover his energy, so answered, "Yeah? Do you not realize that we are the ones giving you a ride there? If you keep fighting me, we'll leave you here and there's no way you'll get back home anytime soon." Luffy grew annoyed as he just stared at her, wondering where she was going with the conversation. "So I'll grant you a choice, as you want. I won't kill Leah and she will be safe with us, but you will be left behind on this island itself. Or, I'll kill Leah and you get a ride back to your home. Choose one of these two options and throw the other his way." She could confirm if he actually was just a stupid man who was just fighting without thinking of the consequences, or if he knew of the negative consequences and still chose to do it. "Come on, reveal your true nature as a man. Godfuckingdammit. It's the same choice from the story." Luffy internally screamed. It was pretty much the same circumstances with Leah being the one he wanted to save rather than Marguerite. so looked like she had thought up the same test. But still, he was extremely glad about it. He saw absolutely no way in which he could win or run away to get Leah to safety with how he was barely able to stand, let alone fight or run, so he was really glad when he finally saw a way and let out a huge sigh of relief. He looked at Hancock, who was waiting expectantly for his answer, and he took his time as if he was thinking about it. He didn't want to blurt it out instantly like he did in the story, which had made a very favorable impression on her, so after a few seconds, he nodded. Okay, Leah lives. I'll find some other way to get back home. Unfortunately for him, his pause was received with even more shock from Hancock and Sonia. They thought that even though he badly wanted to get back home and there would be negative consequences to himself if he didn't, he still chose to save Leah. That only cemented the fact that he was even more selfless in their minds. Luffy's legs gave out when his mind relaxed, knowing he had achieved his goal, and he fell to his knees. He still hadn't heard anything from Hancock, so looked up at her and asked, "Do I have your word?" Hancock slowly nodded, her eyes trembling. "Yes, thank you," Luffy said with a smile before falling forwards and fell unconscious. "How can such a selfless man exist?" Hancock whispered, barely able to keep the quivering in her voice and the trembling in her body under control. Sonia snapped out of her disbelief state when she saw blood pooling around Luffy and immediately went to him to check his condition. She grimaced at the truly bad state he was in and lifted him up, intent on taking him treated in the city. Hancock also walked forwards to see his condition and caught Sonia's hesitant eyes. "I'll get him treated," Sonia softly said. "Yes," Hancock nodded. Both sisters wanting to talk a lot but didn't know where to start, and neither were they in the right mindset. They still needed time to process what all had happened and needed some space from each other too. "Did you mean it?" Sonia asked. "Leah doesn't have to go?" Hancock bit her lower lip in frustration as she slowly nodded, "Yes." "Thank you," Sonia smiled before going towards the city carrying Luffy in her hands. Hancock leaned against a tree with a sigh after she was gone and held her head in distress. She had proposed the test to see his reaction and was sure that he would choose his own self-interest over Leah, but now, she didn't know what to do. Of course, she was going to keep her word and not hurt Leah, but that didn't mean her threat was erased. Leah would one day out them, and what would she do then? She started walking to clear her mind and found herself back near the city where the party was still ongoing, no one having realized the events that had transpired. She spotted Leah sitting at a table having drinks with a couple of deer minks and just stared at her. She's a subject. Not a slave, just fucking talk to her. Leah seemed to sense the intense gaze on her and started looking around everywhere. She soon met eyes with Hancock and was surprised to see her there. She excused herself and happily made her way towards the forest where Hancock was waiting. "Snake Princess. You came to the party," she exclaimed, surprised and excited when she laid eyes on Hancock, but soon turned worried when she saw the signs of battle on her. "Are you okay?" she asked cautiously. "Yes, I am fine." "No, you're not," Leah said, looking at her forehead and carefully approaching her to take a closer look. They were childhood friends, but Hancock was the Empress now and she had to maintain decorum with her. She had changed a lot and become a lot sterner and colder too, so she hadn't talked to or approached her much, but she was still a doctor though, so pushed through even though she didn't know if it was disrespectful or not. Hancock let her check her forehead as she thought of how to broach the subject. "Looks like someone bashed you on the head? Who dares to do such a thing?" Leah said, shocked and enraged. "It is fine. I was just training with Sonia, that is all." "Oh, I see." Hancock couldn't think of any subtle ways to bring up the topic, so she just straight up asked her, "Leah, why have you not asked about the Gorgon Eye Curse? You know Sonia and Mary's transformations and my powers are the results of devil fruits, do you not?" Leah was surprised by the sudden question but scratched her cheek awkwardly, letting out a laugh. That. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I just trust you, I guess. I'm sure whatever the reason is, it's an important one. I would like to know, sure, but only if you're comfortable enough sharing it with me. Even if you don't tell me, that's okay too." Sasasa Luffy said something recently that fits this situation. Everyone has things that they don't want anyone else to know. It's not a sign of distrust if someone doesn't tell you something, it's just life. You don't have to know every single detail of another person's life to like them or trust them. "I see." Hancock slowly nodded and showed a relaxed smile when Luffy was mentioned. "Do you know who Luffy is?" "He's the man th." "Yes. I know who Luffy is," Hancock said with a smile. As for the lie, I would like for you to keep silent and not mention it to anyone." Hancock was taking a huge leap of faith and trusting someone other than her sisters. She didn't know what would happen, but this was the only way she could keep her sister happy, keep her word to Luffy, and also make sure no one learns of the lie. If Leah does betray them in the future, she would take care of it then. "Sure, my lips are sealed," Leah smiled. "I was going to keep quiet anyway." "Okay." They stood silent for a second before Leah hesitantly spoke up. Sandersonia-sama was here, so I had set up a tent for us alone so that we could enjoy ourselves without any men or others interrupting us. Would you like to join?" Hancock looked at the hesitating expression on her face and nodded. "All right, it would be good to build a relationship with her and keep a close eye on her too." Just because she had decided to put her trust in her didn't mean she wouldn't take measures. She was still the Empress after all, and she had a responsibility to keep herself and her sisters safe. "Yes." Leah excitedly cheered as she led the way. Come come." Hancock showed a small smile as she went with her, but she was wondering when she would get to see Luffy again. In another timeline, Leah would have been abandoned on this island after Hancock and Sonia cruelly threatened her to never interfere in their lives again, and she would have lost all hope in life, while Hancock and Sonia would have only turned colder, but they had met Luffy here. "Oh, I was so pathetic," Luffy condemned himself as he sat under a tree staring up at the morning sky. He had woken up with a start the next morning, found himself alone in a tent with bandages wrapped around him, and as soon as his memories came rushing back to him, he had frantically started searching for Leah. She or the Amazons were nowhere to be found, so he had run to the shore, spotted them all loading up supplies, spotted Leah walking around all alive and safe, and only then did he calm down. He didn't want to meet anyone though, so went to the forest, collapsed under a tree and started reviewing the previous night's fight and realized how pathetic he had been. He was so outclassed that he didn't think he had made Hancock sweat even a little bit, and it was frustrating to think how much weaker he was compared to her. The way she deflected all his attacks, tanked all his attacks sublime. The way how just one hockey-coated attack was all that was needed to cripple him, the way he had lost. He buried his head in his hands, letting out a silent scream at how weak he still was. He knew that Hancock was basically one of the strongest people on the planet, but that wasn't an excuse he could use. What would have happened if Hancock hadn't given him the choice at the end? What would happen in the future if he came across someone like Doflamingo and he was powerless to stop them? He also sighed and berated himself at how poorly he had handled the situation. He had been too rash when he punched Sonia just after trying to talk to her a couple of times. When she started going away, he should have persisted and tried to talk a bit more before attacking her. He should have realized that Hancock was the one who wanted Leah dead and was pushing Sonia into it. He should have also thought of the possibility of Hancock being there. He should have run away as soon as Hancock showed up, made sure Leah got out safely, and only then engaged in a fight. But he had just gotten way too angry when he got confirmation that Sonia was planning to kill her, and by the time Hancock entered, the situation had already gotten out of hand. He also realized that he was kinda happy to get a chance to fight someone strong like Hancock, and thus, his mind had subconsciously decided to fight her without considering anything else. He let himself be in a mopey mood for 5 more seconds before letting it go. Need to do better, need to be calmer, need to make smarter and better choices, need to get stronger. He slapped his cheeks a few times to come out of the depressive mood and thought about what to do now. He couldn't go back with the Kuja anymore and was left behind on the island. In the story, Hancock learns that he punched a celestial dragon and changes her mind and agrees to take him outside the island, but here, there was nothing that would convince her otherwise, so he was stuck in the Grand Line. He thought of all the rich donors at the charity gala and wondered if he could ask one of them for a ride. Reverse Mountain wasn't that far off from Calliope Island apparently, so if he could just get to the Twin Capes at least, he could ask Crocus if he knew of a way to get to the other side. All his speculation on how he could get back to East Blue wasn't needed though, as he soon sensed Leah and Sonia coming towards him. "Yo!" he greeted with a smile when he saw them, but Leah instantly ran up to him and smacked him, yelling, "How the hell did you get so hurt? What's wrong with you?" She just lost myself in training, that's all. Don't worry about it." Leah let out a tired sigh when even Luffy didn't tell her what was going on. Sonia had arrived at the party a bit after Hancock had joined her the previous night, and she saw the signs of battle on her too. She thought that the two sisters had fought, but when she later saw Luffy with all his bandages, She had figured that even Luffy was involved somehow. She didn't pry as it was something between the three of them, but she wanted to know badly. Training, huh? Sonia asked, her voice full of guilt as she barely managed to look at Luffy. Yep. Luffy answered, giving her his blinding D-shaped grin. The message that he holds no hostility or grudge against her clear in his smile, but she still felt guilty. Anyway, Luffy continued, getting up. Everyone heading out? Yeah, come along. We're leaving, Leah said as she began walking towards the shore, giving the two a bit of privacy. I think I'll street, Luffy began to say, but Sonia grabbed him and pulled him along as they fell in step a bit behind Leah. When he gave her a questioning look, she averted her eyes and sighed, we're not going to leave you. Really? Yeah, really. She then looked guilty at him. Sorry, and let's talk in private when we get back to the ship. Sure. Luffy grinned as he studied her face, especially her forehead, which had a band-aid on it. She, I got you good, huh? Man, you're so weak compared to your sister. Sonia felt a tick mark growing when he started teasing her and wanted to smack him, but she just felt way too guilty to talk back, so just ignored it. Luffy didn't let up though as he continued making fun of her. Man, did your hair grow back already? I did bite off a good chunk out of it. Be glad I don't find it to be tasty, otherwise I would eat it all. When you transform, all you did was give me a bigger target. Man, you're so weak. And so on until she finally snapped and smacked him on the head. Shut up, idiot. She. Sonia let out a huff, seeing how unbothered he was with the whole thing, and wondered how he could act as if nothing had happened. She wanted to ask, but they soon reached the shore where the Amazon women and their partners, the Rock Five, the mayor and a few more citizens were waiting for him. Ah, Luffy. Many of the Amazons and the Rock Five cheered upon spotting him. Oh my god. Wright exclaimed after running up to him and seeing all the bloody wounds and bandages. What the hell happened to you? Who did this? Giselle screamed while Scarlet grabbed him, crying and making sure he wasn't dead. She, don't worry. I was just training in the woods. Ah, okay. The Amazons, who were also getting worried, nodded sagely. They underwent training that left them bloody and battered like him too, so it wasn't anything new for them. The others, however, were gobsmacked and called them and Luffy crazy, while Luffy just laughed. All the Amazons soon boarded the boats after having said goodbyes to their flames, but there are two men who had fallen in love and were begging the girls to stay with them. The Amazons bluntly, and quite cruelly, said they loved their home more than anything else and would never even consider leaving it, which had the men collapse in defeat. Luffy just patted the two men's back pitifully before moving on and hugging each of the Rock Five. I don't get why you want to be a pirate, but I guess that's your dream, Jan said, giving him a tight hug. Well, his definition of a pirate is quite different from the norm, freest person on the sea who travels the world. Sounds like a great dream to me, Phil said as he gave a bone-crushing hug too. I respect your dream too. Wright smiled, picking him up and squeezing the life out of him, but I wish you would stay with us. Yes. I want my chew toy. Scarlet pouted, chewing on Luffy's ear while holding onto him tight. Don't go, Luffy. Now, don't be so clingy, Giselle said, scooping her daughter off of Luffy before latching onto his other ear. I'm sure we'll meet again. Luffy just grinned at each of them. Yeah. You guys will get big and travel the Grand Line on tour, right? I'll be coming back as a pirate in a few months, so I'm sure we'll run into each other again. So, see you soon. The five grinned at him wide before chorusing, see ya. The mayor and a few other citizens also hugged him goodbye, and he jumped into the boat just as they started rowing away while waving at all the people of Calliope who had come to see them off. That's quite an effect you've had on these people, Sonia said, leaning over her own boat. She was in a slightly bigger boat which had a cabin on it too, and Luffy could sense Hancock inside it. She, they're good people. Man, I still can't believe how fun the last week was, Leah said wistfully as she leaned on Luffy. Is this the norm for you, Luffy? If so, I wouldn't mind joining your crew. Luffy snapped his neck at her excitedly. You want to join my crew? Yes. I want you on my crew. Ah, but wait, I'm not gonna recruit anyone until I officially set out at 17. Ah, who cares? Join my crew. Wait, Leah quickly stopped him. I wasn't really serious, I just said that I don't want to leave the Amazons. Ah, Luffy pouted. He liked Leah a lot and she seemed to like traveling and visiting new islands too, so he wanted her. But she really did seem to be set on being with the Amazons though, so he couldn't force her. Hey, Denopal now, Sonia said sternly. Yeah, Luffy said as his gaze fell on all the other women. Anyway, how long does it take for them to realize if they're pregnant or not? About 3 to 4 weeks should tell us, Leah answered. I can't believe I didn't ask this, but what happens to the baby boys? Well, we pretty much give birth to girls almost all the time. Huh? How does that work? We have a special herb that is found only on Amazon lily? Leah explained, consuming it daily from the moment of conceivement will result in the birth of a girl almost exclusively, and that herb is kinda like a staple food to us, so we consume it on a regular basis. There are rare cases where a boy is born, like 2 or 3 times a decade, and when that happens, we just drop them off at an orphanage on some island. Or sometimes, the woman leaves the island to raise the kid somewhere else. I see, Luffy nodded, not missing that the last part was said with a bit of melancholic emotion. Did her mother give birth to a boy and thus left the island, taking her and her brother? She hadn't mentioned any brother at all in all her childhood stories. So either he died early or he's a sore topic she doesn't want to discuss. He stopped himself from thinking further and prying too much. And all this, Sonia cut in with a tired sigh, is a secret. No one outside Amazon Lily should be told this. Leah blinked, alternating her gaze from Sonia to Luffy, but it's Luffy though. So what? I think the secret's safe with Luffy. You wouldn't tell this to anyone, would you, Luffy? If it's a secret, then sure, I won't. See? Leah said, as if just his word was all that was required to trust him. Sonia wanted to snap at her, but considering everything that had happened, she really did see no problem in Luffy knowing. Then why didn't you stop me? Leah continued, tilting her head. You were right here. Sonia's cheeks reddened in embarrassment, causing Leah to smirk at her. You also didn't see any problem with me telling him, did you? Only after I told him did you realize that it was supposed to be a secret. Sonia coughed into her hands, averting her eyes, causing Leah and Luffy to giggle under their breaths, which only caused Sonia to get more embarrassed. Meanwhile, Hancock was inside the cabin of the boat Sonia was on, staring at Leah leaning on Luffy, and felt a pang of something shoot through her heart. She didn't understand what, but couldn't keep her eyes off of them, and felt slight irritation for some inexplicable reason. Oh. A couple of hours later they had joined back with the main ships, and Luffy was sitting on top of the sea serpents telling them about all the new things he had seen on the island when Sonia came up to him, still with a guilty expression on her face. Yo, he greeted with a smile. Can you come with me, sister, and I want to talk? She asked hesitantly. He knew this was coming, judging by all the guilty looks she kept giving him, so just nodded, and soon, the two were standing in front of Hancock's room. Sonia told a couple of warriors to stand guard and not let anyone in no matter what, and Luffy instantly knew what he would see inside. Her room was extravagant, to say the least. A huge throne was against the wall at the center, a huge bed with curtains to the right, and cabinets, cupboards and other things to the left. He wasn't interested in the room though, as he couldn't see Hancock anywhere, but he could sense that she was on her bed with the curtains drawn. Luffy had a blank look on his face, but he was crying on the inside. He knew this was gonna happen and knew he was facing the consequences of his actions right now. He was hoping that him fighting her, unlike in the story, would change something, but looked like it hadn't affected anything much. Sonia closed and locked the door behind them and sat in front of the bed while Luffy stood waiting for the inevitable. Luffy, Hancock's voice came from behind the curtain, come inside. I'd rather not get on bed with a girl. Luffy instantly responded, getting an exaggerated sigh from both sisters. Wait, I'm sure I heard 3 sighs just now. Who's the third? Mari. Just go inside, idiot, Sonia hissed, and Luffy relented begrudgingly. He walked up, parted the curtains, and as expected, there she was, the most beautiful woman in the world, sitting naked on top of Salome with a tense expression on her face. I'm not gonna sleep with you either, he said bluntly, causing the tense expression to turn into a slightly annoyed expression. Internally, Luffy was cheering for himself. He didn't like the sad expressions they had and so, was trying to lighten up the mood. Blunt and impudent as ever, I see, Hancock commented with a sigh, getting a grin in return as Luffy sat in front of her cross-legged and asked, so? Before Hancock could say anything, he heard rustling sounds from behind him, and when he turned, he let out a loud internal scream as he saw Sonia was also removing her cloak. His brain panicked, thinking that the worst possible scenario was happening. Oh hell no, both of them? Hell to the fucking no. Quick. Be disgusting and disgust them. They're put off by guys like Sanji. ACT like Sanji, channel Sanji's personality. Sanji. I'm Sanji. He tried to think of flowery poems Sanji usually spouted, but his mind blanked, and before he could think further, his mouth said the first disgusting thing that came to his mind. You've both got huge badonkadongs. God, I feel too awful saying stuff like that. Stop, stop. Bandonka? What is that? Hancock asked, tilting her head. Ah, don't worry, it's an inside joke, Luffy said awkwardly as he berated himself. They just want to show their brands. That doesn't mean they have fallen in love, so calm the fuck down, he said to himself, and managed to calm down. This was a very serious topic for them, so he realized he shouldn't be making light of it and should be hearing them out sincerely. He sighed internally, letting go of annoying thoughts, and brought himself back to reality with a question. You want to show me what's on your backs? Yes, both answered. Why? If you're feeling guilty because of trying to kill me, I really don't care. We fought, things worked out. Let's learn from it and move on. 2 weeks ago, Sonia began. This would have been unthinkable. I would rather die than have my back exposed. But now? Do you at least? I don't mind. I don't feel the least bit scared or ashamed. Yes, Hancock added, this is something we have hidden from everyone we know. We have deceived and tricked people. We almost killed a friend because of this, and if it were not for you, we would have gone through with it. So, I think you deserve to know, and also, I want to tell you the truth. Luffy nodded, seeing the sincere expressions they had. They were finally letting go of their fears and opening up to someone, so he faced them sincerely too. Salome lifted her and turned so that her back was facing him. With her slightly trembling hand, she moved her long silky black hair aside and revealed her back. Sonia also turned around with her cloak removed and showed him her back, her body trembling. Luffy blankly nodded. "You're slaves, me too," came a voice from near the bed, and Luffy saw a transponder snail perched upon a desk. "Mari?" "Hee, no etiquette in names, huh?" "Yes, it's Mari." "Nice to meet you, Luffy. I heard what happened." "Yeah, nice to meet ya," he greeted with a smile before looking back at both sisters, who were still showing their backs to him, but their faces had contorted somewhere in between disbelief and amusement. "Wow, can't believe someone saw my back and this is the reaction?" Sonia said with a fond sigh. Just a simple nod and then talked to someone else with a smile. Hancock also smiled, letting out a sigh of relief. "This is something I've thought of a lot and had nightmares about. And a reaction like yours is something I had never ever imagined in my wildest dreams." "What were you imagining?" Luffy asked. "Disgust and contempt," Hancock said with pursed lips. "People will see it of us." "Did Sonia tell you about what happened to me when I was enslaved? What my response is to such words?" Hancock's smile widened as she nodded. "No, I'm not. You missed the fucking part. I will not use such crude language," Hancock said with a huff, but had a faint smile causing Luffy to grin. He couldn't believe it, but he was having a normal and honest conversation with Hancock. There was a brief lull before Mari spoke up. "The most unbelievable part of this is how you are not affected by Big Sis's charms. Do you still not feel anything when you look at Big Sis? She's naked now, right?" "Yes, Luffy. I can understand and forgive you even if you are charmed by me now." Luffy stood up with a grin. "Let's test it then. Hit me with your attack." "Are you being serious?" Hancock asked, bewildered. "Do it, sister," Sonia encouraged. "But I'll be betting on Luffy not turning to stone." "As if I'll be betting that he will." Hancock took a moment to consider, and she was also curious to see if he really did feel nothing even after seeing her naked. "Very well," she said as she stood up in front of Luffy completely naked and brought her hands up, forming a heart. Marrow mellow. Luffy just stood in place and was completely unaffected as the beam passed through him. She, I win. How is that possible? Is he hurting himself somewhere to negate the effects? "No, he's standing still," Hancock answered as she slowly sat back down on Salome. Luffy thought that him joking around like this would bring their moods up, but for some reason, Hancock and Sonia's moods had dipped again. Even Sonia, who was betting on him happily, had put her head down as if in shame. What happened?" he asked, confused. "You," Hancock began hesitantly, biting her lip. "You are disgusted by us." What are you talking about? I told you I do." "Not because of the brand," Hancock cut in. "You are disgusted by us because we tried to kill Leah. You called me a Mo, names last night too. What's your opinion of us? Sonia asked hesitantly. Don't you think I'm a monster? I spent all that time happily chatting with Leah while knowing that I would soon be betraying her, and when the time came, I accepted and was going to do it, but you, who barely knew her, fought so hard for her. Put your life on the line for her, almost died for her, and I just sat there. And I was one who forced her and pushed her into it, Hancock added with a shaky voice, looking at her sister guiltily and taking glances at Luffy. Luffy turned extremely serious as they were really suffering, and he thought of a way to comfort them. The scenario was similar to the story, but this hadn't happened in it. Was it because he seemed more mature here and so they confided in him like this? Because the person they tried to kill was a close friend? Nevertheless, he had to somehow make them feel better. Listen guys, I understand why you thought you had to do what you did. I'm really not judging you for it. It was a mistake and you stopped before it happened, so learn from it and move on. His words had no effect on them and he could see he was getting nowhere. The two, and possibly Mari too, were still in distress. He sighed, crossing his arms and thinking hard on how to make them see his point of view. He remembered all the things that happened in the story, all his crewmates and friends, and finally opened his mouth. This is a seriously fucked up world, as you already know. He began slowly getting the attention of the three sisters. One of my friends is currently helping in inciting civil war in a country, he said, remembering Robin. Another is stealing from people and sometimes maybe puts innocent people in danger, he said, remembering how Nami had thrown him under the bus the first time he dropped in front of her when she didn't even know who he was or how strong he was. Another has infiltrated an evil organization and maybe sometimes does stuff like hurting innocent old men, he said, remembering Vivi trying to kill Crocus. Another tried to kill me just because I wanted to be his friend, he said, remembering how Ace had tried to kill him so many times and would have succeeded too if he wasn't rubber. Another is an assassin and has killed innocent people, he said, remembering Reiju. Another stands by and even supports people who are hunting down slaves, he said, remembering his grandpa choosing to stand with the world government even after seeing Batarola. And so many more. He looked back at the two sisters who had shocked looks on their faces. I know all this sounds horrible, but each person I mentioned just now is an incredible person. They are some of the most kind-hearted and amazing people you'll ever find in this world, but they're all stuck in messy situations where they cannot allow themselves to be who they really are or allow themselves to be kind. They all have demons in their life, some in the form of pirates, some in the form of usurpers, some in the form of family, some in the form of duty and ideals, and some even have the whole world as their enemy. They've found themselves in this messed up world and doing the best they can with what they have. The world has been so very cruel to them, but they still live, survive and strive to achieve their dreams under whatever circumstances they find themselves in. They cannot be kind because if they show kindness or weakness, he said, pointedly looking at Hancock, they're afraid they'll lose what they hold dear. So they all do things they don't want to do out of fear, desperation and necessity. He sighed deeply as he continued, I'm not exempt from that either. If it means saving my brother or people close to me, I will unleash hell upon the world if needed, he said, remembering how he had freed a lot of impelled down prisoners to rescue Ace in the story, and if it happened in his reality, he would be making the same choice too. Some of them like Jinbei were definitely innocent, but a vast majority of them are definitely who deserved to be jailed, maybe not in a place as cruel as impelled down, but definitely locked up. That was a moral dilemma he would have to deal with if and when the time came. He gave another deep sigh, already tired of talking so much, and looked at Hancock. You're a ruler who sits at the top and makes tough decisions, so you must know all these things already. Hancock nodded, more and more intrigued by him. Yes, I do. And now you know that I do too. Luffy grinned, glad he was able to get his point across. If this was a peaceful world, then yeah, what you did would be unforgivable. But we don't live in a peaceful world. Good people end up doing bad things out of necessity and desperation all the time, so, a bit of tolerance and understanding helps. Some people can forgive and forget, some can't. I definitely can in this scenario. So believe me when I say I understand your situation and I don't feel the least bit disgusted by you. I know it's unfair to Leah, but that's something you'll have to deal with. You stopped before you did something irreversible, so there's still time for reconciliation. You tell her, don't tell her, I honestly don't care. Do what you want. What do we do if she ever outs us? Mari asked hesitantly after a few seconds of silence. I see your point. I really do. But I don't want to go back to that part of my hellish life. How about telling her? The two sisters he could see flinched and physically recoiled in horror just by him suggesting it, and he was sure Mari had had the same reaction too. They were about to protest, but he raised his hand and stopped them. Okay, I get it. You can't. That's right. Hancock snapped at his outrageous idea. I do not know how, but you somehow really do seem to be over it, and you manage to talk about your time as a slave with no fear. But people aren't like you. They will shun us and look down on us if we reveal the brand, and I suggest this to you too, that you don't go around showing it to people. Someone will call in to hunt you down and enslave you again under the celestial dragons. Yeah, I realize that, but I'm going to be the pirate king, the freest man on the seas. There is no way in hell am I going to let this stupid thing, he said pointing at his back, have any sort of control over me. If someone does come after me, I'll beat them into the ground. If someone looks down on me, I'll ignore them. He trailed off with a sigh, knowing that he was being way too idealistic. He understood the real world didn't work like that, and he imagined Nami or Zoro looking down on him because of his brand, and it really would hurt him. He understood that he was just too optimistic in his way of thinking and that he would never be able to understand how the brand affects others. I get what I'm saying is too unrealistic and optimistic, but that's just how I work. Looking at the unsatisfied expressions on their faces, he came to a decision. I know I'll never be able to comprehend how slavery affected you all, but I do understand that you're scared of having your brand and pasts exposed. So, I'll change the world. Change the world? Hancock asked, confused. Yep, I just decided. You're scared of showing your back, right? Then I'll change the world so that you can show your back and not care about it. I'll make it so that you don't have to feel ashamed and forget it even exists. You sure do talk big, Hancock said with a sigh at the absolutely ridiculous claims he was making. A part of her remembered how he kept standing back up even when he shouldn't have been able to, and thought that if he had the same resolve, then maybe, just maybe, he could do something outrageous like what he was claiming. But the sane and rational part of her mind was sure that there was no way he could do something like that. Just watch me, Luffy said with a shrug. He knew he looked like a kid who was spouting out grand dreams and really unrealistic goals, which would put anyone off. He probably came across as insensitive, annoying and obnoxious too, but he would just have to do it and show them. As to how he would achieve something like that, he had no idea. He decided he would ponder on it later and think of something. Anyway, coming back to Leah. You guys do realize that she has seen my back, right? The two sisters' eyes widened with surprise, and they seemed to realize it only then. That's right, Sonia muttered. She must know what it signifies, right? She does, Luffy confirmed. She didn't ask about it, but she definitely knows. And do you see her shunning me? No, see? Anyway, it's up to you. You don't have to if you don't feel comfortable. And I'm sure just telling Leah not to talk about devil fruits and all will make her agree to it. I already did back on the island, Hancock said with a sigh, but I would like to tell her in a more official manner. Sure. Luffy shrugged and got up with a yawn. Anyway, if that's all, I need some sleep. Yes. You may leave, Hancock said with a nod. Bye? Luffy waved at them with a smile before walking out and closing the door behind him. Silence descended in the room as the three sisters pondered over all his words. He's quite the character, Mari commented after a few seconds. His claims are just too outrageous for me to take him seriously. Yeah, Sonia said, still staring at the door he had just left from, but he truly believes in whatever he's saying. His determination is something you can see in his demeanor. I know what he's saying is ridiculous, but I just can't help but wonder. Yes. Hancock was also looking at the door. I do think his resolve will crumble in front of a celestial dragon. But he did surprise me yesterday when he kept standing back up while fighting me. Mari had just heard of what he had done and only heard his voice during the whole conversation, so for her, he just seemed like a crazy man making outrageous claims. But for the other two who had seen his resolve during the fight and seen his demeanor during the conversation, they couldn't help but think that there might be some validity to it, even though their rational mind was sure he was just crazy and delusional. Hancock, especially, was taken by his words as she was the target for most of it. He'll change the world. She recalled his words, and her mind added two more, for me, as her heart rate spiked up and her small crush became bigger. Oh, Luffy had a contemplative look on his face as he sat in the patient's bed that night after having slept the entire day. He thought back to the conversation he had had in the morning and wondered if he had said too much. When he had seen them flinching just by him suggesting they tell Leah about their brands, he had felt bad for them and just decided that he would do something about it. He was also thinking of its effects on all the slaves that were with him, Kel, all the slaves in the story, the Sun Pirates, Hachi and even Koala, and so had decided that he would do something about it. He already had plans of helping Sabo and Dragon with taking down the celestial dragons, so it wasn't anything completely new he had decided upon. He sighed, letting go of that topic, and pondered on how Hancock had treated him. She was like a friend mostly, instead of being crazy in love like in the story. He had punched a celestial dragon in the story before he met her, and it was one of the main factors that had led to her falling in love with him, so since he hadn't done it yet, she hadn't fallen for him. He had even joked around with her like he would with a friend, and she also had responded casually too. Either way, he was going to make sure their relationship stayed like that and not worry too much by comparing what happened in the story to his reality. Even if she did end up falling for him, he would deal with it and have a proper conversation with her. He stared out of the porthole and saw the reptilian Sea King still following them from a distance and knew he would have to deal with it soon. Currently though, he was more worried about what was happening in Hancock's room. Sonia had actually called Leah into Hancock's room right after dinner, and 6 hours had passed with no sign of her coming out. He didn't know if they were confessing about everything to her or just telling her not to pry and keep quiet about the lie, so he just waited for her to come back. He trusted that Hancock wouldn't do anything after giving him her word, but it wasn't her that had him worried. It was Leah. The way she had reacted when Sonia invited her, something about it was off, and it bothered him a lot. Finally, after more than 6 hours, he sensed her coming out of Hancock's room, and a minute later, she entered the doctor's office with puffy eyes. "Hey, you good?" he asked, noticing the tear streaks and damp shoulders. She didn't say anything as she slowly sat down next to him on the bed before pulling him into her lap and hugging him tightly. "I heard what you did for me." Thank you. What happened?" "Oh, nothing much." Leah sniffled slightly, loosening the grip around him but still holding onto him tight. "Sonia and Hancock told me they were going to kill me." "Ooh, calling them without honorifics. How scandalous." Leah. Luffy joked, getting a giggle in return. "Well, you don't give a shit about titles, so at least when I'm with you, I'll be laxer." "It's too tiring to be so formal all the time though." "Yeah, that's true. But I'm a citizen of the country, you know. I need to show respect to the Empress." "I guess so. You're not leaving?" "Nope." Leah buried her head into his nape. They were so distraught, and said sorry with a lot of tears, especially Sonia. "They told me about their pasts too. I had no idea they had gone through something so horrible." "Wait, what? They actually confided in you?" "Not intentionally. Hancock had already told me to keep silent about their lie back on the island, but tonight, they made it more official, I guess. She again told me the same thing and asked me not to pry too much, and I agreed. Ked me about you, you're back, and if I knew about your brand and all. They asked if I looked down on you, and I said of course not, and seeing their expressions when I said that, recalling them not wanting to show their backs, I kinda figured it out. They could see that I figured it out too, and when I verbally asked for confirmation, they actually flinched, like a physical full-body flinch. Like you know how an abused dog flinches and lays down shivering if you just raise a hand around it. They had the same reaction too. It was horrible. They're so scared of people finding out. Yeah, after that, I started crying, realizing how horrible it must have been for them. She shuddered thinking back on it. Spent a few hours assuring them that I don't look down on them. I don't think any less of them. I still respect them a great deal, and I'll keep it a secret and never mention it again. I see. Good then, Luffy smiled. He was still going to talk and check up on them the next day. For the record, I really don't look down on you, you know. I know. I don't need comfort, Leah, he said, smiling at her, and she giggled. You're a strange enigma, Luffy. You're not at all scared about it, huh? It's okay. Amazing things happened afterwards, so I'm kinda glad it happened. Sasasa, you're way too optimistic and see the bright side to everything, huh? I wish I could be like you. By your logic, I should be happy that they tried to kill me, because now, they've shared their secret with me and trust me more than anyone else in the Kuja tribe. Does that not make you happy? I mean, yeah. I completely understand why they almost killed me. I understand and sympathize with them, but it still hurts, you know. Can't move on from it so easily like you do. I don't hold a grudge against them, but still, I need some time to come to terms with it, you know. But you already knew, didn't you? Luffy asked sternly. I realized it this evening when Sonia asked you to come to her room. You looked almost happy and sad at the same time. That's when it hit me that you were way too nonchalant and clueless before whenever Sonia seemed uneasy around you. You were pretending not to notice her unease. Leah pinched his cheek and in an admonishing tone said, You're way too perceptive for your own good, Luffy. Don't out people's secrets like this. Luffy looked at her seriously. Why didn't you do anything? Leah sighed, burying her head into his nape and tightening her hug. A small part of me did know that they wanted to get rid of me, but they're all I have left. I lost everything a couple of years ago, got betrayed a lot by people I trusted. I came looking for Sonia and Amazon Lily as a last try to form a connection with someone, so if they betrayed me too, I wouldn't have the will to live on anymore, so if they did kill me, I'd have been happy. Idiot, you have me now, don't you? I'll take you away. Leah gave him a soft smile as she caressed his bandaged head. Honestly, the thought did cross my mind, but I just didn't know the extent to which you went for me before I walked into that room tonight. You got so hurt for me. You almost died protecting me, idiot. Why did you go that far for me? I only met you a couple of weeks ago and you don't know anything about my past. You're my friend. Everything else is irrelevant. You're the strangest person I've met in my life, Luffy. She trailed off, ruffling his hair fondly. They sat in silence for a while before Leah spoke up. Cuddle with me tonight? I need some comfort? Sure. They both laid down with Luffy snuggling her head against his chest while she put her arms around him and relaxed completely. They had ended up in the same position back on the island when Luffy had gotten drunk and had latched onto her. Leah had woken up the next morning feeling relaxed and well rested in his arms, and thus, she had learned how good it feels. I still can't believe how amazing it feels to cuddle with you. What's your secret? Everyone likes hugs and cuddles no matter who gives them. Yeah, but something with you is different. I have a hypothesis. Ooh, tell me, with me. You know what you're getting. A cuddle and that's it. So, you don't have to feel awkward and just relax, not worrying about things like if this means anything or if I'm expecting anything more, and so, you feel more relaxed and rested. Wow, you're right. I think that's exactly it. And also, Luffy smirked as he started running his fingers through her scalp. This, I don't know, head massage technique? I guess. It sends tingles down your spine, doesn't it? Yes. Leah purred, feeling the tingles. She or someone I knew liked this too. So had to do it a lot and it became a habit, I guess. I'm gonna ignore the name slip up just now and not pry into who the girl was. It's complicated. There was a brief lull where Leah just enjoyed being with him and after some time whispered, I wish my brother was like you. So you do have a brother, huh? Is that why your mom left the island with you? You figured that out too? You're way too perceptive? Want to talk about it? Nope. Okay, you know, I have 3 brothers and none of us are blood related. We all chose to become brothers, so, if you want, I can be your brother too. Leah separated a bit and stared at him with surprise. You really mean that? Yep. Let's exchange sake cups and we'll become siblings. Leah teared up, giving him a small smile. I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. She trailed off, burying her face back into his chest. But the word, brother, comes with a lot of bad memories for me. So I don't want to associate that with someone amazing like you. I see. Well, we'll be close friends then. Yep. Besides, she smirked mischievously, I've had fantasies about you that would be inappropriate if you were my brother. Luffy slowly tried to separate from her, but Leah hugged him closer, laughing. Don't worry, it's just fantasies. I won't act on it. I know you dislike relationships and all. Okay, good. Hey. I can't believe I'm only thinking of this now, Luffy suddenly said. But won't the other women learn of the outside world whenever they go on trips like now? Lots of women over the years have left the island to get pregnant, right? Hasn't anyone ever found out about the lie? You're asking that now? Leah said, amused. Wow, you really are stupid, huh? Yes, I'm stupid, Luffy sighed. So, the islands we pick every time are also kinda isolated too. Leah began explaining, not completely like Amazon Lily, but kinda isolated. Calliope Island is at the edge of the Grand Line and the Calm Belt, so only rarely do log poses lock onto it. Other islands where the women usually go to are the same too. What about libraries and all? Did you even visit the library on Calliope? If you stopped stuffing your face in with food all the time, you would have learned of all the ways the island was isolated. Libraries had nothing but basic textbooks and had no information about anything outside their own island. The ships that came in were just cargo ships from the blues, and the World Economic newspaper also doesn't get there much. Yeah, I guess I didn't see stuff like that. Yeah, and the people aren't that well informed either. You should have seen some of the men the women hung out with. They told tall tales that made no sense and unbelievable stories to impress them. I get why the women on the island have so many untrue myths about men. She that makes sense, yeah. And also, many of the islands we cycle through are in the blues, so those islands are even more ignorant, and even if someone does find out about devil fruits or other things, it would get muddled in with all the other untrue myths and thus, none will be the wiser. I see. But the mayor was knowledgeable, and so were a few we met at the gala. Those are influential and rich people who have dealings with things outside Tay know a bit more. But do you really think the women get a chance to meet influential people or get invited to galas? This time was an exception because of you. But usually, the women go to an island, quietly pick random men from taverns, spend a night and that's the end of it. We don't have huge parties or become the talk of the island like we did this time. Also because of you. We can't visit this island for quite some time, too much attention. Makes sense. He nodded sagely. He sometimes forgot. But the masses in this world were way too ignorant about how the world actually works. With the only source of information being the newspapers and islands being kinda isolated, the normal masses usually don't know much of anything that happens outside their island. Only in the New World would the general masses be slightly more knowledgeable, but in the Blues and Paradise, they were way too ignorant. In the story, the crew usually ran into influential people like princesses, so they learn of secrets and find the truth. But if they just met random and normal citizens, they would learn absolutely nothing, or only hear rumors and embellished stories. There are other factors too, Leah continued. Like the women are told not to bring up Amazon Lily while talking with anyone, and so, they learn nothing about it. It doesn't normally come up in conversation, you know. I see, that satisfy your curiosity? All these are secrets, by the way? My lips are sealed, Sasazasa. Hey. Yeah? Thanks. I know you're trying to distract me from thinking about the almost killing me and all? Hey. Yeah? Keep talking. Sure, Luffy continued caressing her head as he began thinking of a topic to talk about. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? What? She asked, confused at the random question. A satisfactory? Such a lame joke. Leah said, shaking her head but had the faintest hint of a smile on her lips. Why is it so cheap to throw a party at a haunted house? Stop with the stupid D, because the ghosts bring all the booze. So stupid, PFF'd. I wondered all night what happened to the sun, but then it dawned on me. Futsazasa, stop. These are all so bad. You're laughing at them though. Luffy giggled. What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a unicycle and a poorly dressed man on a bicycle? Attire? Sa. Stop. Luffy chuckled as he continued making her laugh long into the night until she fell asleep.